Hello, this is J.N.S. and Happy New Year's. And so I hope you guys are having a great day and going to be doing something really special for the New Year's, perhaps, or maybe not. Um, Nonetheless, I'm glad we all made it through 2024. It was wild. It was a wild year. And yes, I predicted things that would happen in 2024 on the last day of 2023, and all those things came to pass. And so we'll do a little bit of a brief review, but for this particular video, we are doing 2025 predictions of things we're going to see in 2025, in the year of nine, in the year of the serpent slash dragon. And then we're going to discuss some things that are esoteric as relates to some codes relating to uh, presidential election in the United States. And then lastly, we're going to do the part two of paying homage to Black women rap artistry. That will be our New Year's Eve party where we rock out to some of the jams of these Black women's. And last week we did one a part one, and to be honest, I did not do it justice. As far as the women, yes, but like I left out some women by accident, to be quite frank. And I just felt, I just felt, like, nah, man, I forgot about Azalea Banks. I don't forgot about EVE, Lauren Hill. I'm like, nah, I gotta go back and we gotta run it back. We gotta do a part two of the ladies, because I had left out some ladies, and I'm like, okay, we can't do a Black women's rap artistry and leave out Salt and Pepper and Queen Latifah. And so and many others, like EVE. And so I said we got to go back and do a part two, because I would say last week I was in a frame of mind of listening to those particular female artists, and so they were fresh on my mind. And so after the video had ended and I thought about it, I said there were so many Black females that I left out. I said, "Oh my gosh, I gotta go back. How could you leave out Azalea Banks?" So I said, "We gotta do a part two." But nonetheless, again, we gotta cover these predictions for 2025, and it's gonna be epic. To be quite frank, it's some epic shit that's gonna take place. We talk about the return of the ancient ones for the final battle. For those of us that can see in higher dimensions. But I am going to give some concrete details of things you're going to see. And it's a very powerful year coming up. I'm gonna be 33 in a year of nine. You add it up, you get 69. You get six. You know, and so there's going to be a lot of revelations for a lot of people, as well as myself. It's going to be a powerful year for all of us, to be quite frank. And when we say the year of reckoning, um, think of the tower card, or the tower. Just more so of where we're getting this this flash bolt of lightning in our consciousness that causes this sudden upheaval that feels very uncomfortable, this sudden crash out, this sudden epiphany and revelations. And it's like you fall from the tower. I mean, I didn't want to teach so soon, but at least I want to pull up this card right here. Let's see. I want to make sure that you got it both on here. Okay, so this card is what's gonna be for 2025. For 2025 on your ass. It's you falling out of the tower. There's this epiphany. Boom, blast, Tower of Babel, everybody falling out the tower. But it allows for more authenticity, and allows for a greater epiphany and expanded consciousness for those who are trying to understand the story of the Tower of Babel. They were trying to create a tower to reach God, and it was slammed down. And so that's what 2025 is going to be, to be honest. And so I wanted to show you an example of what I was talking about, for those who may not be familiar. So I'll go back here. Another thing that we're going to discuss is the situation with Elon Musk and the H1B, the V1 stuff. To be frank, a lot of us, we already called it. We already knew this was going to take place. We weren't shocked. We thought it was a big red flag for me. And I've openly stated that, even at the behest of looking crazy, 3 weeks before the election. Once he came around, I felt extremely uneasy, and it was a big red flag for me. And I openly stated that, and I said, they're going to bait and switch on us. There's a bait and switch. You guys are not paying attention close enough. And I was looking at things occultically. And so I understand that not everybody, maybe had the time, or even cared, rather, to be looking that deeply on the esoteric side of politics. And so that's how I was able to see that they were going to to bait and switch on us 3 weeks before the election. And I warned people, like, hey, let's take the alley hoop, because they're both working together. They're both the same, but we needed to buy more time for the plans that we have. But nonetheless, it's playing out perfectly as far as some of the things we wanted to see. And they did indeed bait and switch, and people are just now seeing it. And this week, it's the week of the last week in December, and so we're 2 months late from for people seeing what I saw. About 2 months and a half late from what people, but at least they're starting to see it. And I actually thought it was going to take longer. I didn't think people was going to see what I saw 3 weeks before the election until 2026. I really didn't. So this is way ahead of schedule. And to be honest, I'm pretty grateful. But before we get into 2025 predictions, I do want to do just a brief, I would say like a 5 minute review of last year's predictions, so that you can see how accurate, this stuff is. Now, the thing is, this video is 3 hours long. Obviously, we're not going to review the whole video. We're only going to do like 5 minutes, because I think within the first 5 minutes, the fall of Hollywood was announced, as far as the shakeup in Hollywood. And again, you could see that this video was streamed December 31st, 2023. And so also the other things were mentioned is relates to the unveiling of mind control programs, the CIA. What else was the shipping crisis in America with the shipping containers? All of that stuff was predicted in this video. All of that stuff came to pass in 2024. It was a lot of detailed stuff in here. I mean, we brought up the disclosure of interdimensional beings. We're going to be getting into that more into 2025, but towards the end of 2024, you saw that, and so that's also predicted in this video. And so we'll play like the first 5 minutes, and I hope we get to the part where I talk about Hollywood and whatnot. But that's going to be interesting, because it's going to play a part into where we're heading in 2025. I just want to turn my heat down. It's a little to make a decision, but the information that they're going to find out, no lie, is going to initially cause like a stalemate, kind of like what it allows in terms of this duality contrast. It allows for a lot of low governing force to take way, as well as illusions. And so that means that there's a lot of distraction in the 3D level, and where humans get it so distracted easily. And all that's done for 2024. You see this tower card, you're not going to be able to be distracted. And you can, there is no burying the head. Be correct in that assessment with these new rollouts, with the other thing they're going to be doing with a switch in the currency, crypto digital currency on a federal level, as well as this digital ID. The federal so that came to pass too. You hear I'm talking about the cryptocurrency now, what they're doing in the White House. So that actually came. I didn't even realize that. I was trying to get to the part where I talk about Hollywood, though, and I just can't remember the timestamp or where it was at. That's wow. And I talked about the shipping container stuff that happened in, I want to say, April of 2024, or a little bit past, maybe even to August. I can't remember. But let's see where the Hollywood stuff comes up. Crypto stuff, that's going to be late in 2024. That's going to be going into 2025. But the stuff with the digital ID,
You're going to see some talks about that more and more. They're not going to, again, they want trying to do this stuff slowly. But also it's slow, but also it's not so much slow. It's clandestine. That's the word that I want to use. They want to do this stuff clandestine, but get it done where it's kind of underneath your nose, or where the language you don't for frameworks and for mind. And so, if we can share, some of the manuals and stuff that we have, artificial intelligence to do your writing, your artwork, your music, your acting, even how they
I was talking about
going
the
along
AI
with
stuff
wickedness,
too.
or not. I won't say wickedness, but going along with stuff that's not in your best interest. 23, because I had saved this. It was 405 strikes in 25-hour work week. 25 is more holistic for ourselves. Also going to be more in the
I was still trying to look for the Hollywood stuff.
public sphere. The death of Max Spears is going to be. There was just, I want to show y'all something.
I don't think
I'll
it would have
actually
been that
share.
far. I don't think it would have been that far. I doubt it. I think it might have been.
Trusting of one another initially, access and uh, literal world conflicts regarding even how they're going to do with some of the orchestration around the shipping of the food. There's still going to be more shit with the shipping trucks. I see the shipping, not shipping trucks.
Let's go right here.
What I see for humanity is that there's going to be a lot of exposure in 2024 regarding a lot of the things that humanity was blinded to. And they're going to have to make a decision. They're going to have to make a decision. And but the information that they're going to find out, no lie, is going to initially cause like a stalemate, kind of like a stuck feeling for a lot of humanity. Now, this could be something regarding in a global sense, where we find out that the institutions and the infrastructures that we once held dear, or that we thought
For those who just may be coming in, we're just doing a brief review of last year's reading that was streamed live on December 31st, 2023, and then we'll get into 2025 predictions. I just wanted to, show just this, we're not covering the whole 3-hour video. We're just doing about like 5 minutes, but I was trying to look for the part about the year of exposure stuff. That's where all that stuff came from. As far as like the Cat Williams stuff, the stuff that was predicted, it was all came from, it's all in this video as far as like the shakeup in Hollywood and whatnot. And that wasn't the only one. It was a lot of um intuitives and clairvoyants that also knew that that was going to happen as well.
matter. We realize that there's been a lot of deception. They don't matter, and your whole way of life is just kind of turned for a loop. And while this will ultimately be better for humanity, and while humanity will have to, at that point, actually learn new skills, learn things anew, they would have to actually do the inner work to build out the societies they want to build out. However, it's not going to be the easiest thing. They're also going to have to make a decision of whether they're going to, as you can see with the Two of Pentacles, and there underneath there's the Nine of Pentacles. They're going to have to make a decision straight up whether they're going to go along to get along, or they're going to, go into their own independence. They're going to invest in themselves and go into a more independent state. Or are they going to go into that 15-minute city? Or are they going to go where they're going to be in a lockdown, a cop city, be affected by the cybersecurity attacks, and be affected by cyber wars and silent wars regarding food access, and literal world conflicts regarding even how they're going to do with some of the orchestration around the shipping of the food. There's still going to be more shit with the shipping trucks. I see the shipping, not shipping trucks, as well as the actual ships. I see that as well, that for the importation of product. I see some backups with that coming in a major way. That kind of it's done to put fear in you. It's really nothing you have to worry about. However, this is the last hurrah for the inorganic beings that have the interdimensional lower level entities that have been ruling this planet. So for this sort of 3D fear-based consciousness is just going out of style. And I hate that 3D gets a bad rap, because it's not necessarily the worst thing.
Okay, so I'm just looking for it. If I can't find it, I'm not sweating it because it's in this video. I mean, I play it all the time, so I just can't remember the timestamp. But we don't have time to waste. Everybody's time is precious. So if I can't find it within the next minute or two, we're just gonna move on. To be honest.
However, what it allows in terms of this duality contrast, it allows for a lot of low governing force to take uh, humanity will be able to grow into. That also is going to
Maybe
take
it
place
was
because you're
after
not
the
going to be
20.
able to also going to be more in the public sphere. The death of Max Spears is going to become more. Oh, here we go. PDF, and they stuff that 5-year-olds know, reduce that latency, and they don't mind working with entities, and they're going to do the research about the order of Kali, the order of published today. And so I'll put that link in here. But
Because we're just gonna move on. But what's interesting in the video that we recorded for the year 2024, everything came to pass. I mean, it's 3 hours long. We talked about Atlanteans. We talked about. I mean, it got so deep. We talked about the music industry in particular. As far as the revelations of things that were going to come to pass in relation to that, and that all took place throughout the whole year. Obviously, everybody knows about the situation with Diddy and the shakeup of people knowing of how deals are made and how people sign contracts and oaths with demonic entities to move up in the game. We talked, the whole year people learned about blood sacrifice and how much Satanism has infiltrated the music industry and whatnot. So all of that stuff, I did talk about in this video, and it all came to pass. Like everybody is now aware of certain things more than they were. And there's a lot more revelations to be had, to be quite frank, on levels you wouldn't believe. If you thought 2024 was something, brace your ass for 2025. Okay? Okay? And like I said, you better hope your hands move as fast as y'all motherfucking mouth. Because it's literally put up or shut up this year. Like some of y'all really gonna have to put in that fight, put in that work. Okay? That go for me. That go for all of us. Don't think I'm just talking at you, because I'm not. Because we all in this together, but it's about to get real. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's about to get real. So what can we look forward to in 2025? You're going to see, obviously, things that you subconsciously already know or that you think is a conspiracy theory be validated and vindicated. So for instance, the first thing that we're going to see is is the revelation. Now, it's something that we all know, but then some people, they're still NPCs, they're still in the matrix. Like for those that's listening right now, to be honest, you're probably way ahead of the curve. You probably already know everything that you're about to see in 2025. Your ass probably just gonna be sitting back looking like, "Yeah, okay, whatever. We already knew that. We already knew that. Yeah, we saw that coming. Yeah, how we've been saying that for 20 years. We've been saying that for 40 years. Why the hell is y'all just now, like I'm telling you, it's gonna be like that, but you're just gonna have to let it rock because there's so many people that's that far behind, and these things are going to make mainstream. So just because, like, you may be a researcher, you take the time to research, you take the time to meditate and be on your shit, obviously, there's a lot of people that's still in the matrix. And so you're going to see, to be honest, you're going to see the situation where a lot of this stuff comes mainstream. A lot of conspiracy theories, such as uh, secret societies, are going to come under fire for major subtle manipulation in affairs within the government, and within politics, and within the media. And so, obviously, shadow governments are going to be revealed, but that leads to specific secret societies that are going to come under fire, and that humanity, on a mainstream way, is going to see how much influence they have over the system. And they reveal another thing that's going to be revealed to humanity on the mainstream level is that how much the occult sciences influences the government. And so obviously, once again, the CIA is going to come under fire even more in 2025 through 2026, as well as a couple of major corporations. They're going to come under fire for subtle manipulation at the government level. Uh, if they have ties to like this sort of clandestine nefarious activities that they have planned for humanity. The Masons are going to come under fire in 2025. Not We're not talking about bloodline Masons. We're talking about the group that infiltrated that science, and that is the hidden hand in many aspects. And I know a lot of people get fearful and say, "Hey, we shouldn't talk about that," but it is a reality. Now, I would say 2025, but definitely going into 2026 is when you'll see the full machinations of what I'm saying in terms of the revelation of how humanity will push back so much against these secret societies, because they are going to realize of the role that they play in their own enslavement, and who they serve and what they serve and how they serve it. And people, the revelations of that is going to be more mainstream and more well known, and people are going to revolt, to be quite frank. And so, once people see how much these occult influences the government, now obviously the occult means hidden, is not necessarily value laden, meaning good or bad. It's how you use those sciences. And so you're going to see a lot of the laymen start to try to catch up and find out what all these things mean. Why was it used against us? Why was Saturn used against humanity? What are the malefic forces that they worked with that they reverse engineered to enslave humanity? All of those things are going to be revealed. Yep. I'm just writing something down to make sure I don't forget to say it later. So yes, shadow governments are going to be revealed. People are going to realize the two-party system is unconstitutional, as well as the IRS is unconstitutional. So it's going to be a lot of people thinking, going back, studying, bringing out political philosophy, governance philosophy, which is what I've been doing with the Nocti Order. But what I'm doing is novel in a sense, in terms of framing, carving out frameworks and political philosophy and political science, military science under the goals of a high society, which is the Nocti Order. And so what you'll see is people start to pay attention to the framework of what I'm doing, and they'll take it and run with it, and you'll see people talking about political philosophy, political governance. You'll see people talk about the philosophy of governance and government. That's going to be big in 2025, especially in 2026 with what's coming. And you're going to see a lot of people, the talks about what's constitutional and not constitutional is going to be major, not just for America. We're talking about people are going to be going back in their respective countries, whether they got parliaments, whether they got whatever laws, whatever constitutions that they have. Humans, because it's going to be, everybody's going to realize that this is global, right? It's a global new world order. That a lot of people, we got played. There was a bait and switch and all this stuff. Like, people are going to realize, like, hey, I think, we're really going to have to take matters into our own hands and start to look and see, what exactly is going on here. And so you're going to see people go back and look at the frameworks and realize how much the governance on a global level, and particularly in America, has deviated so much from those guiding frameworks. Whether, obviously, we're talking about the Constitution when it comes to America, but this will happen in the UK. This will happen in certain countries in Africa and in Asia, to be quite frank. And people will push back. They will push back on the secret societies that have influenced the Jesuits, the Masons, all of it, the Catholic Church. I mean, it's gonna be a royal rumble. It's literally gonna be a bloodline rumble and an interdimensional rumble of the likes of which you have never seen. And so, once again, they're gonna come under fire in 2025. I got a message for bloodline Masons later on in this video, um, because there's a separate group of those that understand the same science, but they are not under oath. They have not taken no initiation. They're not a part of nothing that you see in the main, as what you think about Freemasonry. Those are two different groups of people. But I do have a very important message for you that did not go ride the goat and didn't go through their little fake, botched version of Masonry. For those of you, and you know who you are, if you are a bloodline one, if that's something that or you're not. Okay. And so, and I do have a message for you, even if you're a bloodline and you made a mistake and went through Scottish Rite or went through Prince Hall, went through the Western version of the ancient science that they had nothing to do with. And if you did that, you still may want to listen to that message later on that's coming. But again, shadow government will be revealed at the highest levels, and humans will know who's been running it. Um, Not just on the level of the esoteric sciences of the wizards, the warlocks. People will find out about that, but people will find out about the interdimensional aspects of it, the interdimensional beings, and there will be revelation. To be quite frank, um, of how do I say this? The Draco energy or the beings that this is some heavy stuff. This is some heavy stuff. Do I want to go all the way there? I'll say this: demons and angels in the flesh will be revealed. So there'll be more awakening of humanity. Humans are going to see very strange and unexplainable phenomena. You just are. You're going to see very strange and unexplainable phenomena such as shapeshifting. And you got to be able to handle it. And I'm going to tell you this, humans, you're going to see both inauspicious and auspicious beings that can shapeshift. And if you don't understand the difference or catch up real quick, and you think that everything is a demon, you think that everything is a demon, that it is from the devil and all that, and you go and attack the wrong being and they spray your ass, we just letting you know that there's going to be both angels, seraphim. Like you'll see a human, but then you'll be a lot of you are going to see them shapeshift. Or you'll It's not so much a shapeshift, it's just that your vibration and your frequency raises so much that you can see who they truly are. That's all it is. It's not like an actual technology of, oh, I can shapeshift at will and all this stuff. I'm pretty sure there's some beings that can do that, but what's going to happen is the humans that are in flesh, the beings that are in flesh, souls that are in flesh, that have masked as human, and they are technically human, but we're talking about souls inside of a human flesh. You're going to be able to see the soul of everyone and what they truly are. That's all. That's a simple way to say it without saying, hey, there's reptilians and all. You know what I mean? You're gonna be able to see the soul of what a being is, and some of that is going to scare the shit out of y'all. Don't have a heart attack. Take a deep breath, relax, because you might be one of them people that's going to do the shape shifting too. you know and so you're going to hear more of it, if not experience it for yourself, but you're going to hear more humans just talking about that. They are going to try to shut it down a bit as far as mainstream. It may go viral by accident and stuff, and they try to hurry up and bury it. But you're going to see more and more people talking about it in 2024, definitely. I'm sorry, in 2025, definitely into 2026. You're going to see people like, yo, oh my gosh, like I just saw that. You're going to see this stuff with cats. Cats are going to reveal who the hell they really are in 2025, going into 2026, as well as octopuses, as well as, like we said, angels and demons. Um, you know how the original version of the way a seraphim's supposed to look with all them eyes and stuff? This is how a real seraphim angel look. Is not some white person with blonde hair and blue eyes. Come on, let's not be crazy. We talking about you gonna see earth, how the way real earth angels look, the way real seraphims, the principalities. You're gonna be able to see how some of these people look. Again, not all of you, but I'm be talking about, because again, the energy is shifting on this planet. So even if, say, you don't have like maybe even the highest vibration, that don't even matter, because it's like veils that's being thinned out, or like portals that's being opened, that are not, that you pretty much can view and see in. And also the frequency is going to change. And so even if they try to suppress it with the 5G and the EMFs and the lowering of the frequency purposely, none of that's going to work. And so you're going to hear more stories about, oh my gosh, what in the world? I think I saw my cat shape shift. Oh my gosh. And some of us already have seen that. Let's be clear. I've heard about that when I was 19 years old by a prophetess who was from Jerusalem. It was a prophetess preacher who, we talking about holy sanctified, like this is what she did 25 hours, 24 hours a day. But she spent a lot of time in Jerusalem, and she used to do very small revivals. This wasn't like no mega, church. It was like only 50 of us. And She told me and my friend when I was 19 years old about shapeshifting and reptilians. But she said that for some reason everybody nobody can see it but her. And she said God showed her this, and we said, "Well, we be able?" I remember when I was 19. I said, "We be able to see it?" She said, "Yeah, eventually." She said, "But you got to be able to handle that. A lot of people not able to handle that, and you got to be careful what you ask for when you asking God for these spiritual gifts and for these spiritual revelations." And that's what she told us. And we were in a it was called Cathedral of Praise. It was a Kojic church. It was a Church of God in Christ, and it was Pentecostal. And so we were like, wow, but we've heard of these stories, right? Many of us, a lot of us have seen some shit. People just thinking, "Oh, you just got high and you just," no, we ain't talking about you just got high, you smoke a spliff. No. We talking like your ass is sober and you go to the grocery store and you're walking down the aisle and and you see a human, and then they turn and you see some other shit, and you're like, "Oh my gosh," and you're gonna have to, you're gonna be try to drop your purse or drop, "Oh my gosh," and you gotta chill out. And they're gonna realize you can see it, and they may run. They may try to hurry up and scurry away, or they may, but I would say if you do see these things, don't speak out right now, because they may put like the secret societies on you, in terms of, like, say, your family members that you don't know get paid to kind of monitor and report what people are seeing in the spiritual realm. This is a real thing. And so if you go and tell, like, say, your family, oh, your mom or your cousin, or that you thinking you could just trust them, and they may be a mason or something, and you tell them, "Hey, I saw someone so shape shift and da da da." You got to be careful with that. So if you do see it, just keep it to yourself for now, the 2025. But there are going to be some people that get some really good evidence, and you're going to see some people more so on the mainstream level talking about this. But for those that, that you just in the hood or something, you just chilling in your house, you in a middle class, working class neighborhood, and you just see it, at a store or something. I'm saying you may want to, because these beings, some of you don't you I know that humans don't have discernment in terms of knowing who is an angel, who is a demon. That already know who's a good reptilian, who's a Draco, who's an Anunnaki, who's a dragon rider, who's a seraphim, serpentine, who's a Naga. Y'all not gonna know the difference. Y'all don't know that yet, because it hasn't been. You've been so brainwashed and so, I would say, sheltered in the age of Pisces, in the age of dogmatism, which was for the pretty much the last 2,500 years. So for the last 2,500 years, humanity is not familiarized with these differences. Now, in the past, yes, humanity has been. If you look at ancient texts and ancient descriptions of certain entities, yes, there's descriptions of all these different beings, but all that stuff is hidden from humanity. It's occult science. It's esoteric science, or it's hidden in the Vatican, or what the religious institutions have done is just said everything is a demon, everything. And so you guys are going to have to use your discernment of how you of what you know, um and what you feel in your soul. But also you're gonna have to really be in tune, and then you may want to do a little more research in terms of the descriptions of different beings, because it's back. It's all back. We're all back here. And being able to see someone's soul, because the veil is so thin, that's the real thing. And that is what this idea of shapeshifting truly is. And so you're going to have to, you know, I'll tell you, like, when I remember, I've seen an earth angel. And here's the thing. I always told you, my deal with God is no ghosts, no, I don't want the gift of mediumship or necromancy. I purposely said I do not want that gift. So I don't want to see no spirits, no ghosts, no demon, no angel, none of that. That was literally my deal. And for the most part, that has been the case. But there has been times where, unfortunately, the veil got a little too thin. It's like, oh, that's an accident. Sorry. And that has happened about twice in my life. Uh, but one time, you're gonna see some of the way the earth angels look in a real form. And I remember some of they're already around you and they already guard you and whatnot. You just can't see them. But one time, I was actually able to see, and I remember he was saying, he communicated telepathically. "Oh, you're not. He was like, "Oh, I don't want you to see me. I don't want you to see me." And he's backed up and faded away. But these things are gonna be happening, and it's gonna be enlightening. But we have to allow ourselves to grow. You know, um, it's gonna be incredible for a lot of people, and and for some, they already have mediumship. They already can see these things. There are women that can already see these things. There are men that can already see these things. They've grown up. They've been ostracized. Some even try to say that they're crazy, and they're not. It's just like there's a concerted effort to keep humans trapped in 3D, 4D. Now they want to keep you trapped in 5D. There's a concerted effort to put a cap on and limitation on the expansion of consciousness on in terms of the dimensions that people can get access to and intergalactic travel through consciousness. This has been what the role that the Masons have played on this planet in trapping and keeping humans down while they know all this science has been using all this stuff. And then anybody else that get it naturally and don't go through and take the oath, they just label them crazy and say that you're schizo or whatever, and they'll fuck you up because you understand the spiritual sciences that they had to go and take an oath to get and get up there. Well, there are humans on this planet that have that stuff naturally. And so they get very upset. And that's where you're going to see this big rift. This is why you're going to see a lot of exposure of things in 2025, because there's going to be a lot of humans that awaken up to those gifts naturally without having to go through initiations. There's going to be a lot of self initiations and a lot of dormant, encrypted DNA awakening, allowing you to tap into other aspects of your mind and of your brain. You only use 10% of your brain, but you just crack another 5%, another 20%, 30%. Then what? You can see you're going to be able to grow and see in different dimensions, and you'll see a difference in and even your ability and your gifts. So that means obviously quantum superpositioning, quantum entanglement, quantum teleportation. You're going to see humans be able to do. See, they trying to get this AI to do it for you and hook your ass up to the Neuralink and control your perception of reality with memories that they want you to know. They'll put a false memory in your head for all you know, putting that chip in your head. You can't trust that, right? Yes. So I want to acknowledge the comment section. Hey, Wreak Havoc. Hey, Wreak Havoc, and hey, Bowly. I want to say something. I didn't read. Remember, you were asking some questions about shapeshifting on the last live, and I didn't see your questions until after I ended the live, so I didn't want you to think that I was ignoring you. So but you had asked a specific question about that, and I can't remember it now, but we're on the topic of shapeshifting and all these things, and so if you can remember that, if you remember your question, I definitely answer it now. I just didn't want you to think that I ignored you last week. Um, and shout out to you, Reek Havoc. I see you in the building. But yes, these things is going to get real. It's going to get real, and like I said, there's going to be a rift between humanity and the elites and the powers that be, because people are going to realize they are illegitimate. They don't really have much power, certainly not any more power than what humans have, and they're going to realize, okay, y'all been using occult sciences on us, y'all been using spells on us, y'all been using witchcraft on us, y'all been using MK on humans. Y'all been using psychotronics on humans, radionics on humans. You've been abusing your power, and you took esoteric knowledge and botched it and reversed engineered it and used it to enslave humanity. And so we're going to use it to get ourselves free. And you're going to see people, regardless of their religion, looking through them books and looking to see, okay, what is this stuff, this shit with Saturn? Because I'm telling you, what they did was take something and reversed engineered it and used the bastardized version that they completely didn't even truly understand. But it was enough to cause enough damage and ruckus, but also manifest things that they needed to manifest. I'm not gonna act like this stuff didn't work or whatever they knew, particular the way the fallen angels had set up their version of Earth-based masonry. And so you're gonna see a lot of people realize, like, well, okay, if Saturn is not Satan and Kronos, and there's a misinterpretation of the sciences that these males stole, the secret society stole, then what? Let's go. What is this idea of this term, this dragon riders, and those who are revealing now? And I'm not the only one. Thank God I'm not the only one. There's like other people that just recently told me, like, yeah, we've been knew Yeshua was a part of the brotherhood of the serpents and the dragon riders. Like, they already, like, it's people that's already now coming out, and I'm like, thank God, because humans are going to realize, okay, there's different types of primordials, there's different types of serpentine beings, the Nagas, the Dracos, the Anunnaki, even some of the Atlanteans. Like these are different. They may all have same light codes, but if you don't know the difference and you thinking you're gonna go and attack someone that's on an assignment from God, thinking, oh, it's a demon, and then you run up on them, or you thinking you're gonna, y'all like to put people on lists and target them and make them target individuals, and they shapeshift on your ass and slam your ass all the way across, or break your fucking neck with just their eyes. Just look from looking at you and your ass. I'm telling you, you gotta be careful because a lot of targeted individuals are put on lists and warranted. And so uh you gotta know, you gotta have discernment, and you gotta go and look at that the gnostic text. There's so many gnostic texts, so it's a lot of work and a lot of research, but y'all gonna have to get it straight, because they're gonna try to put you back under a spell. They're gonna try to put you back under that religious spell, a religion spell, and it's gonna be impossible. We're in the year of nine. So what is the year nine? That's like the cycle of completion, absolute wisdom, and it relates to the divine feminine as well. So the number nine is very important, and that's the year that we in. So for those who may not know, how do you come up with that? You do the 2025. 2 plus 2 is is 4, and then you add the 5, and then you get 9. And so that's a very powerful. You were in the year of 8. Okay, so it was a lot of revelation, a lot of exposure, but in not number the year of 9, we are in the year of completion and humanitarianism and compassion. And so those that's been running this planet using fear-based consciousness and using reversed engineered satanic sciences on the people to run this system illegitimately, because they are not from the bloodline of the beings that they are claiming they are not. And they're bragging about being the descendants of Nimrod, and they're going up against ancients who are the descendants of Osiris, the ascendant of dragon riders, the ascendant of Atlanteans, the descendants of Ptah, of Sekhmet, of Hathor. Like they're literally going up against these people, and they're bragging about being a descendant of Nimrod, who was a hybrid Nephilim, who was a hybrid mixture. And they're thinking that they can go against that level of power. We're talking about descendants of serpentine seraphim, of Naga primordials. Like there are people, humans amongst you, running around who are descendants of those beings, and they were the ones put under the spell. They were the ones, a lot of them are targeted individuals, unfortunately, but they were the ones that got put under the spell and stripped of their inheritance, of their royalty, and stripped and funneled into projects and funneled into poverty, and nations funneled into poverty through the IMF. Them days are done. And so you're gonna see people realize, like, hold up, you ain't them people that you said you motherfucking was. You a Khazar. You ain't got no motherfucking power, bitch. I'm an Atlantean. You gonna hear humans like realize, like, yo, I'm a descendant of a dragon rider. Like, I have way more power than anybody that's claiming that they're a descendant of Nimrod. And so this is what we're heading to. It's like the Royal Rumble of like the gods, and humans are gonna be involved in that shit. But you ain't gonna be able to just try to think you're gonna get a savior. You gonna be actively in that fight. That's why I said your motherfucking hands better work as fast as your motherfucking mouth, cause you gonna be in that fight to protect your bloodline, to protect your legacy, to protect all that you worked hard for. These people gonna try to put a chip in your motherfucking head, and your social credit scores and digital ID, and rig the stock market so you lose your cryptocurrency, and fuck with you, and fuck with your job, and bring in all these damn immigrants, and they work for $9 an hour to build engineering Boeing parts. I just saw the article. And jobs that was 72K, that is somebody gonna work for 38K and push you out, and then all this AI stuff. Your hands better work as fast as your motherfucking mouth. I'm gonna keep saying it. And I'm talking to all Americans, and I'm talking to humanity. I'm talking to humanity as well. Okay? Because it's about to get real. It's about to be the Royal Rumble of the gods and their primordials. And they gonna try to put you to sleep. They're gonna try to. I mean, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna this Project Bluebeam shit that they about to push on y'all to death. That's that's some low level. Like, please get out of that. Like, that ain't the thing that that you want to get hung up on. That's a psyop. Project Bluebeam was perfected in the fucking 1920s, 1930s. That technology is old. It's already in effect. You've already been impacted by it. You just don't know. And so now they just now coming out. They gotta recycle. They gotta bring out stuff that's classified, but that's old as hell. And Project Bluebeam is old as hell, and they gotta make you think that it's new as hell. Just like AI is old as hell. And so they gotta recycle that and try to put you under a psyop because they gotta reveal that they who they are. These reptilians got these different interdimensional beings have to reveal who they are. Whether they work for God, whether they work for the other side, whether they low vibration, high vibration, Marine, Pleiadian, Lemurian, Octarian, uh, Illyrian, Dragon Rider, Draco, Anunnaki, Atlantean, from Osiris, from Sirius, from Orion. It don't matter. They all got to reveal who they are. That's the mandate from the heavens because humans, y'all just way too behind, to be honest. And it's really getting ridiculous. Is getting ridiculous. Y'all getting thrown around like rag dolls. Y'all see the bait and switch that they just pulled on y'all. Y'all see how them white boys is acting a fool over finding out that Elon Musk, infiltrated MAGA, which I told y'all that he was bad news. I got messages to confirm this, and I said it publicly on my Twitter. But I got messages saying like, "Yo, Elon, I will no to this Elon shit. Like, no, like, why is y'all letting them get that close to Trump?" And that's when I knew they gonna bait and switch on our asses. But it's much deeper than just that immigration shit. Like, that's Marduk. For those that's in the occult and those that's in the esoteric sciences, that's Marduk, as far as the entity that's on him. And so, yeah, good luck. Because those beings they do have an agenda that goes way beyond just some immigration H1B, what's it called, H1B visa shit. It is way deeper than that. So we'll cover a little bit about that. But because my video is not about him, but what I would say is, again, y'all gonna see that they have to reveal themselves. And so you got to be prepared. But guess what? It's also a reflection into yourself as far as who you are and what kind of beings, what hybrid are you? What's your bloodline? What's your genealogy? What's your surname? And what's your blood type? So genealogy is going to be important for the 2025 too. People going to be looking at them surnames because guess what? The targeted individual program and Black Ops programs, that's all going to be talked about. That's all going to go mainstream, like those that are being illegally on watch lists, illegally being experimented on Black Ops secret programs that people think have ended. That's going to be obviously something that's more talked about. So obviously, there's an updated version of MK Ultra, but you're going to see people talk about that in a more sophisticated manner. So, with more evidence, because right now this stuff is so Black Ops and the secret societies have taken pretty much more control of it. So when we talk about like the idea of organized mobbing and organized psychological torture and psychological harassment, that's covert and organized but secret, those things are going to come more to the forefront. Like, people are going to be like on news stations talking about it. Like, oh, like people are going to come forward and have really good cases, really good evidence, class action lawsuits, all types of things. You're going to see it more mainstream, if not completely mainstream. And that's going to be interesting because these people that were falsely diagnosed, falsely accused of being of lying and whatnot, and the people are going to realize, okay, there's something to this. And it's a lot of people that already know. It's an open secret. But what's going to happen is people are going to leak a database of people that's involved in this stuff. Somehow something's going to, I don't know if they're going to get a list of all the Masons or something, but something's going to happen where people start to separate the chaff from the wheat. Like, if you're a person that gets paid to psychologically harass an innocent person, and you get paid to do that because you're under oath or something, like, the public is going to have a list, and there's going to be a database that starts to get collated of those individuals, and the government's going to be forced, and they are not going to have any choice but to do something about it, because it's like it's going to go is gonna go start to go mainstream, and people are going to be like, okay, you already see people talking more and more about target, but it's going to be like, especially the situation with Jamie Foxx, he's a targeted individual. That's going to be the kicker. We hoping that that's the kicker, because he clearly is a targeted individual now because of what has happened. He survived that assassination attempt that put him in the hospital. But then there was another assassination attempt in a restaurant, but they put a red laser beam on his head or on his arm or something like that, or on a restaurant table, and then I don't know what happened, it might have escalated, but they cracked him in the head with a bottle too, and they send in subliminal messages, and there's covert harassment that he's going through, and so he may be under oath, he may not talk about it, but he may be one of the ones that decide to go mainstream, and we're hoping, but if not, there's others, but his situation is one in which you could tell, okay, somebody is after this person because he knows something, and somebody's trying to keep something covered up, so they are trying to assassinate him, but also intimidate him and harass him covertly into keeping quiet. And so what what God is saying for 2025 is actually do the opposite of that. Don't be harassed into quiet. And this goes for all targeted individuals across the world. Speak up more. Start to collect evidence and study the triangulation discernment method, as well as the reversion is intelligence and analysis and gaining your evidence. Start to file these class action lawsuits. Start to collate list of the people that are doing these things and put it public. Make it public. Dox they ass. Because you don't get to be a gang stalking ass bitch in secrecy, and harass people, then try to act like you to the public like you some good person, but that's really how you make your money. And it's so many people that do that, and certain people see it, but then you're not they if you speak out, you just get labeled crazy, and they make your life a living hell. And so nobody is speaking out. Very few people speak out. And so I'm one of those people that speak out, because I am a victim of such cruelty and COINTELPRO programs. So we're thinking that we may put it under COINTELPRO Project Phoenix. But as far as making it sound something that where a human can understand it, and then we'll get into possibly psychotronics, radionics, but we'll probably bring some documents of the research by the CIA. But all this stuff will go mainstream, and it will be packaged in a way where, like, it's not like a conspiracy. Like, this is an actual real thing that's going on, and it's a disgrace, and it is unconstitutional, and it is totally illegal. In all universal laws, as well as American laws, the Constitution itself, any American law, any admiralty law, as well as universal law, is totally illegal. And that is why God, and that is why 2025 energy of the nine of the divine feminine is going to destroy those that participate in such programs, as well as controlled opposition, as well as these wicked secret societies that are Satanists. If you are a secret society that is working for God, and not a Satanist, and does not try to infringe on other people's free will or use reversed engineered scavenger magic, then I am not talking about you. Obviously, we're talking about the secret societies that harvest energy and enslave humanity and enslave other species and try to enslave souls and try to capture souls. Though that's what we're talking about. Um, that all that's coming under fire 2025, 2026 is going to funnel into politics. Obviously, it's going to funnel, it's still going to carry out in the music industry. Still going to carry out in the music industry. Okay, people are going to spray people's asses, because people are going to realize, like, hey, I thought life was a struggle, I thought my life was just fucked up, or I was cursed or something, but it's the fucking Masons that's doing this shit. Like, people are going to freak out, because it's so many humans that's going to realize that, yo, this shit been happening to me too. Like, I just thought that it was normal, I just thought life was life. And so you mean to tell me that this is an orchestrated secret society that got people on a list, and they paying motherfuckers to go and fuck with their tires, or mess up their credit card, or steal, break into their house, all type. You gonna mean to tell me that all this stuff is like on some stage theater type shit, like on some Truman Show shit? Like, it's people that's getting paid to harass and covert, like, even like plants, like that's all gonna be like mainstream people, that even they spouses. So it's gonna be a lot of people freaking out, to unfortunately realizing that they are a victim of that, or even that they secretly or they unknowingly are participating in it, thinking that they're doing a good thing, whether they be a low level Mason that think that they're serving God or something, or a person that really thought that the person that was on the watch list or that the government told to go and do it too, they really thought that that person was a threat, or they really believed that that person was bad news. And so that's why they participated and they didn't know. So all of that's going to be starting to come to the forefront. But like I said, humans are going to see how much occultists use mind control in the media in Hollywood. They already know that. So Hollywood is going to continue to fall. Nothing new. But it is going to morph over into politics with that same energy. Okay. And then again, people are going to be shocked at how much the occult influences the government. They already know it influences Hollywood, right? They already know, but like the fact that they are actually themselves, the humans themselves, they get you to participate in the rituals unknowingly through even the simple act of voting, the simple act of watching a debate, the simple act of just your local involvement. People are going to realize that they're being used in rituals, and that's going to freak them out too. They're going to see just as well as like the codes, sciences, symbols. We already know about symbols, but they're going to see it at the level where it kind of like, well, damn, this whole thing is fake. This whole illusion is just fake. What do we need y'all for? What do we need a government for? Like, you guys are ruining our lives to an extent. You guys are not helping at all. And so that's how people are going to start to look at their government, and they're going to think this. They're going to look at the government as completely corrupt, as completely just ran by apparently Draco interdimensional beings and the Masons and corrupt intelligence agencies and corrupt military industrial complex. Now, not everybody in the CIA and in the military industrial complex is corrupt. Not everybody in the government is corrupt. I don't know the percentage. I know it's a lot that are corrupt, but for those that are not, you will be challenged to be the whistleblower. There will be more whistleblowers any damn ways. But this will be your cue. If you know you're not corrupt and you know you about that life, and you know what time it is spiritually, and you got that calling on your life, and you amassed enough power, and you feel like you can make a move. 2025 is the year to make that move and become a whistleblower and to help your fellow humanity. If you are a human and you know that you want to help your fellow humanity and you want to help your country and do right by the Constitution and do right by your ancestors, then this will be the year to tear the frame out of motherfuckers' ass. This would be the year to flame a motherfucker publicly and be a whistleblower and tell this is the year to be like John McAfee and Julian Assange and Eric Snowden. This is the year to do all that. We shouldn't have way more than just three. Should have way more than just three. We should have what? Maybe we got Isaac Cappy. That's four. You got Max Spears. That's five. It should be way more of them. You got Steve Coakley. That's six. You got plenty of people that's been waking things up, and they took them off YouTube. There was plenty of people bringing information, very powerful information, and they got them off YouTube. And they may feel like it wasn't worth it. People was saying I'm crazy. People they came for my job, so they went underground. They don't even teach no more. But 2025, we need to see way more of that shit, because it's going to be upheaval in systems that seek further control of humanity. So people ain't just gonna blindly walk like the sheep like they been. Thank God. You can fool people some of the time, but you can't fool a motherfucker all of the time. And so people gonna realize the jig is up, game is up, game over. Because people don't want to be in no damn matrix. People don't want to be lied to. And so you're gonna see upheaval in systems that seek further control over humanity. And they don't care who you are, because humans are going to realize it's not money that gives a human value. So I don't have to respect a billionaires. I don't have to respect people that's claiming they're elites. This is what humans are going to be saying. Like, it's not money that gives you any value. I don't have to, because you got to see people. People is going to be like, I don't have to value celebrity culture anymore. Obviously, we saw celebrity culture go down in 2024. So people don't give a shit about celebrities in 2024 unless they the real deal. And we don't really got much of that. So it's going to be the year of authenticity, which I've been saying for months now. Like it's like you got to be authentic, or coming in 2025. This is the year of the nine. Okay, and number nine, it deals with high level of understanding and wisdom, and being empathetic. Okay, being highly evolved. So a lot of wisdom and a lot of compassion. This is a very feminine energy. It's very powerful. It's a very primordial feminine energy because we're going into the age of Aquarius. We're already in it. We're already in it. But certain beings have a lot of influence, going to have a lot of influence in this year, and those are going to be Saturnian beings. Aquarius is, so if you're an Aquarius, you about to think you that bitch. You know how the Capricorns, they think they the shit. Everybody, every sign think they the shit. If you let them tell it, Geminis, Libra, Scorpio, every sign just think that they that bitch, and that everybody else ain't shit. And don't talk with a Taurus. Oh, don't talk with a Taurus. Don't be around a Taurus on their birthday because the whole month is their birthday. They slow as fuck. But they let them tell it they're God. Let the Capricorns tell it they're God. Like, let the Aquarius tell it they're God. Like so. But I ain't gonna hold you though. 2025 Aquarius is this. You will have a lot of influence on this energy. Capricorns too, because you under Saturn. Capricorn and Aquarius that are under Saturn. Y'all about to run a rip. And thank God, Koreans think we're the most intelligent sign. We do. We think we're the most, we see things before everybody else see them. We just think we the shit. We the most innovative. We the inventives. But the air, because we're air, so we're in a mental space. So we deal with a lot of air. But I'll say this, you know, this is your year to flex. This if you wanted to just act like the Aquarius or this and that, this is your year to do it. And Capricorn as well, because Capricorns, they're powerful. A lot of the earth signs, they're naturally powerful because where you at? You on motherfucking planet Earth. So the earth signs are going to have a lot of influence. Your Capricorns, your Virgo. What's your last earth sign, guys? Taurus. So they're gonna have they walk around like they the big dog. They think they the motherfucking big dog. Okay? It's like, okay, we're planet Earth. You're on our planet. We're on planet Earth. And then the air signs, mainly not so much Libra and Gemini, because they so loosey goosey, or aloof rather. But the Aquarius, which is air, everybody needs air. You have to have motherfucking air. And so, you breathe in air. If you don't got air, then what? You die. So, Aquarius, we like to walk around, and we under Saturn. Saturn governs planet Earth and is a satellite for planet Earth. So we walk around like our shit. We think we just the big dog. We think we the business. But all the signs are special because you got the fire signs. We like fire signs, and we got the water signs. I don't have much familiarity uh the water signs except for Cancer. But there's no beef, but I don't have much experience with a lot of the water signs. I just have to say that as much as like the fire signs and even the earth signs. But I do have to say fire is very important too. And let you tell it. The Sagittarius are the gods. Everybody else, y'all ain't shit. Y'all, you ain't no Sagittarius. Then you ain't no Scorpio. You ain't. That's what every sign be doing. Well, shit, Aquarius. We're the most intelligent. But y'all gonna be grateful in 2025 for that Capricorn and that Aquarius. The Aquarius is on and popping. So they always, they say we weird and we eccentric. Let that be true for 2025. Let that quirkiness and that what they say is that eccentric or that oddness, let that come out in 2025. Because that's going to awaken, that's going to help you with your spiritual gifts and help you with come alive. Because we need all of y'all. I don't care what sign you is. We need all of y'all shape shifting off this bitch. We need all of y'all awakening into your truest self, your higher self. That's why I have church of the not. That's why I have not the church of the higher self. Yep. And higher self means full integration with the inauspicious mind and the auspicious mind. Integration, as y'all say, wholeness, the Holy Spirit. Okay, and so 2025, higher consciousness, symbol of completion, culmination of knowledge and wisdom, Spiritual enlightenment. Spiritual enlightenment. Guess what, guys? Guess what? I'm gonna be 33 in 2025. Now I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get these codes for people who know, you know, who I am, or who just know how to do numerology and astrology. And again, the highest levels of people say, well, why don't you hide all this information? Why are you not hiding all that? When I say they've been on my motherfucking ass and I just didn't know it, they already know. Okay, they know more than what I know about in terms of who I am and what was going on. I had to figure it out. So when I say like I'm late, it doesn't matter. Like I'm telling you, they've been watching my ass for so long. It does not matter. But in the year of 9, the year of the serpent, the year of the dragon. Um, and again, when we say serpent and dragon, you humans, you really gonna have to evolve on your thinking of that. Because if you think that all that's demonic, you're screwed. Because you better go and you better read them Gnostic texts and you better read that Bible. You better read that. You better read it all. And that's why they trying to get people back onto the religious Catholic train and keep you away from studying all the books of the Bible. And you guys are gonna, in order to understand the whole thing, you're gonna have to read uh all of the texts that before the Council of Nicaea. So you're going to have to look to see what sets at that time were collating information as it relates to what you guys would say modern day Christianity. But you want to get that Ethiopian Bible. I'll just say that. Let's just keep it simple. Get that Ethiopian Bible. It's older than or you can use the Codex Sinaiticus and all that, and that you can use that too. Yeah, I would say because but use the Greek Septuagint because it has texts that are removed out of the King James version. So that's fine too. But you want to just use the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible. I mean, just read through it if you really want to understand. Because if y'all sitting up there thinking that everything is a demon and you go out and you go after a primordial that's working for God or that has God in them, and you go and attack them, or you try to go and get your team, oh, there's a dragon in there, let's go and take her out, and you going after them people, and you go and try to think, you pray, you go stand in front of their door praying with your Bibles and all this stuff, thinking that, and your ass is gonna be sprayed if you can't tell which one is who. Okay, so you better be able to know what's the difference between a Naga, what's the difference between a Draco, what's the difference between an Anunnaki and a reptilian, what's the difference between a Seraphim Serpentine, which is a fire angel that has dragon rider blood. What's all this? What's all this? You better go and read. You better go back and read them ancient texts. But I'll say this: in the year of 2025, I'm gonna be 33 years old. I was born January 22nd, 1992, on the 22nd, with a life path of 8 as an Aquarius. That's nothing but Saturn. That's nothing but Seraphim energy. That's nothing but Saturn. And Aquarius, it obviously we're in the age of Aquarius and the age of enlightenment. And I'm gonna be 33 years old. Okay? And when you do 3 plus 3, you get 6. In year 9, you get 69. Still getting 69. So for those that's in the Masons, y'all should know what that number 69 means to y'all. 6 plus 9, you still get a 6. Okay? 30, you get a 6. And you get a 9. You still get a 6 when it comes to me. And a life path of 8, and born, as an Aquarius born on the 22nd. So it's about to get real. It's about to get real. Y'all done sent, y'all keep fucking with me. Y'all done send threats. It's like, it's about to go down with the primordials. Like I said, it's gonna be it's really gonna be a Royal Rumble. For other Noctians and for other Americans, if you have done your similar, just a basic, nothing serious, just a basic numerology and what your numbers and what you going into with the 9, because this is good science for you to do, to be like, okay, well, what's that 9 gonna mean for me? What's your age right now? What you gonna be? What's your age? Is you gonna be 22? You're gonna be 25? You're gonna be 66? You're gonna be a multiple of 9? Think of that too. Is your ass gonna be a multiple of 9? Any multiple of 9? So let's go right here. You're going to be 9, you're going to be 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 81, 90. in the year of 9. Boom. You got a 99. Still get 9. So you about to be powerful. So look at the multiples of 9 as well on your screen. Which gonna be your age? What's your sign? You're a multiple of 9. Are you Aquarius? Are you a Capricorn? Hmm? Are you gonna be 33? Are you gonna be any of the master numbers? 11, 22, 42, 44? So you gotta do that same thing and say, like, what's this gonna mean for me? How am I gonna put this together and start to craft out my own, my reality and my narrative for 2025? What things I want to manifest and what numbers and plan. Like, you gotta know these things. And just do it very basically. And see, the thing is, you're gonna see a lot of humans evolve on that level too, where they, as far as like even the real religious people, you're gonna see like they ain't gonna have no choice because they're gonna realize like they are using sciences against us. And these, for whatever reason, you're going to have some advanced evolved Christians that that are reading and understanding material, and they're going to be like, okay, and they're going to take that risk. They'll be like, okay, we seeing this stuff in this Bible, we seeing this stuff in the book of Enoch, we seeing things about Saturn and these different beings, and they understand that they made an image of God as a hybrid and all this stuff, and they're going to start to use them same sciences to get free, to get sovereignty, to destroy controlled opposition, to destroy nefarious low vibrational entities. They're going to use them same sciences. They're going to be looking for Saturn, get Mars on that ass. They're going to be looking at the Solomonic magic, the greater key. They're going to be looking at ancient commission. I'm telling you, y'all can get mad. And they're going to try to put y'all to sleep. They're going to try to put y'all motherfucking ass to sleep. Oh, you better believe it. Oh, you better believe it. You go see the Muslims looking at Arabian Nights. Remember Arabia? That's some real shit. Y'all think that in Latin, when they was talking about Arabian Nights, there's a whole occult science behind that. Now it was a folk tour, sorry, that was created in Arabic language in the Islamic Golden Age, right? 1001 nights. But there's a lot of code. And so you're going to see the Muslims practicing heavy Sufism and mysticisms, but they're going to be able to tap into a lot. And they're going to tap into the feminine version of Allah, that was what it originally was. And for those who know, and for those in the know, they know that. And so you're going to see them talking, you're going to see, I'm telling you, it's about people going to be looking at, okay, y'all ain't about to be sitting there tricking us no more. We ain't about to go in no slavery. I ain't going into no, you gonna see humanity somehow. I ain't going into no slave wages. I ain't going. Man, we one step of, humans were living paycheck to paycheck and shit, struggling, working 40, 60 hours a week and stuff, and still can't make ends meet. Still got to pay 2,000, 3,000 in rent because housing is so bad. Or they gonna be fucking homeless. And I'm about to show you some videos that just got released of the homeless in America. So you're gonna see like this what you see Arabian Nights. Obviously, they put this in a Latin, and they talk about the tales with the jinn and all. People really gonna go back and start looking at certain things. I'm not gonna act like I'm familiar with all of this culture or this particular science. It's very. I can admit that when it comes to like understanding the 1001 Nights, the original versions, like going all the way back to the Egyptian version. I am very surface level at that. So I'm not gonna act like I know that particular craft. But I'm telling you, they're gonna be going back. The Muslims, and they're gonna be going back to look, and and it's gonna be kind of like a renaissance for humanity. See, that's where the show, the movie Aladdin comes from. Aladdin lamps, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, and all. I remember the movie. I love that movie. Aladdin was one of my favorite movies growing up. Um, but you're going to see like again people trying to get into all like try to understand the codes in here because it does relate to also it has some connection to Solomonic magic in King Solomon. And so you can see people going back because it's like, no, I ain't going in no motherfucking slavery. I ain't putting no chip in my brain. I'm not. You're not about to erase us out of history. We can't find jobs. Y'all messing up this. Y'all messing up things. Y'all trying to do another fake pandemic and trying to get people to take jabs and stuff, or they can't work. Humans are not gonna go through another cycle of that shit. You fooled us once. You fooled us once. You know what I mean? You might have fooled a motherfucker once, but you can't. They ain't gonna just keep going for that. They not gonna just keep going for the okie doke. And so you're gonna have people go back into these sciences, and you're going to see people talking about them. Another thing you're going to see is the admittance of the Khazars being converts. So like you're gonna see like the Khazars and like people that they're converts into certain identities or acting like certain other bloodlines and stuff. You're gonna see them coming out saying, yeah, admitting that they're not the original people. They have no connection to the original people that bloodline belonged to. You'll start to see that more in 2025 as prophecy plays out, and as the year plays out, 2025 going into 2026. They're going to see some things and realize they're going to get scared shitless pretty much and realize we got to tell the people that's not who we are. And you're going to see the tribe of Judah being revealed on a more mainstream level. Yeah, people already know what that is. We already know who's who. It's only 12,000 of us. uh there's 144. We ain't getting into all of that. 144,000, but it ain't that many. A lot of people have died or have given up their birthright by accident. Even if it was by accident or even they were coerced, a lot of people have given up their birthright, meaning aspects of their soul. um and so you'll see the tribe of Judah revealed, and you'll see admittance of imposter. I don't want to go so hard, but you'll see the admittance of people who were saying, "Oh, we're this, we're that." You'll see people realize, okay, they have no connection to those bloodlines at all. That they just are wearing someone else's identity, and that they just literally are just saying that they're that person, and they are not at all. And so you'll see the revelation of that as well, and it's going to be interesting. Okay, and again, it's bad in terms of like that the people that rule this planet have fucked up if fallen angels had to go and tell on your ass. That's you messed up. If fallen angels had to go and say, you know what, I want out. I'm just tired. I don't even want to be. What can we do to facilitate the end times? Because I'm just fucking tired. Because it was 33%, and so it's about to get real. I'm telling you, and I'm here for it. I'm here for it. And so another thing that you're going to see is obviously the disclosure of interdimensional beings, confirmation by the government of that. We've been told them to do that, but thankfully they're going to try to find a clever way. I still think they're going to try to go with the fake alien invasion thing, which is a very childish thing to do because that would be their last ditch effort to try to still keep humans low level by just if they pull the fake alien thing and use that psyop. And we're talking about the reverse of it. So they'll be saying, "Hey guys, it's fake, it's fake, it's fake, it's a fake alien invasion. They're trying to trick us. They're trying to trick us. They're trying to trick us." If they go with that narrative, that's where I'm coming from. If they go with that narrative, that's designed to keep you to make you fall back to sleep, so that you don't realize that there are interdimensional beings among you, and that it's time. And that's to just try to discredit actual interdimensional beings, whether they're good or bad, and to keep them hidden, because the powers that be obviously don't want this information out, obviously don't want to reveal themselves, obviously don't want to talk about this stuff, but they have no choice. But if they try to just say, hey, it's just a fake, they just trying to trick us, it's a fake alien invasion, go back to sleep, nothing to see here, that will be the play. And we already anticipate that they will try to do that. Again, it's not even like an alien invasion. It's just the revelation of new frequencies and dimensions and portals on this planet, as well as the veil being structured in a way where humans can see the quote unquote shape shifting, or what I would say what your soul is inside of that human flesh. It's inside of the human flesh. Your soul is inside of your consciousness, and is obviously part of your brain goes all the way down to the spine, connects to the navel, the brain, and the spine. And so that carries your epigenetics, that carries your codes, your light codes of your star systems, and the hybrids of what many of you humans are. And so what I'm saying is you'll be able to see that, or feel it, or know intuitively where someone comes from. So it's more, we get more into the soul, being able to see into the soul of a person. Even if, that people, people say, uh, go ahead their moments, they may not be at they best. You'll be able to see the soul in them, the power that they really have. So that's why you're going to see people be turned off by celebrities and be turned off by um, people that don't care about humanity, people who are fucked up. People are going to see that and feel it more in 2025. You're going to feel that somebody's a fucked up individual. You're going to feel that somebody is a righteous motherfucker that's really about that life. You're going to see the difference. You'll feel it. And so there's going to be a lot more discernment. This is what 9 is. So you ain't gonna be able to get away with that. That's why I told y'all, you a fake motherfucker. You better get, if you control the opposition, you better run for cover. If you one of the Masons that do control the opposition and get paid and whatever, y'all better find a way to get authentic. Because I'm telling you, the people is not gonna be with that. They're gonna be able to feel and see through psyops. They're gonna be able to feel and see through chicanery and stage theater and scripted theater. They're gonna be able to see all that. Another thing you're gonna see come up is that fights against the IRS. The IRS being unconstitutional. People debating whether or not the IRS is constitutional, what the role that it's playing, how they're bullying, man arming, and strong arming humans, Americans. How something is just not right with what the way they handle, the way they structure out certain policies, and the way they come after people and lock people up and all this stuff, and how they, people are going to start to talk more about that as well. They're going to be thinking that on a more on a public sense and a public consciousness, questioning the validity of the IRS. The targeted individual program is going to be more exposed, which I think we'll put that under COINTELPRO, Project Phoenix, package it in a way where people realize that there's some sort of illegal watch list that involves the infiltration of a secret society, and they illegally watch and harass and covert and do no-touch torture on humans, no-touch psychological torture on humans to discredit them, usually whistleblowers, activists, scholars, and very intelligent people with inheritances. So that means people from royal bloodlines and people who know about a crime and they want to cover up their crime. And so, you're gonna see more about those type of things. You're gonna also see the destruction of all COINTEL and the controlled opposition. A lot of humans is gonna over the next 2 years. A lot of COINTELPRO shit and a lot of controlled opposition is not gonna be trusted. Okay, like I said, a hacker is gonna make some sort of database of all like people that they think is involved in that program. I don't know how they're gonna do it. It's something with Masons, something with something, but listing them, and like the public is gonna know like, okay, these are people that get paid to harass people. Controlled opposition. Humans are gonna start to ask themselves, are they protecting a core deception of a system that they claim to be against? Are they doing it? That's control. You're gonna hear the word. You by the time 2025 and you're gonna get so tired of hearing the word controlled opposition. Like y'all think I say it a lot. Y'all gonna be like, it's gonna be like we want to make sure it's not overdone where it loses its meaning. But as far as finding a simple method for humans to see it and realize it, that's gonna be done in 2025. Pretty much, do you protect the core deception of a system you claim and a status quo you claim to be against? So if say you claiming you for enlightenment or the true teachings of something, and say like you're, but then at the same time, or you say that you against like institutions that harm children, but then you will support the Catholic Church or something like that, and try to promote and try to get other people to be a Catholic or something like that. Like people are going to start to see like that doesn't make any sense because you're not calling out the fact that the Catholic Church was behind running a lot of those pedo rings that harm the little ones. So you're gonna start to see people realize that there's so much controlled opposition particularly in politics and in the media. And so people are going to start to realize that these people are actors. Are these people stage theaters, or do they belong in some sort of cult or something? And that's where humans are going to freak out. A lot of humans already know this. A lot of humans already know this. But you're going to see the destruction of controlled opposition. And again, when it comes to the interdimensional being aspect, what humans are pretty much going to realize is that we are in a spirit world and that there's no separation. You this is the spirit world. It's just 3D. It's at a lower level of density and dimension. That's all. That's what humans are going to realize, that, oh, I'm just in I'm a soul in a body. I'm not separate from space, and I'm not separate from heaven. I'm not separate from God. I'm 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 at a certain sect of dimension and density of space based on my state of consciousness. You're going to see humans talk more about that, or understand that concept as well. So that's a good thing. And again, this idea that people are coming back, for this final hurrah, that's going to be a reality in terms of those who have crossed over as well. That's going to stem over from who has crossed over. And then also you're going to see people, very powerful people, and when we say it, they're going to cross over purposely for other reasons. I'll give you an example. Now, they're not going to take themselves out via unaliving themselves or anything. They're just going to know how to cross over, to because you have more power as your soul than you do in your flesh. Everybody knows that. Or you have a greater understanding. And for those of us that we start to gain memories, we're like, hold on, I was this, I was that, I can do this, I can do that. And so they will know the sciences, the ancient sciences of how to cross over themselves into the dimension that they once was, and they'll have considerably more power on the other side. And they want to do that to also help with the final battle. I'll give you an example who has done that. And I knew that they did that in 2018. Whew, when I say this name, I know other people who are more into the mediumship. Again, I'm not a medium, but those who are mediums, those who are necromancers, those who commune with the dead. I do not commune with the dead unless they come to me in a dream, and unless it's usually an emergency. It's usually an emergency when it does happen. So it's not something that there are people that can do this on a whim at will, right? But when I say this person's name, I already know that there's going to be a lot of people who are mediums that understand what I'm saying when I say this, because this was the only time where I could realize what she did. So obviously Kim Porter was taken out. But remember what she knew as far as the risk of writing that book, and what she said, I'm gonna write a book and I'm gonna tell what you did and blah, blah, blah. She knew that they were going to kill her. This is just a fact. Kim Porter knew, it's a wrap. I'm done. But she did know, I'm going on that other side, and I'm gonna beat y'all motherfucking ass until I tear the system down. And to did he go down? Hollywood exposed. Like when I say, again, I never can really see until like the dead or anything like that normally. But with her, for whatever reason, she's like literally one of the only ones in Aliyah, and Thomas Sankara. But like that never happened to me, where like, and guess what, guys? I saw it in 2018, and I did call a friend and I said she did that on purpose. I remember when she passed. I think it was 2018, right, or 2019. Um, when she did that, I said she did that on purpose when she died. You know, that's the first thing I said, and it was a beautiful, beautiful heavenly energies around her when she passed. Like, it was a beautiful, glorious, glorious, glorious energy around this lady when she passed. Now, I'm not saying that she was not uh taken out, because again, the thing is, she knew. It's kind of like she knew, okay, I'm doing this and I know they're going to take me out, but on that other and I'm doing this because I know my energy is more powerful on the other side, and I'm gonna beat these motherfucker asses from a higher dimension, because they on 3D. It's like, okay, these motherfuckers on 3D. They work for the demonic kingdom. They clearly are out of their minds. They don't understand these ancient sciences. They don't understand. They're doing the reverse engineer. They're vampires. She realized these things, and she's like, you know what? I'm gonna write this book. I'm gonna say write this book. If I can get through with the book, good. They take me out, I'm good too. This is what Kim Porter was saying. They take me out, I'm good with it. I'm gonna give copies to certain people. I'm gonna do this. but people gonna motherfucking know what happened to me eventually. This is what she knew. She said, I'm gonna fight so hard on that other side. I'm gonna beat motherfuckers. We talk about spiritual warfare, right? Like, I'm going to shake this damn planet where Hollywood's gonna fall. And she definitely had that energy in 2018. And I felt that. Now, mind you, I wasn't, a spirit. I have a spirit. I've always been a spiritual person, but like when I say I wasn't like taking nothing serious, I'm just like I saw that. I called a friend and I said, she did a Silicana act. And my friend was like, what was the Silicana act? Did she purposely know? I'm like, they took her out, but like it's something where she knew she'll be more powerful on the other side and could fight and finish her rest of her soul mission. Now the thing is, she is under contract. She did make a contract in this planet, and so there is just one last chamber that she got to break out until she could fully activate. So she's not fully even activated, but she activated enough. And she was one of the ones that said, I am going on that other side. She said, I ain't afraid of death. I'm gonna whip some motherfucking ass and I'm gonna expose these motherfuckers. Even if it's on the other side, whoever I gotta commune with, whoever I gotta drop quantum teleported information through their consciousness, and they ain't even gotta say my name. Like, this is the type of shit she was on. She's like, I don't even care if they give me credit, like, for me putting, these certain ideas or dropping off certain intel in the spiritual realm. She says, I am going after this system. I'm tired. My soul is tired. And she says, I'm more powerful on the other side, and I know that. And she said, I'm a drag these motherfuckers. I'm a beat P. Diddy ass. Oh, that's what she was saying. Kim Porter. She said he gonna. I'm telling you, she cackling. She, because she knew, because all that pain that she went through. Now the thing is she's not fully activated because she got to get through the element of consciousness that says, well, you were a part of that system too. You knew for a long time, even if you on a subset of what was going on in Hollywood on some level. And so, she got to break through that level to that comes from, even a certain contract, whatever she was in, would even be involved with someone like P. Diddy, right? And so though she had full revelation of what was going on and that was a principality, like this dude is sucking people's souls out their body. Like that freaked her out to her core. And the things she knew with the kids, it just freaked her out when she had that epiphany and she said, I'm writing this book. Whatever happens to me. And I know that I will get my vengeance. Now I'm not saying she's a vengeful person or she's thinking on the other side, like, oh, I'm just gonna, but when I say she played a big role in striking Hollywood down, well as Michael Jackson, well as Prince, way on the other side. And Michael Jackson, I mean, that the level that he had on the other side is just is bananas. Um, but it ain't nothing. Isaac Cappy is another one that did the same thing. I'm purposely putting this out there. I'm purposely going on the other side and I'm gonna fight. But I would say as far as she's one of the ones definitely leading the charge. And it ain't no, oh, we gonna bind her spirit, we gonna do this, we gonna do these rituals, da da da. No, this motherfucker, she's a black woman. She's powerful. And she want blood. Like she want to see heads roll. Now maybe blood is too strong of a word, but she want to see heads roll because she's up close and saw things. She was up close, so she knows. And if that was her mission, and she made that decision, she has a right to make that decision. And so I gave you that example because I'm trying to tell you that you're going to see more people do that in 2025. People of influence and maybe even people that in your own family. Now they're not gonna take themselves out, But I mean, I'm saying they're gonna put themselves in a position or come out with information or come out and say things where obviously they get taken out because they're gonna stand on the truth. It's like, well, this is the truth. I'm standing on it and I'm not taking it back. This is the truth. And you're going to see more and more humans do that. And then obviously people are going to go after, the powers that be going to go after them, take them out. And then that's when you're going to see a lot of energy shift because them souls going to be on the other side beating ass. Just like all them children that got sacrificed, all them children that got harmed and brutalized by the CIA and by the secret societies like the Masons, all that stuff. They're going to be on the other side. I already told a family member in 2023 that they back. I said they about to whoop some ass, these souls, and that's where you start to see the turn, and that's why they're the ones that's turning the entropic regressional energy of Saturn, they're the ones that's turning those octaves on its head of Saturn. And that's why they understand what the hell they like, because they're angelic now and they have connection to God. And so that, they back in a full form. They know who they are. They remember they're not under a spell. And they know the science of how to flip an element where you can't reverse engineer it because the frequency is too high. And that's why you see all this exposure stuff. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I went in July 2023 and told a family member, I said, God said we sending back all these children that got sacrificed, that they harmed, and they here at this time to destroy systems, but they souls. And I said they here to destroy, and that's when I was talking about Hollywood's gonna fall. And I sent an email to a very public figure and said that I said, it's a change of guard. That treaty done got signed, sent over, and it's raining, man. It's about to get crazy. And I signed it off, Kalima. Um, and everything came to pass. Since in 2023, since I said that, it all came to pass. But that's the type of. I'm just giving you the esoteric aspects of how it works behind the scenes. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to do nothing with the information. It's just, it's like that's how it works. Where when you see random turn of tides like that and people shit not working, it rituals not working. Look at that situation with Elon and how in Trump how they Trojan horse asses just got exposed and all. When you see that's ancestors, that's energies, that's the spirits, and I'm telling you, it's where it comes to this Hollywood shit, and the exposure to that Hollywood shit, and that tearing down of that Hollywood and celebrity culture. Oh, Kim Porter's leading the charge on that. Kim Porter's leaving a she's leading a charge on that, just like JFK. They're leading a charge on that. They like, you motherfuckers is getting out of here. We tired of this shit. Prince, but Prince, I have to say, is not as I mean, maybe people say that's bitter, but is not as zealous, to get justice. He's kind of like it's fucked up, and I was an activist, and when I in a human form, I'm obviously gonna. I still think that I say what I said, but he goes back and he goes in on planet Earth and then goes all the way all over the place, be everywhere, and then he'll come and do some things on planet Earth. But like it's certain people that's just like that literally are on that did not cross over, and but they still able to access other dimensions. They just stay a lot here. They just stay down here in a different density. And so they just stay down here and is on the other side just beating motherfuckers' asses. Because of what they went through. And so I'm saying there's certain people that would do that, but and Kim Porter's one of the ones that's sticking around more versus like a Prince be like, yeah, I come down there, da 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 da. Take my ass back to Andromeda. Let me go back to motherfucking Pleiades. I ain't got time for these stupid motherfuckers. Hey, you know how he was sarcastic and passive aggressive. You know how Prince will be looking at you, give you that side eye, like I don't know. The ghetto, the ghetto. That's how planet Earth is looked at to some people. But he does his thing too. And Michael Jackson, he could pretty much be from anywhere on any dimension, any parallel universe, exoverse, multiverse, omniverse, and be able to have to influence planet Earth still. That one's quite remarkable. So that's like opening up like a computer, a touch screen computer. Say you in Andromeda somewhere, you open up a touchscreen computer and you could zoom and look at planet Earth and see everything that's happening on planet Earth, and say you want to just help someone and point, and you say, okay, I'm Michael J. That's Kali J.N.S. Okay, let me just do. Here's this information, and just literally tap and say, do. There you go. There's the quantum teleport some information to your ass, and just keep it moving. They don't have to actually travel down or descend down. They could just do. I mean, their mind is just so out of this world as far as their level of consciousness and different dimension and density. And again, I know this may be new for certain people. If you're esoteric sciences, this is esoteric studies today, because we're doing 2025 predictions. So you are going to learn more about these different dimensions and densities and things of the spirit realm. Obviously in a video such as this nature. Okay. Yeah. And so Kim Porter, she's going on the other side. And so there will be destruction, to this planet of certain beings decided to go on the other side in 2025, or, and so certain primordials. And so, like, say if something was to happen to me, because they've been trying to get at my neck for a minute, and they're successful. It just happened to be whatever. Obviously, that has not happened because they know who's who. And so I go on the other side. It's a whole nother level. I've never took an oath. I've never been initiated. I have no binds to this planet. And I also know the dimensions that I come from and the planets that I have connections to. Even the dimensions that I have connections to. So it's like I go on the other side. It's pretty much we're detonating a fusion power on this planet. I mean, I'm just letting you know. Like it's like, and again, I'm not afraid, to be on the other side or anything. I don't care. But I'm just saying, like, knowing what I know was going on this planet, and because somebody would try to cover it up, especially what was done to me, and just because you just want to cover it up or you scared or whatever, and I get injustice. Oh, we it's a wrap. You think Kim Porter is causing a fucking ruckus in Hollywood? It's like you think John McAfee is causing a fucking ruckus? Like there's certain people that are literally on the other side, like bam, just beating the shit out of motherfuckers to tear down systems and institutions. And so if I get on that other side, I'm just letting you humans know y'all better run for cover. And I want you to pay attention to everything that ever take place. Like soon as it happens, soon as you find out, oh yeah, that crazy bitch Kylie J.N.S, they said she died, or they said, you know how y'all like the gossip in them back channels. They say something like that, and you get the date and watch how everything, and watch from that day on, like all the crazy stuff. Like you're gonna be like, what the hell? It's gonna be some of the crazy stuff you ever saw. If not that earth splitting in half. If not, I mean, we talking about like you're gonna be able to like literally see like a whole split going from continent to continent, from like huge cracks and all types of crazy shit. I mean, it's gonna be it will be the most wild. Every system will fall. Like we're not playing because I've been screaming from the rooftop of certain things that's been going on in this country, and everybody's trying to play dumb, particularly when it comes to targeted individuals and COINTELPRO and all this illegal shit that's been going on to American citizens. The injustice in housing, the injustice in the systems of people, the IMF, the all of these wicked systems that have been enslaving humanity, enslaving countries, enslaving bloodlines, mind control apparatuses, the occult sciences that were stolen from other people and stolen from other bloodlines being used and reversed engineered to enslave people, to keep people locked and trapped. Why they got the occult sciences and nobody else can know about them. And when they do find out about them, then they want to label you crazy and lock you up or try to force you to join. And so it's going to be a lot of it's about to be up. And again, them primordials be not playing with y'all asses. You're going to see Nagas, Atlanteans, beautiful spirits of the marine kingdom. And I'm going to tell you religious people this. What is your percentage of water in your body? What do you need every day to drink, to live and survive? You need water. What do you wash your ass with? Water, right? What's 78% of your body? Water. What you made out of? What was you born in when you was in your mama's pussy? When you was in her womb and when you was in her stomach? What was you surrounded by? A pouch of what? Water. When you came out, when water broke, what you came out, it was water. When we throw a baby in a swimming pool of water, what do they naturally know how to do? Turn on their back and float, or damn swim. If not, motherfucking swim. Kicking them little feet, doing the damn doggy paddle, or turn on a motherfucking mat and float, because that's what you was doing. You was already in water when you was in your mommy's stomach. And so I want to talk to you religious folks right now, because these marine y'all always talking cash money shit on this marine kingdom. Not every spirit of the marine kingdom is evil. And that's what I'm telling you. Y'all gonna screw y'all own self up. I'm telling you, like, some of these beings got permission to kill y'all. If you think you're gonna go tell rumors and spread rumors that they demonic and that they this and this, that, and you want to go and say that you saw someone shapeshift and that's demonic, let's go get our Bibles and let's go in a house and let's do that. I'm telling you, Y'all better be very careful with this because y'all need to go and really study because the Marine Kingdom is going to reveal itself as well. We're in the year of 9. That is a very feminine energy. That's a divine feminine. Feminine. Look at the way the word feminine is spelled. Feminine. And so the Marine Kingdom, spirits of the Marine Kingdom, both good and bad, but mainly the good ones, because honestly, the good ones is even annoyed with humanity. I'm not gonna hold you. They're annoyed. They ain't declare war on your ass though. They was about to. They did, and we called it off. We was able to stave it off. We know the abyss of the ocean. You haven't even explored the abyss of the ocean. We know how dark it goes. We know how deep it. Nobody actually knows how dark and deep it goes. I have to say that, but we know just a little bit. We know we like, damn, that's some power down here. That's some dark, dark, dark waters down here, and it go deep, deep, deeper, deeper, and you just can't get down here. But you don't think that there's living organisms down here? You know that there's living organisms in the deep, deep, deep abyss. Luminescent. They call it bioluminescence. You want to see? Let me type it in. Bioluminescent beings in the deep ocean. Let's put deep ocean. Let's see if we can get some pictures. Here we go, right here, guys. Let me make sure Rumble is still going because I know they be doing me dirty. Hey, okay, let me see. I see some comments. I see we got Bowly Bowly in the building. Okay, let me look at Bowly Bowly because I did not answer his questions, or her questions before. Have you heard of the Masons being required to Yeah, oh yeah. I'm a victim of that actually. Yeah, but my bloodline, one of the patriarchs in my bloodline said he walked away. But I don't you don't get the whole story with these people because they're under oath, so they're not going to tell you everything. But I am an actual victim of that's what I've been screaming about since 2022 that they were trying to sacrifice me and stuff. Yeah, they're required to do that to their own children. That is true. And I am a victim of that, and I've never hit it. It's like there's a clear track record of me talking about this for 2 years. That I didn't realize that I was the one on the chopping block, you know, and that was a misinterpreted science, and so that's why we were on their head. And see, Rick Havoc is a victim of COINTELPRO too. He's a targeted individual. And let's see. I suspect some of the older Black American Masons may have been duped, sacrificing family members after the game. Yep, because some of them are bloodline Masons, so they didn't have to go through. They didn't have to get initiated into that shit at all, and they gave up more power going under oath with them than had they just stayed uninitiated. But the thing is, a lot of the times they'll see that power and they'll target it. They'll still put you on the list to try to force you to join. This is what they did to me. They're putting you on the list to try to force you to join. So that means they'll fuck with you and do all types of shit with you, and you still, with me, I'm holding out to the end. I'm holding out. Like when I say I don't believe in that bullshit, you know, that's just me. And I already know my bloodline, so I don't have to do that. But they do trick people into they will coerce you. Maybe you don't even know at the highest levels what it's all about. They will trick you, they will coerce your ass, unfortunately, and a lot of people do fall for it. Then sometimes there is an offer of money and you can have anything you want. All you got to do is trust the plan and whatnot. There is some elements of that in it too, and it's a horrific deal, if you ask me. But people nonetheless do that. You said, do you think people like the Kardashians be exposed on a global stage? I don't know about these particular women. I think that because I know they were trying. I know Kim Kardashian just got fired from something, and then they were saying that she was doing on Skims. I think she did a project called Skims, and that had some success. But then there was another project she just joined, and it kind of flopped, and she got fired, and they were saying she was having a meltdown and whatnot. I don't know if that's all true, but a lot of the celebrities, you're just going to see some interesting things. And again, what's happening is a lot of people are walking away from oaths as well. And so that's another thing you're going to notice that celebrities walking away from their oaths, and they're going to get the blackmail used on them. So whatever blackmail they had over them when they were at the Diddy party or where they were at any party or whatever, or people coming forward with accusations, you're going to see that a lot more. And a lot of humans are going to be like, oh my gosh, like, they most likely did do it, but you got to figure that the Hollywood game at that level, that's what it's about. They blackmail you. They have to have something over your head to keep you in control, to keep control over you. So you're gonna see. I mean, that's kind of common knowledge now. Like you're gonna see their blackmail be released. So if they got a tape of them doing God knows what, or people gonna come forward and say they did this to me, they did that to me, all that's gonna be a thing. And unfortunately, it may even be it may even be true. Oh yes, the Notre Dame event, that was definitely a ritual. That there was no doubt that Notre Dame volleyball is talking about the Notre Dame event. Yeah, that was definitely a ritual. I think it was a ritual relating to the Black Madonna and the changing of a guard of the energy that they're going to tap into as it relates to the divine feminine. I heard from another person that it was the abandonment of the Baphomet and going into something else. But I don't know if that could be true. They could just still be dealing with the Baphomet, but I do think that they realized that they tapped into some bastardized version of science that to be quite frank, the black male nobility stole from the black female nobility of their secret society. I think that those who stole the knowledge from us, they just now are realizing that, and they're realizing that this Baphomet shit is for the birds. It's like what the fuck? Like it's a homunculus deity, which means that it was that a fallen angel created a reverse engineered version of sciences that they stole. But yes, the Notre Dame was definitely a ritual. You said, do you think Beyonce riding a horse? Oh yeah, that was definitely a ritual. um I gotta look at I didn't watch the performance. I just saw pictures, but there was a lady that she said she broke down the code. So I gotta watch her video to see what kind of code she get. Um, don't judge everything as evil. Don't there's people that communicate messages to their bloodline and to their dimension and to the people that they know. From what I'm seeing, the girl breaks down the code. Beyonce has hella codes in her stuff that I don't even feel comfortable necessarily breaking down to the public all the time. But I'll see what I'm not gonna watch the performance, but I want to see what uh the black female esotericist who said she broke down all the codes of the ritual. Or maybe we could watch it here. I don't know because then I probably get a copyright. But I want to see what kind of codes did what she gets. But from what I'm seeing, what I saw didn't look, I mean, I could tell it was a ritual immediately. That there was no doubt in my mind. I just didn't know like what all the codes are there or whatever. And so we got Wesley Curry the second in the building with the devil Jesus here. Okay. Okay. Are you trolling? I'm gonna read a comment. If it don't resonate, you're gonna be out of here. The economy wrecked by the nuclear war. 10 world leaders shall meet to find a fake Satan shall be in that meeting and okay, so let's see. Trump shall be one of the. Yeah, there's something. It's definitely playing out. A lot of the prophecies in the Bible are definitely playing out. Could that be stage theater? I don't know. I'm not sure as far as the computational algorithm of how a script plays out or how a simulation plays out. Perhaps, but there is something. You should not be allowed to enter a grocery store to buy food if you're not a member. Yeah, I think there's something to that. They're gonna try to put a lot of people into that. They're gonna try to suck a lot of souls at the last minute. And Wesley Curry the second saying that martial law show is gonna be put all over Americans. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. So let's see what else Bolly is saying. She's saying, do you think Biggie Smalls is seeking revenge too from the side? See, with him, I wouldn't know because that's not an energy that I have access to or that I want to tap into or that came to me. I'm saying the Kim Porter one was the most strongest. That never happened before. As far as what I could see, that she had did that purposely and was going on the other side to fight whatever battle she wanted to fight. It just trickled over into like obviously the exposure element was very important to her. This was her battle that she wanted personally to fight from the other side because she realized she was more powerful as a soul on the other side and that they were going to take her out anyways. And so Kim Porter was like, you know, I'm going to expose this thing. I'm going to expose this. And so that's the only one that I know. But Biggie Smalls, I'm not sure. Okay, when I counter sexual encounter with a man, they stage shifted was the best encounter I ever had. Oftentimes it is. What do you think that being was? Okay, let's see what else you said. When I found out my stepfather, grandfather died, I found out that he was a Mason. Yeah, same thing in most of our families. The same thing in my bloodline too. and all of his biological children were diagnosed as saying, yeah, because they were spiritual and they were seeing stuff, and he was they were his sacrifice. And see, that's what happened with me too. Um, they will sacrifice you psychologically through consciousness by labeling you insane if you are too gifted or you're not initiated, or they are required to as a part of a sacrifice so they can move up in the game. And it's so horrific. But when you say, as you say this, I know for a fact that it's true. You know, you said all of his biological children were diagnosed insane. They were insane. That was the requirement for the sacrifice. That's why when you look at like a lot of these psychological institutions and medical institutions, they all in cahoots. They all purposely, like if you start seeing real spiritual shit, they all purposely know to get on a code and just say, oh, this person is schizo, oh, this person is crazy, oh, this person, they feel like they have to do that. And I mean, at the highest level, these people are Satanists. And so that's another part of the requirement. And that's why when I realized what was happening with me, I'm like, yo, these people, my people set me up too. And that's why, I'm like, they was trying to do that sacrifice shit with me. And like you said, they started out, like she said, they started out highly intelligent and well educated. He ended up very wealthy, but then two tragically died, and the other two were declared insane. Yeah, they were all sacrifices. And yeah, but he ended up very wealthy. And I'm telling you, once again, my family member said he walked away. And when you walk away, they still target your ass. And it's sometimes worse, and they still target your kids. So we ended up still getting targeted. But they drove his ass. We talking about somebody that was going up in the rank in military, working at the psych ward. That's also your red flag right there, right? And working and going to college. Same thing. He didn't want to do whatever they were doing. They didn't want to follow the rules or the order. He walked away when, I guess, when he realized it required me, or me and my sister, perhaps. He became a targeted individual. They drove him to homelessness, joblessness. Can't own a car, can't get a credit card, can't get a bank account. My dad, I don't mean to put him out there, but you can't have nothing. He went off the radar and everything, like, but he's still incredibly powerful spiritually. And he warned me not to go into that system. And he warned that they were trying to recruit me, and so he warned me to stay away from the Eastern Stars and the Masons, whatever. Like these people, it's about battles for the souls. But but there was somebody else there's other people in my family. I'm trying to figure out still to this day. I still don't know who exactly was all involved, but I know it was a lot of people, and I know people still are trying to cover it up and cover for the people that are involved because they cover for each other. And so now they switch from, when they can't kill you because of God's anointing on you, because your will says no, you're not going to join, you don't give a fuck, you're powerful, you're a spirit in a human body. When they can't do that way, and that's when they just put you on the targeted list. And that's where you see the covert harassment, COINTELPRO harassment, organized mobbing, organized stalking, um covert things like this situation I'm dealing with Airbnb. Now that Airbnb file, the whole file is released publicly of 8 hosts in less than 1 year in the same area doing covert things to violate Airbnb's policies. And then working with Airbnb, you look at the logo of Airbnb, it's a Mason compass, just so y'all know. Look at the logo of Airbnb. And they're working with Airbnb support or whatever to carry out that's discrimination. Obviously I wouldn't tell a target because again, people are going to realize what's going on with Airbnb and that they also running a human trafficking thing. That ain't got nothing to do with me, but that other stuff where they got a secret society has definitely infiltrated Airbnb, and they all work and they do like covert harassment of people of guests and stuff that are there, and they'll do a number of things to and again with my situation, I've collected the data and the evidence in such a methodical way where we're using the reversion intelligence analysis and the triangulation discernment method where we're catching deceptive behaviors, illogical idiosyncrasies, um, lies. We're catching them in those acts in combined with violations of Airbnb policies itself, and we're documenting and collecting the evidence, recording the phone calls, and all of it's all publicly released. And they're still so now it's like, okay, you're discriminating, but for me, I would say I couldn't just go in there and be like, hey, you're just doing a target. I would go and say you're discriminating against a black woman, and we have the evidence of that, and here is these evidence of discrimination and violation of your policies, and you're working with them to do, and that's how we would do that. And even if nothing comes out of it, the information is forever public, and those who are logical and intelligent can clearly see that something was not right. It doesn't take, it doesn't take a rocket science to realize, okay, these people are incredibly slow. But they've realized again, I'm not a typical human. Like they've got away with all that stuff with millions and millions of people. They've gotten away with that type of stuff. Targeted harassment, covert harassment, COINTELPRO, fucking up people's lives. Like they've gotten away with it, and then people don't know what's really going on, or they think they're cursed, or they don't know, but they don't know it's the Masons doing it. And so it now, when in my situation, I'm a military scientist, so I see the world differently, and I know how to be quiet and sit on things. Like I have endured, you have no idea the psychological torture I have endured with Airbnb hosts. One of the Airbnb hosts try to let her dog attack me. There's evidence of that as far as the text messages and protocols about that detailed, documentation. One of them let try. She let her dog. The dog would be like when I try to leave out of the house, the dog would just be right there. And it was a Rottweiler, and it would bark. And I got video evidence of this. um like video evidence of the dog sitting right out there right by the door of the Airbnb, because I was, as when you're a targeted individual, you have to find that stability again, because they go after your bank account, they go after, your housing. So you have to go and kind of, so it was a rough year for me in many ways, and enlightening in many ways too, you know but that was the situation. And then another one, like that same Airbnb, my all this is documented. Like I've literally sent a text message like, "Hey, did you lock the door? I can't get out." She would this person locked the gate to where I couldn't even leave when I wanted to. They would have to let me out. Mind you, it's the same person with the dog that would leave the dog. Like it was crazy. And then obviously there's evidence of that. And then they were bang, bang, bang all day, just 24/7, just bang, bang, bang. It was better at night, I have to admit. At night it was okay, but just bang, bang, bang 24/7. Like even where I'm at now, I moved to a new city. That's actually named after my great grandfather. I didn't know that because we call him AD. But I moved to a new city recently that's named after my great grandfather, who is a master mason, by the way. Um, yeah, and I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know he was that. That was his name, because we just you call him by his initial. But where I'm at now, there was a huge roach infestation, and it was behind a refrigerator. And so they were crawling like all in the cabinets and stuff. And I had moved the refrigerator. I studied where they were coming from, and I said, okay, it looks like they're coming through this refrigerator or something. So I moved it, and that's what I saw. And I obviously documented pictures. I took all the pictures of it and improved that, that it had been here. It wouldn't come from me, because where I was at, I was in a lease, and that place is 1,000 times better where I'm at now. But they had pest control. Like there was nothing that where I came from. You know what I mean? So, and then I had proof that there was like boron tablets all over the place, and I only shop online. There's no history of me ever buying a boric tablet or something. There's no history of me buying Raid. The spray was already here. Like there was no history of me like even with any receipt. If we were doing a discovery period, and it's like, okay, we got to prove that you have bought this Pacific Ray spray that I actually took pictures of. I'm like, no, I never bought any of these things, like ever. Not that particular brand that's in the picture. And then it was placed way high up where I couldn't even reach it, because I'm really short. And so I'm like, y'all already had this issue before I came, And so then they started turning the lights off. Like I don't have a control of the breaker box, so that the lights kept going off. When I plug in certain things, and sometimes it could be like coincidental. Where like, okay, well, the sensitive maybe you plugged in too many things. That could be a reality, and I'm willing to acknowledge that. But when you look at other targeted individuals situations, that's kind of the main theme. Like now you got to start doing your triangulation, discernment analysis, and be like, why is it so many of people saying the same thing? And then 3 hours without lights. 3 hours? Yeah, it seems purposeful. Um, so granted, it's covert harassment, so it's like it's designed to where you can't prove it, or if you speak out, oh, you sound crazy. But with me, as a military science, I'm very methodical and very intelligent. And I'm not bragging. I'm not the most intelligent. I don't know everything. But I'm saying when it comes to like dealing with these people, because again, their frequency is so off, because they literally are They know what they're doing. They got to hide it from you, but you know what they're doing too. And so their frequency is already in a fair base because they already know that I'm onto them. And so I'm able to document things clearer and more precise in a way where it's logical. It's like more like I have to be very methodical as a military scientist and think like, okay, illogical discrepancy here, deceptive dispositioning here, something that's like you have to frame it in that manner, and then to prove plausible deniability, or not to prove, but to diminish plausible deniability. There's a methodical science that you have to work in to attack plausible deniability, so that you can get out of like this claim that they want to, oh, you're crazy, or that's why you don't really, people say it, but they know deep inside like, damn, she really found out all this shit, she really found out this program, she really cracked the code on all of this at the highest levels. For me to get a phone call from about 7 state attorney generals studying on my head, asking why the fuck that he ain't take me out yet, and the 13 blood, like literally, it's a public figure to call my phone about the 13 bloodline families that's willing to go to war with you, like this. They are pissed that I found all this stuff out and been able to craft out, you know, a methodical science that can make the case like, no, this is not a coincidence. 8 Airbnb hosts in less than 1 year doing three, mind you, got to be at least three. And then with some of them, we got 6, 7, 8 incidences. And so we're looking at a close to 50 incidences of illogical discrepancies, deceptions, lies, or clear just violations of Airbnb policies. So that amounts at least to discrimination, if nothing else. If nothing else, we talk about discrimination based on race, whether it's my gender, whether it's my race, or whether it's just, even if we don't need to go into the, oh, this is covert targeted harassment by the Masons and it's secret society infiltrate Airbnb. Like, we don't even need to go through all that. I don't even have to go and make that case. I can just make a case for just discrimination. And there's been clear discrimination. And even where I'm at now is totally illegal stuff that has taken place with Airbnb support. And so I released all of that information, all like the lies that Airbnb got caught in, the recordings, the illogical discrepancies of Airbnb support, as well as the hosts, clear just patterns, like, because it's eight patterns. So we're talking about 8 different hosts. So it's like, okay, so multiple places, multiple Airbnb hosts all got roaches, multiple Airbnb hosts all don't want to, got dog hair, and why is the Airbnb host harassing a guest with a dog right outside, a rock roller outside of someone's uh door, of the exit that they got into? Why did you lock them in there? Why would you lock a gate to where they can't get out without you having to let them out? What is you really doing here? And then all that be documented in text messages. And so I released it all public. The address is gonna be public, the phone number's gonna be, I don't give a damn, because I already had told this government to stop fucking with me. And so it's like, you want to be a gang stalking ass bitch, you want to be a sellout and take money from this U.S. government to harass me and covert, then your bitch ass can be known to the public. It's as simple as that. What the fuck I gotta cover for y'all for? Because if I was covering for the whole year, but it's like they still didn't give a fuck. Like, and I told you about that Airbnb host that literally let a white man break into where I was at, move my things around and leave. Now everybody that's a targeted individual know that's the textbook tactic that they do. Come in while I was there. I was in the bedroom butt naked. I got the recording of it. As far as, them apologizing and them trying to play dumb and act like they didn't know what was going on, and them admitting. So you can't say, oh, were you just crazy? Or no, the recording speaks for itself. The recording states that, oh yeah, I apologize. I walked in there, and yeah, my shit was moved all over, and the person got off on doing it. So your bitch ass can go, your bitch ass address can go right up where the public can see it, as well as your picture and who your name and number, because people need to know. We need to avoid a sellout human or demon, whatever you are, that would take money and that will covert harass an innocent citizen in a secret, covert manner. The world needs to know who you are, your address, because people need to avoid these Airbnbs. People need to avoid these type of people. Because they invade privacies. They make up lies. They lock in people. They using dogs to you can't even leave your damn. They didn't even want me to leave the fucking Airbnb. Now these are all different Airbnbs in the same area, and I'm trying to get stable and get housing. Now, guess what? They did all of that. I do got a house now. Now I'm by myself completely. I stopped being cheap. Just gonna pay my security deposit and all that shit. Apply, got approved, and got something all to myself now. I ain't bragging, it's been, it got approved the day after Christmas. It got approved the day after Christmas. So it's a nice house by myself. Now, could it be another setup? I don't know. I don't even care. Shit, as long as you know what I mean? But I do got to do everything on my own now. I know y'all probably like, damn, you 32, you never had a house. No, I've always had apartments. I always, never even really had a lease. Do you guys know I never had a utility bill in my name? So I'm just now even learning the process of how to get a utility bill in my name is with with the power and water. I don't know about that, but guess what? That I said, damn, I don't know how much electricity costs or none of that. I went and I saw just a little bit. I said, oh hell, motherfucking no, solar panel time. So now I'm learning about solar panels, solar panel lamps, solar whatever, solar. They got. I found a solar panel air conditioner. Sure did, sure did. I'm like, no, 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 no. That motherfuckers got me fucked up. I didn't even know electricity cost that much. Because everywhere I've been written, utilities was included, right? And so I just had no idea, and so I realized like, damn, now I'm about to get a clue. And to be honest, those and those type of programs and situation that I told you about with my situation, you guys know even with the bloodline and the way I told you I grew up, I have been kind of sheltered and baby in a sense. I didn't know I was being sheltered and baby. I thought, I had some air of independence, but now I'm realizing, like, damn, I didn't even know the process of getting no motherfucking water in my name or getting no damn electricity in my name. I didn't even know the process of even working with a real estate office, working with a real estate company. I did not, I just don't know. So I'm realizing, damn, they really did, these Masons or whoever, they really did, like, was sheltering the fucking hell out of me. I wouldn't be able to tell you what is the average cost of electricity, but I just don't know. But when I looked up what I saw online, I said, okay, where's them damn what's solar panel shit? Like, what we got to do with what I got to learn about solar power? Because I'm not about y'all not getting me. Y'all not getting me. What about rainwater? Like what the hell? I got to do my own lawn, so I got to learn how to mow lawn because I'm not paying for it. I already know I'm not paying for it, so I got to learn. I got to mow my own fucking lawn. I never had did these things before, and I know I'm old as hell. I'm 32 years old, and it's like, damn, you don't even know. So I gotta get a lawnmower. I gotta get some hedges, some trims. I'm gonna be doing that shit myself. I'm gonna learn because whatever I don't know, I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna go on YouTube and I'm gonna learn how do you mow a lawn. You know, because I already know I'm not paying for it. It'd be good exercise too. But yeah, like I'm so pissed off at Airbnb, but I'm not giving them no more energy because I know they want that energy. But we are gonna take it litigation because they are clearly have committed illegal acts. And so I'm not gonna go in there and be talking about the target individual stuff because I'm just gonna go off of discrimination of Black American because it's clear discrimination. The way Airbnb support handle it, as well as what the hosts have done, as well. And so they wanted to do covert harassment. But I'm saying on the spiritual side, I know who these people are and I know what they're doing. And for that, it's like, nah, all of it need to go public. We need to expose Satan. We need to expose these people. And people could say, "Oh, COINTELPRO stuff don't is not real. The CIA Black Ops stuff is not real. The shadow government is not real." It's about to be revealed. It's about to be revealed in 2025. And many of you guys already know what I'm saying is true. Is either you scared to talk about it, you under oath, you're the person that's doing it, or you're the victim of it. So everybody knows. But like you said, Boli, yep, they sacrifice their kids. And again, you see multiple families that had the same story. You have multiple families that had the same story. They got these highly intelligent ass motherfucking kids. They well educated. They end up dying or ended up going insane. Supposedly, they tried to pull this shit with me, and it almost worked. But I broke them spells and them programming, and then thank God for righteous ancestors because they the ones that protected me, as well as many other dimensions and many other entities that already knew who I was. My soul is fucking old. Now we in the human flesh, right? We in a human body, but I have a different soul age. I'm 32 years old. Do you think my soul is 32 years old? Really? Now, I admit, in many things when it comes to planet Earth stuff, I'm very underdeveloped in. Like I just told y'all, I never even had a utility bill in my name. I don't even know how to drive. Yep, y'all could use that against me too. I don't even know how to drive. I do got a permit though, and I did go to driving school, and I'm about to go back to driving school. but I don't even know how to drive. People chauffeur me around. I didn't even driving Miss Daisy, driving Miss Daisy. You know, that's how. No, no lie. That's how I live my motherfucking life. Driving Miss Daisy, and I'm in the back of the car. That's how. Not no more. I gotta drive my own state of consciousness at least. I can't be under nobody else's programming and social engineering or nothing. But just metaphorically and even figuratively, never having to pay for my utilities. Uh Never having like I don't even do my own grocery shopping. And I always use Instacart. Like don't know how to drive. Always having someone drive me around, you know? So I have, I'm just now at 32 knowing those basics. Got to learn how to mow a lawn. Got to learn how to, you know, uh, got to know about solar panel energy now. Because I'm telling you, I already been researching things. I already found stuff that I'm using. They got solar panel lamps. They got solar panels that charge your chargers for your motherfucking phone. They got solar panels for all types of shit. I found other heating alternatives. I'm not playing out here. I'm not playing out here, but I am grateful that though they want it, though, just like what they say, whatever the devil means for bad, God takes it and turns it for good. These people was planning on fucking with me. I had rented this space for 3 months because I had moved to a new city. And I admit, I moved to a new city and I did use Airbnb because I literally just, I had paid somebody to put my stuff in their truck and drive me hours out of the city into a new city. And I paid him by the hour. And he moved my stuff in and I was on my own. And so I was planning, it was a 3 month stay, 91 days. And I said, well, I'll take some time to, and that was being cheap. I said, take some time to save and save my money and look for housing in 3 months because to be honest, I was stressed out towards the end of my lease in my other place. And so to be honest, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to move to a new city that's further out and rent through Airbnb for a couple of months, and then I'll go and do the apartment hunting thing. And so I did come out here, and obviously, you guys, the Airbnb I was at, it already had a roach infestation, turning off the lights, banging, banging, banging all day. And when I say it's like just banging so loud and all this stuff, so I was like, okay, I already knew what time it was. I said, okay, so this is that shit again. But the roach infestation, I ain't gonna hold you. That was a draw. That was a bridge too far for me. I could do spiders. I just can't. I can't do that. So I did. That's when I complained, of course, to Airbnb support, and that whole case file is available. But like I said, the day after Chris, I had to apply for like different places and waiting for approvals for different places. Making sure that I could find some housing because I had changed my reservation from 91 days to 30 days. And so thankfully, the day after Christmas, I had got approved for a place that I wanted, a single family house. So there's no neighbors. It's not a duplex. It's not an apartment complex. It's just single. It's just a house, And so and I'm by myself, and it's not in the hood. It's like so. I'm like, you know what? Or maybe it is in a hood, but just in a better area. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the city. I found out that this city was named after my great grandfather, who was a master mason and a bloodline mason at that. But he was also an actual. I guess he joined the actual organization too, but he was a bloodline mason. He didn't even have to join them, but whatever. People didn't know. Um, and so, and I'm in a city named after my grandfather, and I was so happy to get that approval. And I'm just moving in it. I have to learn things. I have to learn how to what how much electricity costs and how to get a water bill and shit. How to hook up a security system. I have to get a whole security system. Already got it. It's just I have to get it installed. Like you have to. I never even had an internet bill really in my name. When I was younger, I did, but so it's like it's like in many areas I'm really well advanced and well developed, especially when it comes to the spiritual stuff and things that relates to the mental plane. Because I'm an air sign, so you can't. I mean, that's just going to be obvious. And I'm an Aquarius, but when it comes to like the earth-based stuff of what the average American citizen is already familiar with. I mean, the average American citizen knows how to fucking drive. The average American citizen knows, the basics. I'm learning those things on planet Earth, and it's just like, damn. I really felt like when they talk about air, B and B, look at it from the occultic spiritual side. In the air, as an air sign, like in the air, and then look at the logo. We'll look at it together actually. Matter of fact, oh, did I? Oh, I thought. Oh, remember I was showing you guys this about the. I want to get back to that Marine Kingdom thing. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull this up separately because I don't want to lose my point because I do want to get back to that Marine Kingdom thing. But what we'll do is I'll do this. We're going to look at the Airbnb logo. We'll look at it here. Airbnb. Oops, what I do? Okay, here we go. That's that logo, right? You see that? But look at this. And compare the two. Okay. That's the Mason compass. And then look at Airbnb. And again, you look at the codes, Air, B and B, and that's literally how I've been finding housing since 2016, with the exception of two places that I stayed. I did stay in a student housing in 2016, as well as the Airbnb, long term, mind you. And then I had stayed in the back of the CDC, well, in front of, and it's in front of the CDC, but I kept seeing the back of the CDC for some time too. But then I for like literally for like the last couple of years, like I've just been renting through Airbnb because I just thought it was cheaper, and then the utilities were included. So that was my logic going when I was younger. Obviously, it was like utilities are included, and um you know, it's cheaper. You don't have they don't have to do a credit check because I had messed up my credit when I was 18 because I took out credit cards, and so that was literally my reasoning. Like it was just like, okay, I don't have to go through no approval process. I just go in there and book up apartment, and then boom, I got a place for a couple of months or even a year. Like one Airbnb, no lie, I stayed there 2 years. Literally 2 years, and pay my rent. um and then we got off the app or whatever. And that's what it was. So to me, it was always easy. But obviously, what has transpired for this last year with that's obviously that hasn't been the case anymore. And so, thank God my credit had got it improved to 750, and so I don't have to go that route anymore. So thank God for that. And then also I started, working more on business and bringing in some more income, so I didn't have to go through that route. But that was my reality. And so though I moved out to a new city and still use that service, there clearly some sort of infiltration on that site. And as it relates to Georgia, and there's something that they need to look into in regards to that. But the thing is, Airbnb is in on it because of the things that I've caught two Airbnb support workers in lies, and clear violations of the policies using discrimination. And so that's all documented and now public as well. And so there's something clearly going on with the Airbnb hosts and the Airbnb um, corporation itself. And I also think that spiritually and psychically, and I'll give you something clairvoyantly, that this doesn't relate to my case and my situation, but I'm going to give you another thing that for those who um, maybe want to do an investigation or just curious, I suspect that they're also engaged in human trafficking as well. Now, this is what I know psychically. For some reason, I knew that psychically for quite a bit some time that they're involved with with the booking and going to these different houses and stuff. They're running it as human trafficking as well. And I psychically see that. That's the psychically and clairvoyantly. Now I have no proof of that. Now when it comes out, because I'm saying when, um, that I don't know when it's going to come out. I don't have a time frame. I just know psychically there's something going on with this site and with this company, and or if it's not if they're not if the site itself is not involved in human trafficking, they have hosts that are working in a network that set up some network and are using it for that as well. The actual network, and they're communicating in certain codes on the network to um do this human trafficking thing. I suspect that I see that spiritually. Now, when it comes to my case, I think another aspect of it is that they're working covertly. Uh, Maybe this is infiltration of a secret society of hosts that all help each other get on the network. And when a targeted individual uses the site or uses or books a place, they go through some sort of app or something or list, and then that's when they do the targeted harassment. Now, again, we caught 8 Airbnb hosts in less than 1 year in the same area, engaging in at least three or more deceptive, illogical idiosyncrasies and behaviors, and it's all public now. And so it's public so that people can avoid those particular hosts, and then they can study the patterns. And then target individuals who know for years that those are the tactics that they use, they know for a fact that I'm not lying, and they know for a fact that those are the tactics. And I just found out I was targeted individual in 2023. But when I review my life and what I study and research with others and their patterns that they realize, the same patterns, I said, oh, this has been going on since 2015 and maybe even longer. I just can't. I'm just not thinking so hard. But I said, wow. I said, this has been going on for a very long time. Coincidentally, when I started booking long-term stays on Airbnb. But, that's neither here or there. I just thought it was interesting, right? But I want to get back to the biological luminescence that we were talking about before I got distracted. Because I do want to finish up Bully Bullies. I do want to finish up Bully Bully. I hope, okay, okay. Let's see. We had that. I just want to make sure I got all your questions. Kim Carter videos so disgusting. Like, do you think it was a humiliation ritual? I didn't even see it. I know you said something about as dressed as a Virgin Mary. Yeah, they're trying to tap into the divine feminine, but they don't understand the ancient order who created those sciences, and so they're still botching somebody else's esoteric knowledge. That's pretty much all it is, and they have no idea what they're doing, and they're about to learn. You said my grandpa is a Mason too. He's slick evil. Yeah. You said my dad is a weirdo. He used to kiss me on the lips as a child. Yeah, wow. So many people have similar stories. That's what Masons do. Wow. Wreak havoc. It's gonna get better because there's gonna be a lot of exposure. You hang in there, you be strong. Most likely gonna be homeless. And don't say that. Don't manifest that. But they do try to drive people into that. They got one of my sisters real bad. She's a priestess that didn't get initiated into them. She called them out. She found she can astral project. She does a lot of spiritual stuff, and she was one of a major influencer. She had like 225,000 subscribers on. She was on YouTube, and they drove her ass to homelessness and telling everybody she crazy and all types of stuff. And she's extremely brilliant. It's just hard to if you're not at that level, you ain't gonna understand. That's the same thing they do with Orlando Brown. And sometimes they want you to think they crazy. Like I was listening to my sister, and it was interesting because she talks in code and they fly over people's head. And those that know that this is a spiritual world and that angels and demons are real and interdimensional beings and different Dracos and serpentine seraphims and serpentine beings, those of us that already know that's already there at that level, and some that can actually see it, right? Thank God I can't even see it, but like there's people that can actually see this shit. She is a targeted individual. They do noise harassments while she's doing her lives, actually. Like crazy noise campaign where every time she speak, there'll be like a loud siren so you can't hear her. And she was moving in a way, she was talking in a way where she wanted people to know, like, see, this is proof of what, like there's literally like the noise campaigns is a military tactic strategy that's been used. That's even in the Bible with the it's not the wall of Jericho. That's actually psychotronics radionic science. That's a high level. That's a high level shit. They got that in East India too, where you could walk around in a certain around the wall of Jericho and then scream, and then you can your frequency can crack a wall. That's been documented throughout history. There's people that recently have done shit like that. That's like when you hear a certain screech, certain when when they show in the movies a certain high pitch can break a glass. That's frequency. So yes, there was a science where you could still humans can actually do that with their voice if they know what the fuck they doing. Just so y'all know, and that's facts, and it's in the Bible. But noise, there's also Hebrews in the Bible that use noise campaign as a part of war strategy because loud noises obviously it distracts, it causes subtle rises in anxiety and the pressure, and it does certain things to your mind when there's this loud noise. It makes it hard to concentrate, right? And so it causes psychological disorientation, and so that's the goal. And that's one of the ways that's also in the Bible, that warfare tactic. They use it in Germany, but America also uses the American government um does use that's a part of the COINTEL program is to use noise campaigns on targeted individuals. And so loud banging, that's the they get me good with that one. That's the main one. Bang, 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 or just constantly. It's just weird. That's why I'm so glad I'm getting a house. But I'm like, you know what? Whatever they go, look, I ain't backing down. And ain't changing. I ain't joining no motherfuckers. I ain't selling out. It is what the fuck it is. But I'll say this: that noise campaign shit, that's real. And so with the influencer I'm talking about on her live, like every time she would talk, they would do this siren would start playing, this loud siren, and then she would say, look, even if she just said one word, it'd be like beep, and she's like, hey, got beep, and no lie, I don't know how I was able to do it, but because I'm not able to astral project and go to places and stop things, but there's another method that I use, and I don't know what's the name for it. But I had you could, and this is all live because she started live streaming, and I was in her comment section. I said I said a chant, and I knew how to send frequencies long distances. I know how to use quantum teleport like a radio signal. And I knew, and I told her, I said, you will not have any more sirens for the rest of your video. You will not hear any more sirens for the rest of your video. And as soon as I typed that out and I said my chant, there wasn't a siren for the rest of that video for her live. And I think that live might have been like 2 hours, 3 hours. There was no more sirens for the rest of that live because I knew it. I said my Atlantean chant, eh, sent that shit like through a teleport. Like I felt it. I'm like, this motherfucker, whoever's doing this is about to leave. Now here's the thing. They send someone else. Person starts talking real loud. They left the sirens and they send another person that's talking real loud in her background. So you couldn't even hear her because and my instance, the cadence and the resonance in his voice. I said, again, some of us are just real spiritual. You got to forgive us. I said, that's a demon. Like I just knew he was sent there to purposely, like, it was like, wow. And the thing is, as I said that in my head, I'm thinking this in my head. She looks at the camera on the live and say, yeah, because da, da, da. But she put the code out there and she looked to the side, put the code out there and said, yeah, because some people are just actually demons. And she smirked, and it just let me know, like, damn, she know like what's around her. Because I also, again, people like in the comment section, those that of a higher frequency, we know what that kind of stuff is. And so I said my chant again, and that motherfucker was gone, and you ain't hear him again. But she's in such a vulnerable position because they drove her to homelessness. They drove her to Skid Row. I mean, that's the amount of things that they have done that I personally know it can see. But the thing is, from the outside looking in, if you're in the 3D matrix, you just gonna say, "Oh, she crazy. Oh, see, she doing drugs. Oh, see what she did, what they did." But for those of us that know that follow that pattern before that even happened to that girl, we know for a fact, a 1,000% fact, that there was the same story about the Masons with the MK Ultra stuff. It was the exact same textbook story. of cultists going after her, a cultist doing, the Masons, and it was the same exact story. The next thing you know, she just kept breaking down. They kept breaking her down, fucking with her. Nobody want to work with her. They put you on a list. Nobody, they'll blacklist you. And this was a person that again had like 225,000 subscribers on YouTube. And so like to see, there's it's never too late for nobody. They did the same thing to Young Pharaoh, by the way, too. That was clearly, I mean, that's the same clear. They actually got three of his family members. They got his mom and dad. They drugged them, drove them to insanity. It's a concoction that they use on that particular bloodline because they can't handle it. So they give that same concoction to three family members: the father, the mother, and then young Pharaoh. And that kind of like that's why he kept saying, "I got drugged, I got drugged." And people were saying he lost his mind, but he didn't. But yeah, they did target him. They did to drive him from where he was at into homelessness. It's the same thing that they do to get rid of your platforms and demonetize you, financially blacklist you, actually blacklist you, and so what have you. And so it's incredibly unfortunate. But when I saw that happen to that girl, I'm like, no, they messing with her, and she talks in such a code where people it fly over people's head. Now some things, is like sometimes I wish you wouldn't say certain things because I already know that humans are not ready for it. They just not ready for it, and they just gonna write you off as crazy. But those of us that know, like when she looked in that, because I'm in my head, I'm like, that's clearly a demon, and I just said it inside of my head though. And when she said she said it, but she didn't say, "Hey, that's right, that man's right there, a demon." Because if she did that, guess what? They'd say you're crazy. If she would have pointed and said, "That man that's being all loud in the background, that's a demon," then people will be like, "Okay, this motherfucker is crazy. He just talking in the background. He just talking. What you mean?" Hmm. Right? That's the play that they would play. So she said it in such a highly intelligent way, where just in a matter of fact way, so that people that are in the know can get it, or people that because she was like, yeah, and in life we do this and you got to realize and then look to the side where the direction of noise because some people are a demon and it's like she wanted us to know that she is well aware of what's happening to her, and she plays it down. She's playing down her intelligence purposely so that she can kind of but that girl, like, she's sharp. That she is not crazy at all. This motherfucker is sharp, and she that's the same thing they pull with Orlando Brown. But people that come from those programs, whether it be the Monarch program or they maybe they took the oath and then trying to walk away. That's what they do. That's like the same thing they did with Dave Chappelle, Martin Lawrence, Cat Williams. I mean, they do that to everybody. And my thing is, I know people feel like I'm reckless or whatever. It's like, no, time is up. Like, you can't have a wicked ass system like that forever. I don't have to deal with no wicked ass system. I'm a free soul, you know? And they try to trap people down here. And see, you got them NPCs. You can have them NPCs. But no, the rest of us that's source players, no, we ain't going out like that. And it was funny because I remember in 2018, I was working at Spectrum Communications, and it was this girl. She was a lot older than me, and she was like 38 years old. And at that time, to me, that was a lot older because I was like 27. And to be honest, she was extremely, extremely, extremely intelligent, but she was working at Spectrum. And the things she was describing in her life, like it was just always but she was really, really spiritual. She was highly spiritual. Like she was trying to teach me about archons and energy. And I was looking at her like she was crazy. I remember thinking that, like, that I don't want to talk about. Like that I don't know about nothing about that. That don't sound too good. That don't sound too right. But when she would talk to me, I would look in her eyes and I knew she was an entity. I knew that it was like, I'm like, I just knew in her eyes that she was an entity, but not like but looked like a human, but she couldn't really hold it well enough. And it was interesting because she was telling me about the archons and I'm looking, but then I mean, this girl was extremely intelligent. And I remember her mom would drop me off at home, and I remember me and her we went out a couple of times. She was telling me, she said, "Yeah, the government is monitoring me and my mom because, mind you, I'm thinking she crazy as hell. At that point, I knew she was really intelligent, but I just was like, what? I don't know about all that. But she was just like, yeah, the government, they was watching my mom because my mom can talk to God." And my mom, she's very spiritual and she got a connection with God. And and it mind you, her mom stayed in the projects. And I remember thinking like, what? And she's like, yeah. And then she was telling me about these royal bloodlines. And I remember thinking like, what? In 2018, I'm looking like, girl. And she was saying, she's like, yeah, we always are drawn to each other. I already know you got royal in your blood. I already know because we always gonna find each other. And then she was like, yeah, my mom. She said that Lucifer, uh, she didn't say Lucifer. She said the devil came to her and said, look at the state of humanity. Look at the state of the earth. Look at all these souls. She's, I got, and she said that the devil told her, she said, I got all these souls down here. And then she was like, my mom said, well, you don't got mine. And mind you, I'm listening to this conversation. I'm listening to this. We were at Fridays. Thank God it's Friday restaurant. We were at Fridays. And I remember we was getting our drink on. We had we eating wings. We getting our margaritas and all that shit on. So I'm thinking, okay, we drinking. So I was thinking like, okay, maybe you just taking shit too far. But we had an excellent conversation. It was like 5 hours long, guys. And we talked, it was really good. It was some things about her I didn't quite, I did cut her off. Because I could tell she was a little reckless to me. But that conversation, now that I'm 32, that conversation that girl was trying to talk to me about in 2018 when I was 27 and she was 38. And I was looking at her like, and some things she was really, really intelligent. Like I understood her completely. But then when she would go off into that type of spiritual stuff, I would be looking like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, especially when she tell me that story, but it all makes, like, to me, I understand that story now. And I'm not even gonna get into my own situation and whatnot. But that lady, I'll never, ever, ever doubt the spiritual realm or that story that girl told me. Because she said her mom, clear as day, said the devil came to her and was like, look at the state of humanity. Look at this planet Earth. I got all these souls down here. And she's like, well, you don't got mine. And then the girl started telling about archons and energy harvesting, and I'm looking at her like, what? I'm like, look, I just want to eat these buffalo wings and get my drink out. Okay, like let's talk about niggas. Let's talk about like, what are you talking about? That's a separate girl from when I told y'all that lady that was trying to tell me about the interdimensional beings in 2016. Right, these are two different people. Like when I say people was trying to tip me off for a minute about all this shit. And I just couldn't understand them. But now that I'm 32 years old, it's a wrap. You'll never see me talk like I know I've seen some shit. And I know and I done been revealed some shit. And then some things I don't even tell y'all. And tell a lie. Like they look at me as enemy number one. They want me to shut all the way the fuck up. Cause I be telling all the business. And I still ain't be telling shit, really. So I'm like, damn, like humans, man, y'all gonna wake up. It's gonna be a sight to behold. Let me see what you're saying, Wreak Havoc. You said you complained about the workplace harassment. It was responding with, want me to see a doctor. Yeah, don't talk to your family about it. I know it's hard, and we could talk together. On a separate. I'm telling you, with the knock the order, we're gonna have a section just for targeted individuals. But that's you being gaslit. You be doing that on purpose, and be careful of them because they will get you committed illegally if the government pay them to have have them do that to you. Yep, that's happened to me. Yep, yep. But don't think negatively though. So this black woman was swatted twice. Yeah, that's what they do. Bully, bully. Amazon's logo is with all them logos. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to this. I just wanted to make sure that saw you that I acknowledge you guys because y'all been here for a while. Y'all be rocking with me, so I appreciate you. Actually, I gotta make some of y'all moderators. Um, I'll do that eventually. I gotta find out how to do it. But yep, when I was talking about the Marine Kingdom, though, let's go back to the conversation about the Marine Kingdom. When it comes to the depths of the ocean, there's creatures down there, bioluminescent creatures, whether we talk about the Marine Kingdom. And obviously, these are fish, these are sea creatures. I'm aware of that. But I'm saying the depths this is what you just know. This is what you have discovered. This is what you uncovered with your technology. But imagine there's depths and is depths that are deeper than this. This look like stars. This look like the damn inverse of the damn universe for all you know. That look like stars in the background. Don't do it not. Pitch black. Look at these luminescent, and they're bioluminescent. And I'm telling you that deeper, deeper down, there's actual still living organisms that are highly, highly intelligent. Octopus are very intelligent. Everybody knows how intelligent octopuses are. But we're talking about through density and dimensions, you get the same thing too. And so what I'm saying is like when you start with as humans, unfortunately, a lot of you are accidentally cursing your ancestors and cursing powerful, powerful bloodlines that will protect you by, praying against, the marine kingdom. Oh, that's so evil, evil, evil. It is something you don't understand. When 78% of your body is water, you was just stated and built in a pouch of water in your mom's stomach. You was born you were in order for you to grow from a fetus through the 9 month period, 9 months, what did you do? And we about to be in a year of nine, guys. Wake up. You was in a pouch of water. And you came out the cooch and they threw you in a thing of water as a baby. What was you able to do? Turn around on your back and float. So water is very important to humanity. What do you need to survive? Water. What do you wash your ass with? Water. What did you wash your hair with? What did you drink this morning? Or even in the evening? Water. So how could you come at the Marines' kingdom? Now, why is it inherently evil to you? Is the question. And these are energies that deal heavily with the divine feminine. Knowing that we live in a patriarchal society who has bastardized and stole knowledge from female orders. And look at the state of your planet. So why do you come against the marine kingdom? You don't know what those spirits are. Those are very, very powerful, primordial, melanated energies that are feminine, very feminine. When they show you Ariel and the Little Mermaid and all that shit, and they showed you the marine kingdom and Titus with his trident and the sisters and all that. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Just like that's why when you go to Haiti or you go to places in Africa, they always talking about some damn mermaids. They really believe in mermaids. Haitians really they know for a fact that mermaids are real. Just like certain countries in Africa, certain tribes in Africa, they know for a fact that mermaids are real. It's a fact. They used to communicate. No, they don't communicate with your ass no more. No, they do not, because their knowledge was stolen. There was a war down there too. And the part of the pact between 125D and different dimensions that have female orders was we no more help, no more nothing. We go underground. Same with the Pleiadians. We going. Y'all want to go deep? We going deep. This is esoteric science today. Same with the Lemurians and certain that are in some of these caves in Hawaii. They just now going to be coming out in 2025. These are very female energies, like the Pele energy in Hawaii with the volcanoes. That's a very female hot fire energy. These Petra energies. Fuck around and find out. Think you about to go and spray some holy water on a fucking primordial that's a damn seraphim for God, thinking that you about to fuck with them and covert harass them. Don't say nothing because they about to activate, and there's going to be a lot of people that form like Voltron. So you ain't gonna be able to covert we gonna blast your motherfucking ass and take you and your whole entire bloodline out in the spiritual realm. This is what is coming for 2025. You're not gonna just come for a primordial. You're not just gonna come for an angel because you jealous of them or because you don't like them. You're not gonna be able to just come for these motherfuckers. You're about to blast your ass, and you're not about to keep putting curses on this Marine Kingdom because they getting tired of that shit. Because for one, y'all so weak to the Marine Kingdom that nothing that y'all was saying, y'all it will be annoying, but it's like they can't help you if you busting back at them, even if they're your ancestors, even if they're primordials. It's like it's like you keeping yourself in slavery. That's why they're pissed. And it's like, okay, like because you keep praying against them and you don't know who you are. Like I said, there's many melanated people that know for a fact that mermaids are real. Now, do they have mermaid stories in the Americas? Sure, sure. But you hear it more like as far as you talking with a Haitian, about the Marine Kingdom. They more apt to understand what I'm talking about. They just are like it's like a stereotype that they talk about mermaids and shit as a kid, especially. They have stories and folklores about them. You know what I mean? And so that's what I mean by that. But they about to bust back at y'all asses because now we don't have time to play, and because y'all want to say wait for a savior, not do the work, look for a cop out, still arguing about race. Humanity hasn't even evolved past racism. Humanity has not evolved. Look how they treat the divine feminine. Humanity has not evolved, and so it's like, okay, you're going to get forced to evolve, and if you think you can attack primordials, we will take you out. That's what the Marine Kingdom is saying as they trying to help you. They're trying to help you. You come for them, then you will be taken out. And it's as simple as that. And that's a message from the Atlanteans. That's the message from any being that's a descendant of a dragon rider. Many of the angels, because to be honest, a lot of these angels are ratchet as hell. And they already you got the idea that some angel is loving and gonna baby you and put you on a lap, and some will, but not all of them think like that. Not all of them give a fuck about that, about being nice, about none of that. They care about the truth. Some of them are principalities, dominions, powers. They care about truth and about whatever shit they agree to do, whatever thing that they just get it done. So your conceptions of what you think is morality or what you think is science or what you think is, they don't have nothing. They don't give a shit about none of that shit you're talking about. So you're not about to put a human conception of a contrived narrative onto primordial beings or to beings that are way, way, way older than you, thousands of years older than you, or higher, higher, higher dimensions than you. We're not listening to nothing of this shit you talking about. Because if you was gonna figure it out, you would have figured it out already by now. But you're still fighting each other. You still wanted y'all thought y'all was gonna get y'all rocks off burying Black Americans. You end up burying your damn self. Because I already told y'all 3 weeks before the election that Elon getting that close to Trump was a bad thing. And it's all documented. And I told you about the monarch masonry birthrights that they try to switch as it relates to my bloodline. I already told y'all that about the third temple and the prophecy that was being uh perverted and being reverse engineered. How do we know that it's reverse engineered? Did I not tell the US government that in order to activate the light codes to take America to the golden age and to take America to make sure that America doesn't fall like the fucking Roman Empire, you're going to need the power to go back to the bloodline that it belongs to, which would be someone that is from that has Tartarian and Atlantean light code at the least, at a minimum. It understands the original intergalactic mentalism, Atlantean Freemasonry, which has nothing to do with the satanic bullshit y'all doing down here. Nothing whatsoever. And we can't even talk. We got to change the whole name because these humans, when they find out what's been going on, they ain't gonna even rock with the bloodline Masons. Because they don't, even though we have nothing to do with nothing they talked about or nothing that they're doing, just the word, I'm telling you, we can't even, we have to, and I'll talk to you guys about that later. But you got to pay attention to the codes. I told him it has to be a Tartarian and Atlantean DNA at the base level. If you talk about Atlantean, yes, you're obviously going to have some energies of the dragon riders. Anyways, that is the bloodline that created the Hebrew dragon riders. So you're already going to have what y'all guys, what humans would say reptilian, but that's different. We say serpentine because there's different species that have this light code. I'm getting so deep. I don't even know if I should be getting this damn deep. Is it even worth it? But I'll say this. And I also told him for the actual genealogy of it, and let's go back to the human level. Or let's go back to Earth base level, where you can understand it. When it comes down to Earth level, we're talking about the bloodlines that have Moorish light code, Moorish bloodline. That could be Sephardic Moor most of the time. That's what it is. That has access to some of the Tartarian DNA through Ireland. And it also needed to be indigenous of North America. Copper colored indigenous, melanated indigenous, because they're older than the Siberians. They're older than the Mongoloid Indian. So it had to be copper colored Indian. And Moorish Sephardic light codes, because that is the science that built the construction of this nation. It's all about the actual corporation, but you also need the Atlantean side, but as well as the indigenous of North America's blood to get the sanction of the ancestors to continue to even operate in North America itself, even as a corporation. That is the prophecy. So that meant that there needed to be a Black American who meets that criterion, because Black Americans been in this country before there was a constitution, before there was an Emancipation Proclamation, all that shit, Revolutionary War, all that shit. Black Americans already been here. Many of We all know about the Pacific slave trade. We all know about the American slave trade. We all know about the transatlantic slave trade. There were Indians that we know for a fact have been enslaved on this land through records, primary source records, peer-reviewed scholar records that you can find on JSTOR. Already did the research, as well as those that have there were Africans over here, and that was very specific and methodical too, because this was Masons behind it. It was already a secret society that was behind it. I don't even think it might have been the Jesuits, but they were already at the highest levels behind this. It was all methodical. We know they knew which tribes to go and get. They knew, okay, these tribes, these people, these beings, whether you were American Indian, a specific tribe over there in Africa, or even the Moors that was behind a lot of this science of teaching the white appearing uh, Moors and the white, what appears to be white men, that science as well. They learned it from black men because the Moors had ruled in Europe, in Spain, and Ireland for 900 years. And so when they got the orders to take that ass over to America to set up this infrastructure of North America and trick those Indians, that is what happened. And the Moors did infiltrate the indigenous that were already in North America. So in terms of this, the Sephardic mortar, the knowing that the tribe of Judah, knowing that certain tribes were going into slavery or coming out of it, as far as taking America to the next state that it has to be in, it required certain light codes, the spiritual light codes that I just talked about, the Atlantean and Tartarian at a minimum, and then it required at a minimum uh, American indigenous blood of North America, not South America, not the Caribbean, North America, as well as Moorish blood. Now, Moorish blood could have came from West Africa or it came from Ireland and Spain, whatever, but it had to be that a light code from the Moor. So that means that who has that admixture in America? Who has that admixture in America? Let me guess. Black Americans. So that means that the going and ushering of a new governance system, whether you call it the America First movement, whatever, would have had to been led by a Black American. Not all Black Americans, especially certainly not the ones that are not of royalty. Certainly not the ones that would sell out, but the ones that have the governance, the meritocracy, the skill set, the competency, and the integrity. And there's a ritual that you do. Follow the bloodlines. Look at who's next up in monarch masonry. Okay, a bloodline walked away, so you think you can skip over them? No, that's not how it works. A bloodline member refuses to take the oath, even though that she's the rightful heir. Oh, so, okay, so we could just skip over her. No, that's not how that works. And so it's about to be a war. Just so y'all know, spiritual war. Yeah, you can say that. But you about to see some shit in 2025. You think you saw that little stupid drones over in they weren't drones, but you think you saw that the beings over in New Jersey and all this shit they talking about. You don't talk about it no more because they know it's ancestral Atlantean technology. That's old as hell. It's not Project Blue Beam. It's ancestral tech that's coming from the military is aware of it, but it's a secret society that's involved in it. You send in a message. It's as simple as that. And it's about to be more and more and more unexplainable stuff. It's about to be more and more and more. But yes, yes, this government knows it's supposed to be a Black American president. We talking about that went through the processes before this country was a nation. That was here before the Constitution. That was here even, that served time in this country, that built this country, that bloodline. They know now who's in the tribe of Judah. Not all of the members have been revealed, but they had a concerted effort to cover all this up as far as monarch masonry bloodlines, as it relates to, again, they feel like, okay, we can skip over this bloodline because you won't play ball, you won't let us control you, you won't take the oath, so we could just skip and just keep going with our stage Masonic theater. And no, we ain't doing that. So I'll give you an example of that. Just follow me here. If I told the U.S. government, and it's documented, that they must have an, an Indian, mind you, pay attention to the codes that I'm about to give you. Indian, indigenous blood, and Moorish blood. African, so that means like people could say, okay, that could be African, okay, technically, right? Pay attention to the codes between Elon and Vivek, and even how they ran Kamala. They got to actually see what they try to do is, okay, we understand the Mason, we understand the science, but can we reverse engineer the science, and can we come up with a substitute of the science? So what they felt like, okay, said Indian, East Indian, because they got Nagas blood, but they got the Naga science that also the Moors know. That's not that science didn't originate with the East Indian. They learned it from the Ethiopians and the Cometians. It's very primordial science. So yeah, they felt like, okay, well, technically we can use the East Indians, because the East Indians, there's East Indians that are in the tribe of Judah as well. They're not found among the Brahmin class, but they figured it's because there was East Indians that were brought to America 375 years ago to Virginia and the Carolinas as slaves. There's newspapers about this. There's documentation that I found about it in the Gazette in particular. They would call them East Indian Negro, and they would make the distinction between the American Indian Negro and then the African Negro in the newspapers, because you have runaway slaves, and so they would describe the differences in the descriptions of the runaway slaves. They're like, no, this one is an East Indian Negro, which means this is the look, this is the teeth, this is the hair that they have. This is a different hair texture of a Dravidian. This is the skin that they have. And, that's how they would classify them. Okay, that's an American Indian Negro. You got an African Negro. And they'll describe the different hair, because if you got a runaway slave, you obviously know somebody with African hair with that big ass nappy head with the hair looks like a sponge, right? The hair looks like a sponge. And so if you say, oh, just don't put a description in there, and it's the East Indian Dravidian who has straight hair, they have to make that they have to make that distinction. Okay, this one is, no, this is an East Indian. They had the straight hair. He just ran up the block. They ran this, bring them back. But when it was the African Negro, okay, this one has coily hair, spiral hair, curls, or whatever, coil hair. Um, that will let you know, and they'll say African Negro, so you're looking for a certain. And they'll specify even probably more the height, right? The height, the teeth. These are just in the newspaper articles that I read, and so they thought that they could switch it and craft it out where, okay, well, East Indians got Nagas blood. We can bring, and then they said they need Moorish. So when they pick with Kamala, she's part Jamaican, so they know that that Black Moor Irish men came to Jamaica, so they figured, okay, we could prop her up, right? And so as a part of as far as avoiding the bloodline it was supposed to go to, and it's like, no, that's not going to work, because it has to be indigenous blood of North America, Indian of North America. So you can't just put, and so you can't just say that's a Black American. So remember, they kept saying, well, that's black, and so they were trying to force a prophecy, they're trying to force it, and it didn't work. That's not going to work, because that's not the heir that keeps getting chose based on a ritual. So then they put up, when we look at Trump's situation, he only has part of it, because again, the heir has to be a female by prophecy. Now we're talking about different prophecy here. There's two different prophecies playing out at the same time. You got the Christ consciousness one. You got the one of the divine feminine that's playing out. Okay, so we're talking about two different things, but they are connected. When it comes to Trump, he has some of the Moorish light code and European light code, some of it, and then there's some connection to Scottish, German. So he has some of the Irish energy that is needed, but he is not female, and he has no connection to North America, and he's not indigenous at all. So what did they do? They figured we'll get Vivek and Elon. Now I'll explain the codes. Pay attention to the codes, because Elon is technically what? An African American. Obviously, he's not. He's a white guy from South Africa, you know. But by their legalese and their admiralty law and contract law, how they do their masonry is like, well, he's an African American and he's also the richest man in the world. He's a part of the law. We groomed him. We know he will follow orders. We can't trust the Black Americans to follow the orders because if we don't want to give it to them, we have to. Okay, we found an African American and we get Vivek. Got an Indian, African American and Indian. Let's try to see if the prophecy could work again. Humans are more apt to follow Trump than Kamala. Humans are more apt, as far as America. This is what I'm saying. The elites are thinking as they craft out this stage theater. As far as the ritual, they're reverse engineering a prophecy to see if the prophecy will still stick. It won't. But this is what they're trying to figure out. Those of us that spiritual know this. But they figure, okay, we got an African American and we got Vivek. They both are part of the club. He's an Indian because they said it gotta be Indian, but they not getting North America indigenous. So when I was saying that back in the day, I just kept saying Indian. I didn't specify. So I guess they figured, hey, we can go and get an actual Indian from East India. And so that's not going to work. And see, they know that some Black Americans have Nagas Dravidian blood if they are a descendant of the slaves that came over from India 375 years ago to Virginia and Carolinas. And so I have that in my oral history. Like that was told to me when I was 18 years old. Like, no, we have the indigenous from North America as well as from East India, East, from over there in Asia. I knew that when I was 18 years old, and then when I did my genealogy, I started to find out more and more stuff, more so about the light codes and then visitations from my ancestors, especially relating to Ireland and the Moors. And so we're talking about the light codes. And again, a lot of Black Americans have this admixture because it was a methodical admixture based on masonry. You may not know that because they looked at you as just a slave. So why would they tell you? And now we're talking about Sephardic, as far as even going to Africa and getting some of those tribes. All of this is very methodical as far as knowing the actual tribe that you come from. They know that. Now we're talking about tribes that they've used biblically, but there's still record of all of this. And it's still coded in your names, your surnames, your coats of arms and your surnames. It's all playing out. So like they figured, well, we got Trump in there. We could try this Doji shit and have an African American and then an Indian work together. Can we? And then they work with inversion of prophecy. They try to do inversion, so they're not going to do it if they know it got to be a female. They won't do a female, but they ran Trump against a female who had the same admixture, but not the light codes. Neither of these people got the light codes, but you see how they played out their masonry. Okay, Kamala, Kalima, that's one of the octaves mixed with Jamaican Irish. Okay, we got an Indian and a Jamaican that has Moorish blood, but don't have any ties to North America. And prophecy won't work. Even if she does have, she is a royal blood, and she is from the Brahmin priesthood class. But it's still not enough. Okay, nope, you're out of here. So then they get, okay, we got Trump, but we gotta give them Elon and Vivek. We got African American blood, even though Elon is white. Okay, he's from South Africa. I'm just telling you how they think when it comes to their rituals and their stage theater. And we got Vivek, he's an Indian. African American and Indian. That's what she said. That's the prophecy. And no, you're out of here. And that's not how it's gonna work. So now you see them, now you see the blowback that they get. After I told y'all 3 weeks before the election that that shit was gonna happen and that our ancestors were not in it. God, my ancestors, you know how your ancestors say, get your ass up from under there and get your ass from up out of them people's shit. That's what they told me. It's all fraudulent and fake, and we ain't fucking with none of it on either side. So get your ass from up under there and stop thinking about that and do what we told you to do and declare your damn birthright. And because they told you what they got to do, because this is how they work. Just so y'all know, one of the laws of the universe is if they tell you what they're doing to your motherfucking face, and you don't fight back, that is tacit consent because you're in a social contract. You will comply, and then they will do what they told you they were going to do to your face. As I realized, I started looking, and that's what my ancestors had revealed. We already had knew that, but they, everybody pretty much knows that already as far as how the Satanists work. But I had to go back and look and see, like, what did they actually tell us? Like, what did, go study on an esoteric level what Trump had been saying, with Elon, with Vivek. And that's when I realized with Elon and in Vivek, I said, oh my gosh, like, it's a trap. And that's why I freaked out like that. And as far as me even participating in the political system, it in some levels gives up a birthright or energy to that system when my bloodline or when my genealogy is pointing to a different story. And so I went and I selected myself before the election, and I had to do it to undo the primordial energies that were sent out to that system, but also to make sure that I protect my birthright. My birthright. This is how this works. Now, they tell you what they're gonna do to your face, and if you go along with it, then they feel like it's your fault, and they get out of the karma. That had worked in the past, but that's not gonna work anymore. Just so y'all know. So they can keep doing that, but that shit's not gonna work either. But the fact that I did what I did bought more time for my bloodline. I ain't saying it bought more time for everybody. I don't know, but I know with me, at the behest of looking crazy, selecting myself as president as an Umbra governance of the United States, talking to the shadow government, talking to the upper governance of North America as an advisory of the United States corporation, and making a distinction between the land of North America and the corporation of the United States, and getting out of admiralty law and universal law and decreeing a birthright. That was very powerful for me to do that, because I had been one that was falling for the Trump stuff, falling for the two-party system stuff, getting so heavily into the matrix, getting so heavily involved in that matrix stuff. And so I was about to literally fuck a lot of shit up if I didn't do that spiritually. Now, in the public eyes, it's like, oh, okay, Golly's just crazy. But spiritually, no, hell no. I bought a lot of time. I saved myself. I'll say that. I've saved myself. And we got a lot of time. And it fucked up day shit because I mean, a lot of people walked into that trap. I told you guys it was a trap. If you walked into it, that's on you. I told you, don't stop falling for that two-party system shit. It's fake. It's not what you think it is. I said something. And so, hey, Royal Deluxe, you in the building. I don't know much about the Yucatan Peninsula. I gotta look that up. I gotta do more research on it. I'm glad to see you here, though. Um, but it was serious for me to do that because again, the universe is mental, and to vote means to bow, and all this stuff is stage theater. It ain't real. And so when people give up their birthrights and let people harvest off their energy or go along with policies, and they tell you to their face what they're gonna do, and you don't do nothing, and you go and vote for them, or you're screwed. And again, this is the occult. They ain't telling you that. That's what y'all about to realize in 2025. Politics is just high level. It's about the highest levels. This is a occult chess game of the elite. Just so y'all know. They know y'all souls in human bodies, and they know that y'all in the matrix wasting motherfucking time and being under illusion and falling for the illusion and selling your soul and signing lifelong pact contracts with entities. Yeah, they've been doing that contract Babylonian Luciferian magic for a long fucking time, for 2,500 years. And that is why some bloodlines get targeted because we refuse. Again, I'm refusing, and uh, people in my family who said they walked away, they were driven into homelessness and joblessness and couldn't get a bank card, nothing, couldn't get nothing. because they walked away from the oath, and then they can't kill him. See, if they could have, trust me, they've already tried. So again, there's really interdimensional beings among you, and particularly in the tribe of Judah that are found among Black Americans. And so there's when people be saying people have magic veils. I remember I had a conversation with a friend, and I was saying, this was years ago, but I remember, I'll never forget, and now I understand what she's saying because I thought she was just being religious and being like, I just thought she was being religious, to be honest, and I didn't understand what she was talking about. But she said, I know that you got a magical veil. She said, I know you got a veil on you, a godly. She said, I know you got a veil on you that can't be penetrated. She said, I know that for a fact. She said, that's a 100% fact. And I just thought, like, what? I don't know about all that. And I understand what she was talking about. And I just was like, okay. Because, when people say those things, a lot of it to be true, but I don't think we really overstand it. Like, there are people that are just really, really protected. And so when they try to kill him, because a lot of times it's blood in, blood out. But you're gonna start seeing that's not the case anymore. Especially among people that are really of the tribe of Judah, that are really descendants of dragon riders, that are really bloodline masons. There is no blood in, blood out for them. Yeah, you could make them a target individual, drive them into homelessness, tell everybody they crazy, isolate them. Yeah, you could do those things. But and even that's gonna start, I'm telling you, like when they did that, like they're gonna realize, like, okay, we can't even kill these motherfuckers no more. Like how we drive them to, these to do these things. Like it's another ballpark. And there are humans on this planet that you can't unalive. You see what they doing to Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx is a target individual. They've put him in a hospital. They done had him looking crazy. They don't bust him in the head with a bottle. They trying to take him out. And for now, God is protecting him. It is what it is. It's not up for nobody to decide when you get to go because they feel threatened by you or because the government's paying somebody to fuck with you. It don't work that way no more. But I was saying when it comes to Vivek and Elon, they thinking that, okay, technically we got us African American, technically we got an Indian, and the prophecy is blowing back in their face because they're not the rightful heirs. They have no connection to North America, and they're not women. And so you're going to see a lot of blowback from MAGA with Trump for one. I think they got blackmail on Trump. Spiritually, from what I can see as a clairvoyant, there's blackmail that they hold in on Trump. And then there was big payment, big payment to, like, okay, everybody got a price, as they say, especially if you're in politics. Some people don't have a price. Some people that don't project your human ideas onto beings that are highly advanced, because there's some people that don't even think like that. They don't even know what you mean when you talk like that. There are beings that are that evolved. But nonetheless, there are people that that say that everybody has a price. And so I think that they got to his ass, to be honest. So there's going to be a lot of pushback against Trump because Elon is his handler. Now Elon and Vivek, they baited and switch. I knew they were going to bait and switch. I had told y'all that 3 weeks before the election, so I really don't want to hear it. And I told these white boys that, and everybody, oh, okay, she's being crazy. Only now they freaking out about the H-1B visa shit, and they've been doing that. They've been locking us out. I got a STEM degree. I'm talking about STEM now. I have a technology management degree and a master's level from Columbia University. I graduated with a 3.8. Okay. In undergrad, I graduated with a 3.8 GPA. For those that's out of scale of 4.0. So that's summa cum laude. Okay. That's what I graduated with. I was a president of my honors program. I was a McNair Scholar. Everybody knows what McNair Scholar is if they went to college. I was an Anna Burrell Scholar. Okay. I got Pell and Tap and all that shit. I already know about all that. And they still locking Black Americans the fuck out. Okay. Um, if you're Boule, this is different. Now, if you're Black Boule, oh, you're fine. I'm not talking about you, and that's why you see a person like Kamala that was able to get into the position that she was in because she was Boule, unqualified, completely, incompetent to do the job. Versus, but if you're not Boule and you still go that route and do the right thing, you could still get locked out as a Black American in terms of these jobs because they're going to give them to what? The immigrants with the H-1B visa and pay them lower. I remember when software engineering, that used to run you, you get a good 72 starting at. right? Right out of undergrad at a 4-year college. This is facts. You start off as a software engineer, you can make 72K right out of college. This is what it was back in the day for Americans that was software engineering. Okay, I'm gonna say two back in the day, but we're looking at. I mean, yeah, I don't have a date, but I do know I've seen it. I've seen it. It's 2018, 2019. I've seen it. 2020. You see, 22-year-old making a 72K. It's a software engineer or data analyst or whatever, maybe 64K, whatever. That same position is going for 38K, going to the H-1B visa people. And that allows the companies, the corporations, to save considerably on money, obviously, because a job that was 72K that Americans are expecting, the immigrant who come over here from their country was a different level of currency or different translation into the currency and whatnot, and they see 38K and say, "Well, yeah, I'll do it." Shit, and then that locks us out. And then being a Black American, you're already locked out because they're scared to death of you now. Especially now, it's a wrap for us. We gonna be on our own. But I built out frameworks, I built a parallel infrastructure, and you have to follow some of it, or you have to do your own thing, or you have to because I'm telling you, they already know who you are. They already know about the prophecy. They see the prophecy playing out. They already know that some of you are of the tribe of Judah inside of Black America. Not every single last one of you are. They already the ones that sold out. They already sold out. If they came to you to ask you to sell out and you didn't, congratulations, you made it. Many of you did sell out and took checks from the U.S. government to sell me out, to sell other Black Americans out, or to you took the oath to be a Satanist, to be a Mason, or whatever. So yeah, that's on you. And you did that at the last minute. If you did that after 2022, you're screwed. And that's what you get for trying to be jealous of people, jealous of heirs, and trying to sell out for money. That's the punishment from your ancestors. But the Black Americans, if you didn't do none of that, you made it. Because we in the end days. Make no mistake about it. Make no motherfucking mistake about it. And so there is no fear mongering because you don't hear no fear in my motherfucking voice, do you? No. The fuck you they ain't gonna be afraid of. This is a glorious motherfucking time. Okay? But I'm just saying, it's spiritual too. It is spiritual. And it is revelations and many things that's going to be uncovered, epiphanies. So as it comes to what this government knows about Black Americans, they are afraid to death because they realize, oh shit, the Atlantean Tartarian DNA and the Naga's DNA, oh, can be found among the Black Americans. Now, does other cultures have, these mixtures? Of course, but we're talking about a Pacific admixture of the ethnogenesis that because the Black American has a lot of admixture. Okay, whether it be from Ireland, uh, Great Britain. So, I mean, some people have genealogy that goes in Black America that goes back to the Roman fucking Empire, and that's facts. Okay, so they found these things out. They found out that monarch birthrights were reversed engineered between certain tribes and amongst amongst the Khazars that wanted that power. They already know what's going on. They already got the genealogy of Black Americans. Why? Because they have the Ancestry.com and the Mormons that also hold a lot of the ledgers in the history of Black America. They were put as an intercessor to guide those documents. You can go to the Church of Mormon. Like I'm not just making this stuff up. Why would your records be at the Church of Mormon? Put this stuff together. They still and then I told you about the book of the Domesday book with all those names in that book. 325,000 names in that book, surnames in that book. And I already showed you all that. We already went through that, even with my own genealogy. Let alone when you do your genealogy and look at your surnames and coat of arms. It's right there. They don't hide it. But it's just now the revelation, the prophecy is just playing out too fast and they don't know how to handle it. They're like, holy shit, this shit is real. And it's this niggas. Okay, so I'm not saying the others are not important. I'm not trying to center ourselves because obviously these light codes can be found in other tribes and all over the world. But we're talking about the admixture An admixture of someone who got Indian blood, who got Dravidian blood, who got African blood, who got white blood. That admixture is found in America at this current time. But that doesn't mean that Indians don't have Naga's DNA. It doesn't mean that Africans don't have Atlantean DNA, because a lot of them do. It does not mean that um, the Caribbeans don't have Tartarian DNA, because a lot of them do. You know what I mean? So we're talking about the mixture of due to the transatlantic the slave trade, American slave trade, and Pacific slave trade, and the admixture in America, in North America. So that's what I'm talking about. And so they thought they were going to get Vivek and Elon to play the stage of African American and Indian. That should be enough. And then Trump got the Moorish light code and Scottish. That should be enough. We got Irish, we got Indian, we got African American. And they thought that that could push the prophecy through. And it won't. And then they did that ritual at Notre Dame with trying to switch the rights of the Black Madonna. Oh no, 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 no. And so, we gotta let things play out. I ain't saying too much else about it, but yeah, not going to work. Not going, and it ain't gonna work. And so, yeah, a lot of Black Americans did sell out. You did pay them, or they just sleep, or they just NPCs. A lot of them probably did, but not all of us did, and all of us was going to. And so, um, we not gonna go to no motherfucking slaughterhouse. We ain't putting no chip in our head. We ain't following no antichrist. We not following no beast system. We not putting no social credit score. We not getting no digital ID. We not following no bullshit. We not eating no A pill. We not taking no motherfucking jibby jab in our ass. Not taking no mRNA therapy bullshit. None of that. None of that. And it's not going to just be Black Americans that say no. It's going to be millions and millions of Americans in general that say no. Millions and millions, because they see what you're doing. A lot of them did play, but guess what? Your spell don't work. Maga, necromancy, spell, I don't, just so y'all know, Maga means, um, magi or magic in Latin and in Italian, magic, but it's also a form of necromancy where you harvest feast on energy. Maga to Maga, that's a code of their science. I think I may come from the Druid science. I'm not sure, so don't quote me. But that MAGA itself is a ritual that you do to take someone's fucking soul, take someone's energy, and it is a necromancy too. And so, the thing is, that spell was supposed to keep y'all motherfucking that spell. Y'all was supposed to be under that spell for the next motherfucking 50 years. I ain't gonna hold you, including myself. So I don't think I'm trying to call y'all out. Um, for the next getting on, and now we on the now finally realized, we finally woke up from the spell and realized what the fuck we done as humanity. That was the plan, right? I, damn sure I was under a spell. That shit, and me screaming out like that and saying I select myself as president and the legal president and break it, and them, you know, the white anarchists. If you notice, the white boy anarchists, the very next day they signal boost what I was saying in them posts. People that got more bigger platforms than me, but they were the white anarchists. And so people they're like, "Hey, did you check the bait?" And I say, "Hey, it's a bait and switch. It's a trap. And it's a Trojan horse." When I was saying all of that, now they obviously didn't say nothing about no, I select myself as shadow president and all that. I ain't saying they did all that. But as far as what I was saying about it being a trap and a bait and switch, that the RNC got the same plans as the DNC, it just lead us to the motherfucking slaughterhouse, and they are working together, and that Elon is bad news, and they got blackmail on Trump. When I was saying those things, they signal boost that, and I noticed it, and I was so thankful for it. Because with me, I was in quantum entanglement, and I was settling in back into this dimension. So it was like I'm like, they obviously can't put me out there. It's gonna be looking, I'm like, okay, I'm glad they signal boosted that, and by saying, hey guys, there was a bait and switch, you know, we don't think this is the same Trump. It's not going to be the same. And so they put that to their following. The anarchists did, but then you kind of expect that because they was never for the Republicans or the Democrats. They was already trying to get off grid, and They didn't agree with governance and the social contract and tacit consent. They was already realizing that a lot of this shit is a violation of the U.S. Constitution. Especially, there's nothing in the Constitution that requires a two-party system. That's just facts. That's just facts. No political parties and all and you don't, and we know there's a shadow government. And you know the CIA is influencing your government. You know the Masons are influencing. Get the fuck out of here. It's all unconstitutional. And so they already are ahead of the game. They already so they had no problem. It was literally the next day when I put that out there. They had no problem saying, okay, it was a bait and switch. Da, da, da. But it took the white boy conservatives this week to realize what the white boy MAGA people to this week to see what I was saying 3 weeks before the election with the bait and switch on immigration and Elon in particular, because I kept calling out Elon. I was writing people in the back channels and the messages about Elon, like Trump. I honestly don't think that that was a good move for Trump. I don't. I just don't. I think he should have stuck with Steve Bannon. And that's just me. I wonder why they fell out. I actually want to play a clip. So I'm gonna play a clip a little later with them. But I want to know like why did you drop Steve Bannon? Like did they pay you to drop him? Did he betray you? Like what happened? Like I didn't understand that. Why would you drop Steve Bannon for Elon? And so I would like to know more about that personally. And but I just don't think this is a good look because it's clear as day this man is either his handler and paid him too much to where people is saying President Elon. People is and so it's not a good look. And then you backtrack and you made it seem like you was for handling this immigration shit and making sure that Americans in the middle class and the working class can get jobs and access to paid apprenticeships. And like you said you were going to put the American first and bring back jobs and shit and create jobs and start a sovereignty wealth fund and all. We don't hear y'all played us. And I told y'all, I said 3 weeks before election, I said it's a trap. They playing us in 2026. And I actually thought it was gonna take y'all to 2026 to see it. And so I'm glad. I'm like, oh, them white boys is freaking out. And they ain't even 2026. I said, because I already knew. I just think like, you know, I was trying to make moves behind the scenes a lot. I know lie. I did make a phone call to someone and said, and I know who he is in the interdimensional realm. So I know the people that was probably that probably monitor my calls or whatever, the NSA. I know they probably was like, damn, this shit, there's some truth to whatever that girl, that crazy girl, as they say, is saying. Because I know, like, I called someone and said, switch it to the other side. I got to buy more time for the black community. And they said, okay, I'm going to see what I can do. Got off the phone. Within 24 hours, Beyonce comes, does her speech. Samuel Jackson does his speech. Then another stuff, this plan with the black man comes out, but it wasn't enough because I honestly I used up so much energy. I used up so much energy writing for Trump. So much of my energy went behind it, and that's why my ancestors whooped my ass. And they said, "Yeah, no, we ain't writing for any one of these motherfuckers." And you take your energy back, you reclaiming my time, and you go and you clear yourself and clear this shit up and declare your birthright as the president. And I don't care. And they said that you got to do it. It's spiritual. You don't understand everything. You don't need to understand everything right now. Because your ass is reckless. Get your ass up on there and say, I take it back. I am the president. And establish that birthright because they tell you what they got to do in Satanism and a system. They tell you what they got to do, and if you agree with it or you go along with it, then you lose and you comply. You gave consent. So I had to go back and say, no, I do not endorse this. I do not endorse no two-party system. I will not be giving up my birthright. I will not. I declare myself as the royal heir of Solomon, as the one that's built the third. Because I already know all this. I already knew that my bloodline was chosen in 2022 for this shit. But they wanted to keep this stuff covered or whatever. The thing is, the prophecy must play out. The prophecy must play out. Ain't nobody born on no 1/20/22, no 1/22, no 1/22/1992 with a life path 8 as an Aquarius born on a master builder number in a year of 9, in 2025, 9, and I'm about to be 33 years old. That's 6/9. We still get 6. That's nothing but Saturn, 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 Aquarius, Aquarius, age of light, the divine feminine. We in the year of 9. Now, y'all not about to bury who the fuck I am. And the U.S. government is doing it, and they trying to off me and fuck with me. Now, it ain't all of them. It ain't all. It ain't all. Everybody in the government. You know how I know? I was waiting on, I'm about to show y'all this shit right here. Matter of fact, I don't want to put nobody's. I don't like trying to. This is my picture of Uber that I'm about to show y'all. I was waiting on a ride. I can tell you where I was standing at. I told you I moved to a city that's named after my great grandfather, who was a master mason. I moved to the city. I'm waiting for my ride. White man, this old ass white man comes. He's leaving out. He probably like looks like in his 80s. Old ass white man. He comes out. He gives me a compliment. I'm not gonna tell you what the compliment was, but he gives me a compliment, and he looks at my phone. Now, mind you, I had this pulled up. This screenshot right here that I'm showing. This was on my phone at the exact moment where he gives me the compliment and has a smirk on his face and looks at my phone, look at your phone. Like that's literally what it communicated. This 80 old ass white man. Look at your phone. Like that. Like the way you know how you look at your phone and it you subconsciously because people mirror people's body language. This is just textbook science. Like whatever you see of the other person do, you're gonna do. So he gave me his compliment. I said, "Thank you. That was really nice." And he looked at the phone, at my phone in my hand, and like did his head down, like so I can look at my phone. And no lie, the pickup spot it was pick up in 2 minutes. Look where that's standing at. The Indian Queen. This is for those that know. Meet more. This is a real ass screenshot of Uber, and I was at where it say the Indian Queen. And now he walking off smiling, like laughing. But how the fuck would I get in this area? Like when I say like, there's no way that I'm in a new ass city that I don't even know the directions around. And where I was at, it was a pretty normal. Like it wasn't nothing fancy. It was no place called the Indian Queen. Just so y'all know, I can prove that. I'll just tell y'all. I was at a postal office. This is the pickup spot is not labeled the Indian Queen. Let me see if I can see. It says Stovall Street. You can see that too. Just so y'all can know. The place is not, there's no place, that is called the Indian Queen, at Stovall Street. So it's not like I put the address that I put in does not say that, just so y'all know. And that could be easily confirmed. Anybody can confirm that. So people can say, oh, that's cat. Anybody I could easily pull up my receipt and confirm the actual location that I went to. It was a fucking postal office. But he looked at the phone and I looked and I said, the Indian Queen in a city that's named after my great grandfather. And I'm gonna tell you this, just for y'all. I just want humans to realize you have to understand that this is a spiritual world. It may be illusory, it may be a dream state, but it's still spiritual. There's nothing physical about it. And I'll give you one more example. I'm listening to one of these brilliant black women. She's a priestess. Talk shit. She goes into these like little sessions. People just say she's crazy, so she's not. She's extremely brilliant. She's talking her shit on her channel on YouTube because she gives celebrity readings and different types of psychic readings and shit. But I like when she does the general readings on politics and whatnot, but she also say things. This woman is highly advanced spiritually. I don't even think she herself knows how advanced her soul is. I'll say that. I've seen her in a different dimension 3 times, and every time I've seen her soul, it right now they got her suppressed because she's also a targeted individual. She's also a targeted individual. Um, but I've seen in the astral realm 3 times, and I said that lady soul is incredibly advanced. She doesn't even know. However, that's like how like I don't know, like how people just don't know who they are. You don't know who you probably are. Maybe you do, but you probably don't know who the fuck you are either, as far as like your level of your soul. And so I'm listening to her talk shit, right? And something it's like she went into a trance, but whatever she did, it made me go into a trance too. And she says, yes. She said, I'm seeing a vision. I'm talking to somebody that's listening right now. And she said, mind you, I'm in an Airbnb that got a roach infestation, right? Mind you, I didn't know that the extent of the infestation. I just saw a couple roaches here and there, and I thought maybe, it's the South. They just had this crazy ass storm. Maybe it's that. I don't know. But this is what she said. She said, "Yep." She said, "I know I'm talking to somebody. This is a vision. You need to get up and move. There's something behind the wall." She said, "There's roaches crawling up the wall, the back of the wall, the back of the refrigerator. You need to get up right now and move that refrigerator and go and look at that." And that means, and then she started talking about the esoteric code of what it means. She said, "Somebody didn't die well, and da 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 da." And then nobody, like, something that, how somebody's speaking to your soul and you kind of shiver, like you kind of know, like, she talking to you, like it's something deeper going on here. Now, mind you, I showed the 30 pictures of that Airbnb and that date that I shared it. Took it on December 18th. This happened on December 18th, but I've reported it to Airbnb on December 22nd because I was trying to get it under control. I'm in the air. This is the Airbnb. I get my ass up as she's talking. And she said, "You need to get up." She said, she said, "I'm talking to somebody that's listening. And you get up right now. And there's roaches crawling in the back of the wall, the back of the refrigerator." And I'm like, "What the fuck is she talking?" Now, it sounds crazy to the person that don't understand that this is a spiritual world. But lo and behold, and the dates can confirm the date that she did the video and the date that I reported it to, that I uploaded the timestamps to Google Drive, and then the date that I talked to Airbnb about it's right the same. Just so people, and I'm not going to put this lady out there like that because YouTube done terminated her so many times. She demonetized. They even punish her because she knows how to send out very powerful codes. She's an earth angel for sure. She's somebody in the spiritual realm that ain't to be fucked with. And sometimes YouTube will get so scared or whatever she telling people, they just cut her right off. They cut her ass right off the air like it's nothing all the time. She's blacklisted. And also they cut her ass off the air all the time. And then if she one time she gave a real powerful code that was way too obvious, and they freaked out so bad they wouldn't let that girl go live. They could cut her ass off, and it was just like, they got because they don't understand how she's doing it or the science, and so and she's not initiated, right? She's not initiated as a no Mason or part of their stuff. Or if she did, she walked away. And so they don't have a hold on that gift or how she's doing what she's doing. But I wanna speed up what I'm saying. I get my ass up the same day that she's saying that, and I moved that refrigerator, and that's when you saw them Airbnb pictures that I got on my Twitter on my Twitter where it says um that's when you see the 30 pictures of those roaches. That was behind that refrigerator, just so I know. Just so I know. That was behind it, the Airbnb. So that was like, wow. That was crazy. I was like, how the fuck did she know that? And how would that happen? Now, could she have been talking to anybody else? Yeah, there's probably maybe there was somebody else that dealt with that too, right? I mean, probability distribution science. Now we're talking about predictive probabilities. But that same day, I go and move that refrigerator. And she said they crawling off the walls and it's behind the refrigerator. It's an infestation. And she said, "Where you at?" And da 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 da. She's talking and I moved that refrigerator and showing up, that's where it was coming from, as far as the bugs that I noticed. And obviously I freaked out and called Airbnb, you know, and took evidence of it. But that's what I'm saying. Like when I say that the spirit is it's spiritual stuff that's really happening, and you're gonna be noticing that as humans. Y'all gonna notice that shit. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And like I said, when I saw them say this receipt right here, this Uber, and I told you it's at Stovall Street. There ain't nothing there. I didn't go to a place that's called the Indian Queen. I didn't go to no. That's facts. Like my receipts can prove that. So that white man that winked, that gave that compliment, and looked down at that phone, and then at the same time I look down at my phone, my eyes divert to the pickup spot, the Indian Queen, and I'm in a new ass city. And I'm just this is an Uber receipt, and I'm just at a postal office, and it says the Indian Queen. And so, there's gonna be a lot of things coming out. It ain't about me. I got my own bloodline and my own ancestors to worry about, obviously, and myself to worry about. But this is a lot bigger, and There is bloodlines on this planet that are waking up. They're gonna wake up. They're gonna realize who they are, and it ain't nothing nobody can do about it. Especially if you from the 144,000 that's left, or if you're from the tribe of Judah. It's about to get busy on this planet. Ain't nobody about to just sit and lay down and go waltz into no motherfucking slavery. Ain't nobody about to just willingly waltz their ass into some slavery. And so Vivek and Elon's, they little masonry, whatever they science they was doing is not gonna work because they don't have no connection to North America. Excuse me. They have no connection to North America at all. Yeah, I know blood that go back here. They immigrants. And so yeah, they gonna go for H-1B1 visa, whatever. And he talking about they gonna fight, they willing to fight to the death to keep it and all this stuff. No, man. What about Americans? You could say Americans are lazy and don't want to work. Bitch, we ain't working for no slave wages. For no 70, it's a job that's 72K. We ain't working, we ain't doing that same job for 38K. No, we're not. We're not desperate. We're not. We've amassed the quality of life that our ancestors have sacrificed for, that has given us the luxury to know our worth and to know that we ain't scraping no bottles. We shouldn't have to compete against no immigrants and all this stuff for jobs. Y'all been doing that shit. I got locked out of STEM though. I know what it is. I started Knox University. You know, I know that y'all talk about these government contracts and stuff. You got to understand. I understand this is a spiritual world. I can't just willingly waltz in with and get in bed with this motherfucking government. Y'all got to realize that the whole thing is the occult. And so, like, I know y'all will say, oh, I can have it so much easier, but as they financially blacklist me because they're trying to force me to work with them. And it's not happening. I just so y'all know, I do not care. I have no idea how much two fucks, I do not give a fuck. I've struggled so much not realizing I was a target individual that they're nothing really y'all do is gonna throw. I mean, I mean, y'all getting so desperate, y'all literally violating constitutional rights, civil rights. Y'all committing illegal acts. Just Airbnb is one of them. Like y'all getting so desperate and ridiculous that y'all literally about to y'all about to blow out your whole program. I had that folder is proof that y'all are doing covert illegal harassment either through a secret society or as discrimination. Either which one, either way. There is no you can gaslight the person and just say they're crazy. Anybody that reads the folder, even if they took the oath, even if they a coward ass bitch that's just gonna stay silent and act like they don't see it, they still know that okay, y'all actually doing illegal shit now. Y'all, this girl actually has recordings. Like y'all actually like Airbnb. Y'all actually are doing illegal shit now. This is how desperate they're getting because usually with target individuals, I ain't gonna hold you. You usually stress the fuck out. Your self esteem is low, and they're just so stressed out that you're not able to activate a certain aspect of your mind that can purely uncannily just eliminate emotion, eliminate uh anything that doesn't make any sense, and go into a different mode and only focus on the logic and only focus on the evidence and only think of how can I maneuver to diminish plausible deniability. That's the first thing that's one of the first thing my soul knows. Okay, they're trying to drive me into homelessness. They're trying to drive me into joblessness. They're gonna financially blacklist me. They isolate me. They blacklist me. Okay, so I gotta figure out the different methods. And for one, they don't know I'm introvert as fuck. I don't like to deal with people in my everyday life. I don't. That's why they always now that they know they was trying to send people to force themselves into my life because or always live with some, always have people around me. I don't really fuck with people like that. Who am I going to talk to about? Y'all the only people I could talk to. Those that fuck with me on my YouTube channel, you know. Um, because and even some people that's on Twitter. But like I don't really fuck with people like you know what I mean. Like it's just it doesn't appeal to me. And I don't get anything out of it. I don't get anything out of that. I see why y'all try to pick on Tesla. I see why that motherfucker was talking to birds and shit. Like yeah, like seriously, what are we gonna talk about? It's always some drama. It's always some nonsense. You know, now I'm good. I'm good. But they done got so damn ridiculous that and again this stuff worked on so many people. But the thing is, they don't realize that what they have done, humans are going to start to outsmart them now. So these people that took the oath to the Satanists and to take the Baphomet and whatever, and they get paid to target harass innocent Americans. they actually are going to go lower. And then the targeted individuals or the Americans or even the humans, they're going to get smarter. And so it's going to be clear, obvious, because the last should be first and the last should be, the last should be first and the first should be last. And so there's a topsy turvy. The energy is going back. We're doing regressional entropic energy switch of Saturn's octaves on this fucking planet. And so you are not going to get away. Like it's going to be obvious that something is just not right here. And if you're talking about just not my situation, like there's going to be so many people that can prove what they're going to be able to diminish plausible deniability, and you're going to realize, okay, these are some satanic ass, wicked ass bitches that's getting paid. We need to put their address out, take a picture. Everybody need to know that this is a bitch that's a coward that sold out the American people, that sold out to the government and will harass innocent American citizens. And I don't care. I know they get mad as I'm talking like this because not all of them agree. A lot of them, they have walked away, and then there are a lot that decide not to take a defense contract or a contract on someone that ignores it, or what, I'm not, but they'll do it to other people. Maybe that they'll pick and choose. And so that program has to be exposed. Again, they're going to tell you it's a secret ass program. So obviously they're going to deny. But I'm telling you, humans are going to get so much smarter. The victims of these programs are going to get so much smarter. And it's just going to be looking like, okay, now you're going to have to just violate. Now you're violating the Constitution. So what the fuck are you, like, where are you going to go with this? And then you're putting all these people on the list. You're making all these people target individuals. So what the fuck are you going to do? Like, where can you go? How are you going to wiggle your way out of it? And so there's obviously this is how we know that the end times are near. For those that understand the masonry and the occult sciences of the Bible, as it relates to the targeted individuals in the Bible and that program in Babylonian Luciferian magic and contractment law, as well as the situation that was. I mean, read the Bible. It's all playing out now. It's computational predictive programming, but it's still a Metatronic cube. It's a fake because they have two different Metatrons, and so obviously you're in a false cube. There's false matrix. That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to break that shit. We're like, fuck this. We're trying to get free. And if a lot of people want to sell, they sell at the last minute. They get stuck in a metaverse. That's even worse than being in the matrix. So the people that will say, well, oh, I want to sell out. Oh, I want to do this. It's not worth it. And I'll show you an example of that. Remember Cypress? Remember not Cypress, Cypher? When he wanted to go back into the matrix and he said, make me, I want to be rich. I eat steak and he knew it was a matrix, but he wanted to go back in and go back to sleep. You can't be able to do that. And I know how that feels because I've been feeling that way too. You should have seen, oh, I had me a steak yesterday from Carabas. So I already know. I'm not judging. That shit is painful. You do want to go back to sleep. Shit, I want to sit and watch Jocelyn's Cabaret. I don't want to wake up. I don't want to do nothing. And God says, no, you can't go back. Even when you want to have your little day to yet to fuck around and find out and have your cheat day. Not and I you ain't gonna be able to for so long because the punishment gonna be worse, and then you gonna feel guilt because you already know too much. You can't go back. That's why they try to wipe motherfuckers' memories, and that's what you see with Cypher in the Matrix movie when he was eating it. Talking about I want to forget. I don't want to remember nothing, and he wanted to leave the real world in Zion. He wanted to leave like the real reality because it was too painful to know and just go back into the matrix and live a life of someone that was, I think he wanted to be the life of someone that was rich and famous in the illusionary world and not have money and all that. So a lot of people, I'm sorry, and have money and all that. And so I know there's a lot of people that's going to feel that way, but you're not going to be able to, and you're not going to want to. Just stay the course. Stay the course. Have your moments of bread and circus. If you have it here and there in moderation. I understand, but we ain't gonna be able to go back to sleep, and that's so painful. That's so painful. But yeah, that prophecy that they doing, it's not gonna fucking work. He is not chosen to do no third temple, none of that. I had put in my video, months ago that about the golden age for America, about my presidential run for 2028, and it says golden age for America. I ain't know about nothing about no third temple, none of that. I know my ancestors been telling me about it, but I don't know much about it. I didn't know nothing like. And I'm just now that shit out that crash out in 2022 is all related to that, and I had no idea what any of that stuff meant. I'm not someone that had grew up Hebrew Israelite or nothing like that. I don't even consider myself a Hebrew Israelite now, but I know that I'm a part of the tribe of Judah. I know that that's the bloodline, the pre-Adamic bloodline that I come from, is a part of the dragon riders that created the Hebrew bloodline. And so, yeah, yeah, we back. But it's like, it's painful because the stuff I saw in 2022, I just thought like, okay, what the hell was I seeing? People, and then everybody kept saying, oh, you're crazy, you're crazy. Then I saw the same thing in 2023, and I saw the same thing in 2024, and so it's about to be up. And a lot of Black Americans, they sold me out, and they know themselves, and they went along with it, with the other side, with Trump, even after I warned them not to. All for this stuff to play out because they had to tell you what they're gonna do, but they took money, they sold out. And so they on the list, and they tried to use them too, because a lot of them got Moorish blood. But the thing is, the prophecy. If you sell out, the prophecy, you will not be. You're not the heir. Even if you were in the same predicament, you got the same exact like codes that is needed to activate it. If you have aligned with that system, then it's still not gonna work. It's still not gonna work. And that's why everything they keep doing keep failing. All these different things they keep trying to push on Black Americans is it don't be working. Because people can see that it's not authentic and that it's not genuine. And so them prophecies is gonna play out. It's as simple as that. Them prophecies is gonna play out. Hey Royal Deluxe, I don't know if you're still here, but I think you had left. So yeah, talk to you later. So what about the Lurkin? Okay. Okay. But yeah, them prophecies are going to play out the way they are. In America, you will be revealed the man of perdition. You will learn some shit. You're gonna see shape shifting. Like I said, for those who just coming in later, you're gonna see some shape shifting, and not just of reptilians. You're gonna see people's soul, and that is the shape shift because the veil is thin. You're just seeing someone's real soul and who they are in the astral realms and who they are in the real original dimension they came from. If they happen to be a serpentine seraphim angel, you may see that. If they happen to be a reptilian, you may see that. If they a Draco, you may see that. If they a Lemurian, you may see that. If they're Arcturian, you may see that. You're gonna see stuff with cats. If you are a dragon rider, you may see that. And you gotta be prepared to handle that. And it's best to keep it to yourself. But some of this stuff is gonna go mainstream, like the topic of shapeshifting, that may go mainstream, just so y'all know. Yeah. But I'm gonna play this real quick. Watch this with Cypher. He makes a deal with what? The Agent Smith. Now the Agent Smith, he was what? The government. This is what Cypher makes a deal with the Agent Smith and the rest. See, he knows that it's an illusion. He in a dream state. Cole, like the actor. I want to make the deal with the Agent Smith, the Matrix Hell system. He wants to be someone important, an actor, and who does all the stage theater. This is when he's telling you how the deal work, how the contract work. This stuff is actually real. Like people come in as souls, as humans, and know how the system works, and yeah, they go right up to the top and make that deal with the Luciferian system, take the oath of silence, and sell their influence. That's what selling is. So sell their influence in the matrix to keep people in the illusion in exchange for the wealth. But they are actors. They're just actors, and that's what he's saying. This is what this movie is telling you. Out. They want you to sell out to Zion. They want you to sell out Zion. Look what he says. They go into access codes to the Zion matrix, or is it whatever? Let's see what he says afterwards, because I can't remember. Oh, to the Zion mainframe. Computational algorithm of the access code to the Zion computational mainframe. Everybody know what a mainframe is, a computer system. Now everybody, for those that's wise that know about simulation theory, put that shit together. What they talking about as it relates to Zion. It's right in front of you. and it's all playing out right in front of you. And this is the same stuff that's oh, it's maddening. Let me remind it one more time. He's saying I don't know them, and that's true. Like even like, if we look at it as in a human, in terms of the 3D realm we in, they try our DNA, the stuff that's in the tribe of Judah, our stuff is encrypted from even us. So even if we wanted to tell them or give them the codes to the mainframe of Zion, like it's encrypted from even us. We don't know. Even when you could try to crack, that's why when people get mad thinking I'm talking so much or I'm telling so much business and I'm going to give all this information to the other side and white people are going to be able to use it against us. No, I'm not giving out nothing that they can use. I haven't given like the stuff that's really, really encrypted. I don't even understand it. I can't give it out, even if I wanted to. Can't even. It's encrypted from us, and I've talked with God. That is done by design. You ain't gonna know none of that. We get to know a lot of pretty cool ass knowledge, but that is this for whatever reason. That shit is we don't even get to know that. You see how the role that Morpheus played. Now you notice he wouldn't do it. Now people that at that you know the role that Morpheus played. And when we say that we don't have access to that, and even if there was, I would say that there is no one, especially it wouldn't be a man. But as far as that access code, if they did play that role, them type of men, they know that they would have to die before giving that code out. And there are many groups, especially with certain knowledges, even on planet Earth, when they try to go in and give us the knowledge, give it, but especially I think the Knights Templar was trying to hem up a group to get knowledge from, and how the Romans was trying to steal knowledge. Give it to us, give it to us. Give us what the Holy Grail is. Tell us what this is. And they already know. Hell no. We out of here. We out of here. You're gonna have to kill us. We ain't giving you shit. And them people, you think that they humans, but they're not. They cannot. They don't have it. They don't know what that conception means to offer someone money to sell it. They don't understand what that means. They know that they in a DNA. You're trying to take this type of knowledge that is so powerful and so dangerous that has been given to our bloodline. We have to take ourselves out to protect it. That's just how they roll. That's all they know. And there's many groups of people who have done that in this world and on this planet. Just so you know, it's nothing new. So you see that now. If this playback, for the playback, if it gets removed for copyright, I might have to take this out. But just know that this is the deal with the Matrix guy with the steak cipher makes a deal with Agent Smith in the restaurant, The Matrix. So you have to go and look that up if I have to remove it from the playback due to copyright. Now let's go back here. Talk about woke and awareness and consciousness. This is how you have to understand when we talk about like Elon's war on woke, right? Or white people's they hate this term woke or they hate being woke or whatever. You got to see the masonry in that. The term woke was came by this black woman. Obviously everybody knows Erica Badu, and it meant to staying woke, conscious awareness of your consciousness, right? Then we have Childish Gambino come out with a song called "Stay Woke." Okay, so woke means awareness, and it came from the Black American culture. But in Satanic Masonry, they switched it around and used it as a code for transgenderism and low key as a dig at Black Americans, because it was two Black Americans that came up with that code, that they came with the woke, and this was particularly Erica Badu, who is part indigenous to North America, a Black woman who's indigenous to North America. You have to understand their masonry is perverted. I'm teaching y'all some heavy game and some heavy codes if y'all put it all together of what they're doing and how y'all it is what it is. You can deny it. They got an African American named Elon with Indian named Vivek, African American and Indian, trying to craft out a prophecy using the president who has Irish and Moorish science, and they trying to make them build the third temple. They're not able to do it. They don't have the science, and they're not women, and they don't have the codes. They see how they know the Black American how to add mixture, so they figure, well, how about we just have? They tried to add mixture to found Kamala, but she doesn't have any ties to North America. She has Caribbean blood, but it's not the same because she's East Indian It has the Moorish light code, but it's not the same as having an indigenous North American Indian. So they switch it, do Elon, Vivek, Trump. Technically, it's still an admixture in their eyes, but it's still not the same science because it had to be a female. And they try to get them to do the third temple. Now they tell you they have a war on woke to your face. See, they tell you that what if they tell you what they're doing and you agree with it, then you're out of here. Now they perverted the definition of woke. What is wrong with being aware? Woke means you're awakened to a higher state of consciousness. You're conscious of your surroundings, of situational awareness. You have awareness. Your level of awareness is higher. When you're woke, you're not asleep. You're woke. And so when Erica Badu was talking about that, that's what she meant, higher levels of consciousness. And when Childish Gambino, Black Americans were saying stay woke, they were talking about higher levels of consciousness. Have awareness of self. Stay woke. Stay aware. But when Elon says they got a war on woke, this is Marduk for those in the occult who are against Tiamat in the age of the divine feminine. And you know that's a code. It's the bastardized version where they talk about Leviathan, the dragon. We're about to go into the 9 in the year of the serpent. Wake your motherfucking asses up. Stay woke. Woke, but black woman. Elon has a war on woke culture, a term that was crafted by a black woman, and Elon is Marduk. And those in the occult know that. People that are spiritual know that. And for those who know the war between the divine feminine and the divine masculine, you know what this is all codes for. About the overthrow of the queen mothership and the matriarchy and melanated people's society, but also as it relates to the fallen angels and Lucifer. And then they say they got a war on woke, but they tell you in Satanic Masonry that we're not talking about Black Americans, we're talking about transgenderism because they do everything inverted. Woke don't mean nothing about no motherfucking transgenders. That's sleep. I ain't got no beef with transgenders. I ain't no beef with but I'm just saying. Gender inversion is not woke. That is sleep. If you're going to invert a gender or try to erode the law of gender and electromagnetism, that's being asleep. That's not being woke. See how they invert everything. So they took a term that crafted by Erica Badu, the woke term, a conscious woman who is Black American indigenous. Then Childish Gambino is a black man, follows up with stay woke. Right after she says woke, he says stay woke. See, they were crafting out their own thing. Black Americans, we already had this shit planned out for your asses. You don't ever catch the codes. And we got sold out. Elon and they side says war on woke. They know that's a term that a black woman created. And Black Americans have created. As far as the coolness of it, the virality of woke. And she's conscious and she's talking about self-awareness, higher consciousness. Right? Elon says war on woke. I want a war on woke. Catch the codes. He's not talking when he says he want a war on woke. Y'all think he's talking about that transgenderism. If that's the case, why did Trump's cabinet pick Dr. Oz as a part of the cabinet? Isn't Dr. Oz for transgender children? Isn't Dr. Oz promoting transgender medicines to these kids? So that's how you should know. They put it right in front of your face, Black Americans. That's not what woke. They letting you know that that's not the real definition of woke. If they truly got a war on woke, then Dr. Oz wouldn't have been picked as the head of no big cabinet presidential position. That lets you know right there that it's bullshit. That it's stage Masonic theater, and that there's something deeper going on here. And for those who know the story of Elon's bloodline, when we say that the entity that's on him is Marduk, put 2 and 2 together when we talk about the war that they caused on Tiamat. But also what I told you in the Nocti Queen Mothership Part 3 and the Nocti Queen Mothership Order in those books, those esoteric books. And put that story together and you'll see like, oh my gosh, this shit is right in front of you. So when he says, oh, I want a war on woke, and we know that there's a term crafted by Black Americans and a Black American woman in particular that has North Indian blood, North American indigenous, they're letting you know. They have to tell you to your face what it is. Now, if you're not aware, and if you got a war on woke, do you want motherfuckers sleep? If you got a war on higher consciousness and self awareness, then you want motherfuckers sleep. And this is the richest man in the world, and he's telling you to your face. These people don't give a shit about no Black Americans or no Americans. Period. This dude is from South Africa, apartheid, and his peoples was for apartheid, and he come from a satanic background. That's why he gaslight so much. Y'all saw him in that room with as Adrian and Laura Loomer, and now he was gaslighting the fuck out of that lady. It was the most craziest thing. I said, oh, I could tell instantly because that stuff, and it's not just white people that's into that. Like there's Black American families, there's families of all races that do the satanic version of masonry, and that textbook stuff that I witnessed that he was. I said, oh shit, now I could tell that he was raised in that shit. Is that type of gaslighting and bullying? And I'm like, oh hell no, hell no. I'm like, oof, good luck, whoever following that. Y'all gonna put that neural link in your motherfucking head? Oh hell no, hell no. Now you fight to the death on that one. And if they end up, they don't, you still didn't comply, you didn't agree, so it's illegal on their part. They will blow back on them because you said no. And if even if they try to force you, you said no. So it's illegal. And so the universe cancels out, say, let whatever your plan was, we're done with it because you illegally violated a soul's birthright and said no. So even if they try to force a Neuralink in your head and you keep saying no, and you're fighting to the death, no, it does know that it's not gonna work or something crazy gonna happen. Just that's why I had to do what I did in October 2023. I'm sorry, October 23, 2024. That's why I had to say what I said and go out like it. That y'all say it was a crash out. And I had to because I said, oh shit, if I don't, that's given consent. And so I had to reverse engineer a lot of shit in the spiritual realm. Just from me being under that MAGA spell. It's a spell. Powerful one too. Because they powerful necromancers. These are powerful wizards. Don't make no mistake about it. These people are not to be played with. And they'll put your ass under a spell and your ass be walking right off that motherfucking cliff to the slaughterhouse. Or the sheep off the it's real shit. Real shit. Politics is nothing but the occult. You better wake up. Yeah, but they say war on woke. And we know that was a term started by a Black American, and it means a higher conscious, higher awareness. And then now they telling everybody that it's about transgenderism. Then why the fuck is Dr. Oz being appointed in Trump's cabinet? How come people that's for mRNA and for transgenders being appointed in Trump's cabinet? If that's what woke meant, if that's what it just meant, LGBT, why you have cross dressing JD Vance as vice president then? If it was just against these debaucheries, that's debauchery. That's not woke. That's debauchery. As far as uh pushing transgenderism on kids, that's debauchery. That's not woke. That's not the definition of woke. Just objectively, that is not the definition of woke. That is absolutely a red herring and a code and slight against Black American women and Black Americans in general. Because Childish Gambino said something too about being stay woke. That's a dig at us. You just can't see it. And they prop their ass up there, African American from South Africa and an Indian Vivek. And they both, Vivek is racist as well. Here, we already know that. And they talk cash money shit. And they get up there and thought that America was gonna be under that spell. And here's the thing: the spell broke too fast, and they don't know what to do. That shit was supposed to last 50 years, though. That spell, y'all supposed to be under that shit. But MAGA, 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 and red hats and looking stupid all the way to the slaughterhouse. 50 years later, you was not supposed to wake up and to see what happened, what you did to yourself, because you agreed. They told you what they were gonna do. And so with me doing that, them white esotericists and white occultists and Black ones, they went behind the scenes and started realizing like, oh shit, we gotta redo this science because she just declared her birthright. We running out of time. That broke this a lot of the spell for me. But then other people started studying things and looking at the bait and switch. Other people with bigger platforms, signal boosting the bait and switch and talking about it, about both parties being the same and that it's all an illusion and da da da. That broke the spell. Laura Loomer doing what she did, she broke. Oh my gosh, millions of people is gonna wake up behind that. That's why they got so freaked out, and that's why they gonna punish her really hard. If you listen to that room yesterday with Adrian, they went in on her motherfucking ass, and they're scared to death because she actually has a platform. See, when I say shit, I'm already blacklisted, and then everybody could just try to oh she's crazy, but her doing that with her being, part of that system and having millions of followers, that broke the spell on so many MAGA people. You have no idea. And plus, she was all close to the MAGA people too. She was close with Trump. But then it's talk about calling out Elon and the free speech and how it's all a joke. And he is Marduk and he is playing the fuck out of people. And yeah, he let us talk on his, and I appreciate that. He let us talk cash money shit on the Twitter and shit about him and all that. And that take a lot of balls to do. But he did crash out and started getting rid of conservatives and suspending accounts, doing all types of crazy ass shit to people who had once supported him or who trying to call him out, and give him a critique and whatnot. And he went after them so hard and heavy, demonetizing motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Demonetizing motherfuckers and all types of stuff. Oh, hey, let me look at you. Let me see what you're saying, Royal Deluxe. You said not audio. What you mean there was no audio? There was no audio? I could hear it clear as day. You know what? I wonder because YouTube they done changed something in their algorithm where now they block the sound now when you be trying to play shit. Can you hear me now though, right? I mean, damn, y'all couldn't hear the audio of the cipher playing. I wonder if Twitter could hear it too. If they couldn't hear it too. So what you say? Let me see. You said there's a Hulu show called Woke where a black activist sees his cartoons come to life after his worldview is shattered. Why? No way. When we say we cartoons, I'm looking at that as archetypes after his like MK Ultra breaks. Like once the like how your mind kind of just break in all these different dimensions, especially like with this honeycomb shit, and then you see all of your archetypes come to life. That's deep. And you said it was a black activist. Woo! They put it right in front of people, man. They don't hide it, do they? That's crazy. And you heard it too. You said I want to be now. So I wonder they probably did cut the damn audio off on YouTube now where you can't play. That's why when we doing our party, when we do our New Year's Eve party and shit, we only have to be on Twitter Spaces and on Rumble. Let me check Rumble by the way, because y'all know I be talking cash money shit. Did Rumble? Let me see. Let me see. Okay, look like we was still going live on Rumble because they do me dirty too there. Okay, oh, I think my stream on Rumble. I gotta figure out what the hell Rumble be doing, and I use Rumble Studio, but I don't know if that's being done on purpose. But they do something that totally messes up my damn stream, man. Totally messes it up. Let me just check this Rumble. Okay, so that was going. So that's pretty. It covered it. It did an okay job. See, it had knocked me off a Rumble too, and I didn't think I would get knocked off of there. Is that working? Okay, it's still playing. It could be just a studio, Rumble Studio, and then maybe because I'm using another studio, maybe it's incompatible or something, and then knocking me off because it's I don't know, it's things like that could happen. I'm willing to think it's just that. Um, but yeah, but the Matrix clip was muted. Okay, so I guess YouTube is they mute the clips now live on the stream, and they didn't do that. They used to let people play it, and then you get the option to remove it or mute it. But I guess they're muting it right then and there, in real time now. Yeah, but I was saying, with that woke stuff, y'all be careful with just letting them say that stuff because they talking in code above. And they think they talking above your head and that you're so dumb that you're not. And many Black Americans, I think we kind of knew. Like, I think they talking about like when they say woke, I think they talking about like Black Americans or Black culture. But then they started saying, no, we're talking about LGBT and transgender. Well, then why is y'all still like, no, that ain't true. Just look how the right is carrying on with how the cabinet picks and stuff. They got LGBT in the cabinet because they got a cross-dresser JD Vance as vice president. That's what you got right now. So how is that a war against woke? Now, for those that are occultists, study it from the sense of Elon being Marduk, woke being created by a black woman, indigenous North American, Erica Badu, who talks about higher consciousness and knowing that the war between Tiamat and Marduk. And we know that Tiamat is a primordial black female. Okay. Study that. It is all playing out. Like again, there's multiple prophecies. Just so y'all humans know, There's multiple prophecies playing out all at once. You got the biblical prophecies playing out. You got Atlantean prophecies playing out. You got Babylonian divine pre-Adamic civilization sciences playing out, and Babylonian Phoenician sciences prophecies playing out as well as it relates to divine masculine, divine feminine. Anunnaki prophecies playing out clearly, clearly. So let's not play. Let's not play dumb here. It's all playing, and that's the real intriguing part because it's like, damn, it's like three different like world prophecies playing out at once, and if you find out it's all connected. And we talk about the age of divine feminine, the age of enlightenment, the age of Christ consciousness, the age of the Aquarius, the age of Saturn. It's all connected, but they give you so much false information and they hid so much from humans that they think everything is a demon and everything is satanic and everything. And then when the real primordials come along, y'all think y'all about to cut up with us. And we like, no, y'all gonna get some act right around here. And not everybody is no motherfucking demon. Use your discernment. When your ass starts seeing them shapeshifters and your ass gonna go and tell the church or whatever, and you gonna go, oh, I saw a dragon in there. Oh, I saw a shapeshift dragon. Let's go get our Bibles, and y'all go like in that movie Beloved when they went at the end to go pray over that lady to get that spirit about that house. And y'all go run up on a fucking primordial from 125D, the beings that created the Hebrew bloodline and the Atlanteans. And you think you about to go run up on them and go pray and get them spirit out, a being that created Yeshua, and you think you about to go and when they stump their feet and point their ass at you and your ass fly across the damn street and knock your ass up against the damn wall, don't say nothing. And it's funny because I heard some of them it was funny because I heard some of them Christians in a forum. I was reading a Christian forum, and again, I don't got no beef with nobody's religion, just so y'all know. They were discussing how to stay away from the Indians. They was like, stay away from them Indians because they put curses on people and they use this secret magic stuff, and it worked. But they don't know that them Indians understand psychotronics. Like that's like, when I told you in the Bible says that the light of the body is their eye. If they eye be fooled, or if they eye be yeah, I want to say the light of the light of the body is the eye. If they eye be fooled, then the whole body shall be filled with light. Or if the eye be something, then the whole body shall be filled with light. And so that's a light code. And this is in the Bible, right? This is that, but that is a very powerful teaching of the East. This can be found, that teaching can be found in a lot of different religions. And so, and in particular, like the Advaita Vedanta, or we talk about like, look at the eye that's on Shiva's head, like the Bindu dots that's on their heads. That's very powerful, important to them. And so their Indian priest, they know how to do like certain psychotronics and some of the even the things that you see that was in, that Yeshua was doing. And so they were talking about in the forum how like, oh, I was riding my bike and the lady, I got into it with an Indian, and they told me, they gonna break my bike and crash. I'm gonna crash, and then they was right. They rolled off and said, "Yeah, whatever, motherfucker." They rolled off, but that bike did break, and that motherfucker did crash later on and during the trip, during the ride. As he was saying, yeah, it's something that they doing where they'll curse you and that shit be working. And Christians was they curse you and that shit be working. They said, don't get into it with it. But it's really because of the psychotronics, and it's it's cyclomancy. It's and it works, and it is something that any human can do, but it's certain if you got to put in the work to be able to do it, just like how Yeshua said, greater work shall you do if you put in the work. It's as simple as that. And so those people, they've mastered that. Certain people, and I'm not saying all Indians, hell no. I'm talking about like, say, like certain priestesses, a priest of their respective religions, whatever that religion is. You can't just think you could just fuck with anybody just because you don't understand something, or you too lazy to go and research all of the ancient texts, or at least get that Ethiopian Bible and crack it open, because you're gonna have a hard time understanding the world after 2025, because you didn't get the full picture because so much information was hidden from everybody. Okay. And so Another thing I want to talk about is like when it comes to Elon degrading picking fruit, farm work and stuff, saying like making it seem like, oh, immigrants are the only people that do that. Picking fruit is good work. It's farming work. It's good work, even if it was just for the youth. I had picked fruits when I was a little kid, but it wasn't no job or nothing. It was a field trip. And we went on a farm in Buffalo, New York, and they were growing this around summer. It was a school field trip, and they allowed us to pick blueberries and strawberries. All the students was able to pick blueberries and strawberries. It was a field trip, and we had the ball. Like that was my first time ever doing something like that. And when I say I loved it, I said, "Oh my gosh!" Obviously, a little ass kid, you're gonna be eating them motherfucking blueberries. You're gonna be eating them strawberries. But they said pick as much as you can carry, and they gave us all a bin, right? And like one of them bins that you when you go to the grocery store and you see the container of the blueberries or the strawberry. They gave us something. It was a real small one, but it was for kids. And I'm picking them motherfucking blueberries. I was like, "What? This shit it was fun as hell." And they said, "Get as much as you get it. What you fill your container up." Oh, we filled that motherfucking container up with blueberries and strawberries. Yes, we did. And that was they family farm. It was fun as hell. And we took it home. Now, granted, I was already eating them, but my granny said you gotta wash it. So we washed them, and then she let me eat that shit. Fresh blueberries and fresh strawberries. And so picking fruits, that's not no immigrant job. That's an American job because so many Americans have farms, and then so many Americans they grew up on farms, and they did pick their own fruits. They did pick their own from the peach trees, fig tree. My dad, he told me stories all the time about some damn fig tree when I was younger. They had fig trees on because we had our own land. We still got that land, but uh, people in my family said it's cursed or some shit like that. I don't know about that, but they're fig trees. There's fig trees in people's backyards. There's cherry trees in people's back. How many people talk about cherry tree growing? I mean, I've heard that growing up on their own land. Cherry trees, fig trees, peach trees. We've heard that shit growing up. Orange trees. And in fact, many of the kids from the north and Black Americans, many of the kids in the north go every year to the south to see grandma or to see aunts and uncles and spend that time in the south. And what was you gonna do? You was gonna see how farm life was and see these different fruits and veggies right up front. And then you come back and you tell your friends about the different trees that you saw, the orange trees, uh, fig trees, cherry tree, grapes, growing watermelon in your house. I'm not in your house, on your land. Growing collard greens. What else? Cabbage, romaine lettuce. Like this is what I remember kids from coming back from the south in the summer in Buffalo, New York, and they would tell us, "What? Oh, I went to Tennessee and we had this, and Grandma made us do this, and we had to pick this, and we had to pick cherries, we had to pick grapes, we had to pick this." I mean, I know clear as day. I remember clear as motherfucking day hearing that at NYSP Kenesha's camp because that's when all the kids would get together for the summer. And towards the end of the summer, that some of the kids would come back. They'll have like a week vacation, or sometimes, it just be the beginning of the school year because they were going for the whole entire summer, the whole entire summer. So I know what the hell I heard growing up. And so no farm work, picking no cherries, picking none of that, ain't none of that beneath no American. We do need those jobs too, and we need to be paid fairly for them. Especially if it's even if it's just a youth summer's youth program for our American youth to pick those fruits and veggies. Why you gotta go to immigrants? Why can't just go to American youth as a summer youth job then? They'll love to have that little bit of money, couple hundred a buck, a couple $100 a week or something. 100, even if it was just $100 a week, a 13-year-old, shit, that's enough for them. So 12, not 1200, 200, 300 a week or something for some as a summer youth job going to these different farms and helping out. Why you gotta go to immigrants and try to say that and try to degrade that work and make it seem like Americans wouldn't do that work? So why Americans need a UBI? It's the age of the AI. I already wrote a book on DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, to be combined with the education system to reinvent it in the age of AI. But no, y'all wanted to bury that because you can't understand it. But then you don't want to go to the person with a. It's actually easy to understand because everybody knows how to build a DAO. I mean, every tech person that's in ledger technology, they understand what they're familiar with what I'm talking about. But then they gotta realize, yo, if we follow what this girl put in this book, then she's gonna come out. It's gonna be obvious that we took the framework, and this framework comes from her, and we spent all this time telling everybody she's crazy and doing all these things, and now, oh shit. But really, the girl now we really need these ideas. I told you to reinvent the now that's about education instead. Reinvent the education system in the age of AI with using a DAO. I wrote the book called Aid Fast on instructional design for education. Part of it is free. Most of it is free on Academia ADU. Get it implemented. The Department of Education, y'all could have reached out to me so we can get these things redesigned or at least get the framework going. Obviously, I wrote that. I mean, obviously, I need to sit down. We need to test it out. We have to test. We have to do experimentation. So you do that. I came with the framework. You just fought like just and then use an agile model system, agile system to enact your corrective your auto correction and automate. For one, I'm big on automation and auto correction and agile systems so that things are redesigned as needed in an efficient manner without waiting for the finished product. It's in real time. Everybody knows what agile means, and Scrum for those in the tech world. In the tech world, I'm talking for those in the tech world. And so I'm telling you, like this shit is not looking good. Like these people, Elon and Vivek, they have no intentions on helping no America great again. Not the shit that they pose, and even that Doji shit. Like they was telling people that they want to cut remote work so then they can encourage people to quit, and that was gonna create government efficiency. Y'all gotta be kidding me. You cannot be that stupid as an American to fall for that. I'm so glad these white boys acted a plum fool this week and Laura Luma acted a plum fool. I'm glad y'all called that shit out this week. Because I was saying it, and obviously I'm looking like a hater. People looking like, oh, you just hating on that white man. And he's the richest, in the black community. I was treating me like shit, running around to defend everything Elon was doing and defend Trump taking a picture with Daniel Penny, who killed a unarmed homeless black man, mentally ill black man on the subway. You gotta go and defend it, explain that away. And so, I'm glad motherfuckers is waking up. Yeah, I'm glad. And like I said, another thing the Department of Education can do is y'all need to start adding these paid apprenticeship programs. While humans can earn why they learn. So they're learning why they're learning, getting good money, and also building credential. And then, like I said, that peer-to-peer learning of that DAO system in the age of AI, that's how you get through it. I'm not signed to no motherfucking contracts, and I'm not selling out to this system. If y'all want consultation, I will build out a framework. We can get this project shit done, and we can reinvent all these universities to keep up with the new age, in the age of AI, repository intelligence, which y'all think is artificial intelligence. It's not. But I also in EdFast we talk about human-centered design. We can do the peer-to-peer learning and apprenticeships still under a DAO. We got to completely reinvent the education system. It's not sustainable. And then y'all want to make tuition free. And I started the MOOC in 2021. We've been doing open source. It ain't nothing motherfucking new. I got over 300 public free lectures from Knox University since 2021. A bunch of free books. And Knox University, we got over, we got 20 esoteric books and knowledge books on sociology, history, but we about to have books in quantum physics and probability distribution science and in military science. Knox University they copied off of us doing our constitutional studies in esoteric politics and governance philosophy. These motherfuckers is listening to what Knox University, but then they gotta hide it and act like they the ones that try to invent it, and then they had paid my people to bury me and to sell me out because I don't want to take no oath, and I know controlled opposition when I see it, and because I'm not uh afraid to call it out, then I'm the bad guy. as people walk off a fucking cliff and sell their souls to Satan and this wicked system that's unconstitutional. And so, like I said, we need paid apprenticeships. People need to earn while they learn. And so we keep that churning that workforce out. And it needs to be a fair labor, paid apprenticeships. And STEM and in trade school still. Motherfuckers is always gonna need welding and electricity. Paid apprenticeship. You don't need to go no 4 year school for no motherfucking welding or no 4 year school for come on. It's a paid apprenticeship, 1 to 2 years. You get hands on experience. It qualifies as experience. And they have a certification and a degree. Boom, kill two birds with one stone. Degree and experience. You out for the motherfucking workforce. At fair wages. Women get a UBI, especially those that's reaching motherhood. Those that have babies, that want to have, they're going to get married. That takes the load off of women. And where they can spend time homeschooling their motherfucking kids and being a mother. Or being a priestess. We going in the age of divine feminine. So we could do a UBI for everybody, or you could just do it for women. But there's a lot of women that gotta work, so they can't even spend time with their kids. They're worried about money and finances, so they can't even cook a nice homegrown meal for their man anymore because they having to come home from work. It's so stressful. Can't even help the kids with homework because it's so stressful at work. And so the women need a UBI, or they could do a UBI for everybody. But it's always going to need humans to do certain work and certain jobs. And for that, I say we do paid apprenticeships combined with the Dow system, peer-to-peer learning. That AFES book is very intricate. I understand. I have to even go back and carve out things because I'm in a PhD program and I do want to do something with that as it relates to my thesis. So I'm going to be building upon it. But the thing is, y'all always, this system just want to steal, and act like they came up with shit. This system is dumb as fuck to me. I'm sorry. And I'm not impressed with it. I know y'all think Elon is all smart. I'm just not impressed. Um, it's like it's a wicked enviousness within this satanic system. That's why they did what they did to Nikola Tesla. That's what they did. What they did to all the black inventors. The black inventor that come up with a water engine for a car, turning the black inventor that come up with turning air into water. The black inventor that comes up with fiber optic cables and all this stuff. How they fucked over Sheila Washington. They played down Sheila Washington. They played down Lewis Latimer. They played down George Washington Carver. Try to make it seem like he just was an inventor for peanuts and shit. And he does more. They played down Frederick McKinley. They played down Sarah Lee Butler, who invented the home security systems that your motherfucking ass got on was it ADT? You got ADT or ATT or some shit. And security systems. That was invented by a black woman. You can look it up. There's control numbers. There's patent numbers. We pretty much know that. But they like to steal, kill, and destroy. So it's like they want to steal and try to say destroy the person that created it and say that they created it. And we're not doing that shit no more. Or you won't get nothing. Because now we making so many codes. Just like I told you, I got an invention book. That invention book is coded as fuck. All of my, even before I wrote all of my books, they were all written out with outlines in certain journals and like handwritten out shit. But it was written in such scribble dibble. It's written in such a crazy ass way where if somebody else was to steal my shit, they'll never be able to decode it. They wouldn't understand it. That's the same way with my inventions. My inventions are with codes. You can't. They're not even written out with full words. That's why when I say, "Oh, I had an invention book," people are like, "Oh shit!" Here they could just run up in your. If you got an invention book and they know who you are, they'll just run up in your shit and take that. They can take that motherfucking journal and they open it up. They don't know how to. They ain't gonna know shit. They ain't gonna know what it is. They don't even know the name of the invention, what it is, nothing. It's all coded. I did it by design. I've been doing that shit since I was 13 years old. I've always coded stuff since I was 13 years old. Something in me just told me to do that shit. Because I always knew like if somebody steals my journal or steals my or they used to write a lot of poetry. I used to write a lot of poetry as a kid. And so I figured, what if somebody steals my poetry and just steal, so I'm just write in a certain way where only I could read it. Straight up. Now I can actually write, like as far as like good, nice handwriting. I know how to write nice and I remember people be like, why are you writing so much chicken scratch? What the fuck? You could read it. And I remember my friend said, I don't know what none of this say. And she said, there's no way you understand what none of that is. And I just read it like it was nothing. I said, yeah, I know what I'm doing. you know, on some level. But yeah, you pay attention to these motherfuckers. And another thing, y'all making tuition free again. We need there has to be student loan forgiveness then. Like how could you like you charge it and you knew the system was a fraud and they don't care. They think it's funny. But I'm just saying don't be shocked when people don't follow along with what the fuck you talking about. They're gonna be watching everything you do now because you tricked them. Because that's how I am. I'm watching everything this system do because it's like you deceive too much. So whatever you doing, I'm gonna do the opposite of because I already know that y'all follow Satan. And we're not talking about a light being a morning star. We talking about these people are literally backwards as fuck and they invert everything that's natural. That's what we talking about. We're not talking about light beings, light, phosphorus, luciferic beings. We're not talking about that shit. We're not talking about Venus. We're not talking about the primordials. We talking about motherfuckers doing some pushing some weird gender inversion shit. Weird bullshit. Order out of chaos, war, starting wars, getting off on low governing force, pretty much. So yeah, apprenticeships, pay, earn as you learn, combine that with the DAOs in the age of AI, and we need expansion on student loan forgiveness. And you need to focus on peer-to-peer learning, a new instructional design model. Because honestly, a lot of people don't know this, but the instructional design models that's in the public education system, that's even in higher ed, they were invented by military scientists that were in the military. They were used in the Army and the Navy first. The first knowledges that you get that's in the public systems, as far as the instructional design models, whether that be Addy. Addy was invented by the military. For those who know what I'm talking about, look it up. And so I created AFES, and so I do expect on some level somebody to start to try to use that. Whether it be the military uses it first because they use the instructional design models in the military before they let it out to the public. Just so y'all know. So that's obviously what I was expecting to happen. But I'm not working under no weirdo ass contract. Stop trying to control me. I'm not ever letting it happen. For what? Yeah, I could see if somebody was really legitimately having my back and looking out for me or some shit. But no, y'all motherfuckers is trying to harvest somebody's soul energy and still kill and destroy. You want to be somebody handler on that Hollywood weird shit. You can MK Ultra they motherfucking ass. I ain't going through it. I ain't the one. And I'm telling you, it's a feedback loop in this system. So the more they lock me out, the more they fall. Because of my spiritual rank and bloodline and who I am that they hide from the public. So the more you can't fuck with a being from that Saturn takes orders from. Saturn takes orders from 125D and Earth takes its orders from Saturn. And Saturn's a satellite. So you go after a being that Saturn protects with its fucking life, as well as the answers to 125D. So Saturn answers to my bloodline. And you think that you just gonna target them and put them on a list and fuck with them and fight and think that your system is gonna just stay the same. Your system will fall. It's a fact. This is the end times. I don't know what y'all get. Y'all fucked with the wrong one and the right one. It was it was the straw that broke the camel's back. And so we just letting y'all know I'll hold out to the end because I already know what it means. I do know what it means. Just so there is no amount of pressure that's gonna make me fold because this system, the moment something happened to me, everything falls. It's just a fact. And I'm not the only being. I'm not delusional where I'm saying I'm the only human that it's like this with entire bloodlines. So say they go, oh, we just gonna make it the Black Americans permanent underclass and fuck with them, and then once we get them out, we're good. No, if you take that bloodline out, this country will fall, and globally it is done. It's done. The whole thing. We just letting y'all know. You can't reverse engineer. You're not gonna put up no fake bloodlines and like codes. It's done. You did that for 2,000 years, and we allowed you to do that shit. Or 6,000 years actually. We allowed you to do that shit. It was a curse. We pissed off people. Pissed off some of the greatest primordials. So they were women. You fucked up, and you about to fuck up again. I'm talking to you, melanated people now, because you want to walk right straight into the den of iniquity. into a debaucherous satanic system. You want to walk straight into it for money, thinking that you about to get a bag and all this shit. Oh, fuck these niggas. Oh, I get a bag. I'll take out Darren Sills. I'll take out Nipsey Hussle. Oh, we'll sell out Kylie J.N.S. It don't matter because government gonna give us some money. You niggas is gonna bet the curse your ass for the next 2,000 years. We talking about the primordials. We're not playing with you motherfuckers because we give you chance after chance to get yourself in power and to awaken. And if you talking about all humanity, but you melanated people, you already know your sciences. You know, if you don't know your history, if you don't know pre-colonial history, you better pick up a motherfucking book. You better understand what the black nobility classes and the clash between the divine feminine and divine masculine and the overthrow of the queen mothership. You better go back in your history and motherfucking read it. You Africans, you want to act like, oh, you know what you're talking about. That's all lies. Okay. Okay. Same with the American, well, with the Indians, they already know because they tribes are matriarchal anyway, so it doesn't even matter. But y'all follow these Marduk motherfuckers off the cliff if you want, as melanated people, and go against your light codes, and don't do your sciences. You follow these motherfuckers if you want to, because 2,000 years is on your head. You thought you had 400 years. You thought you had 400 years, and it was bad, and it was so, oh my gosh, it's in the Bible. You're going to be in a land of your that is foreign, and you have to serve someone that's beneath you for 400 years. You think that was bad? You about to be a slave to motherfucking AI for the next 2,000 years. Fuck with me if you want to. Fuck with the primordials if you want to. We've been very nice, very gracious, and what has happened has been a travesty. And there are many Black Americans that have let it happen because they don't want to do the work of getting free and getting sovereign, getting self determination. And to be honest, Americans are like that too. And so those that would give up freedoms for a sense of security, you deserve neither freedom nor security. And that's what you humans is about to learn. This is what you Americans is about to learn. You white Americans, you sat up there, you was all ha and kikiing when Black Americans was getting treatment. It was getting down and out and getting injustice. It was ha kikiing. And now it's your motherfucking ass on the chopping block. Because they about to switch to power play. And they realize they really don't give a shit about that black and white thing psyop that they put y'all under, where they try to convince the average white person that they better than a black person, and if you could convince them of that, then they'll follow you. That play is not gonna work anymore because y'all know y'all about to learn good and hell well that uh to be honest, why you think they going after black daddies that got the billionaire money? Now I'm about to start talking in code. I got to start talking in code. Why you think they going after the P Diddy and the Jay Z and stuff? These white boys. They realize they taught them fucked up batched ass knowledge and science. See, you still think that these is humans. You can't tell the difference between an entity and a principality, even in a human flesh, right? We got to go there. We going there deep. They pissed off at the the black men that they learned that science from because they realized you did steal that shit from your women, and y'all don't know y'all got us in a fucked up position, and we ain't y'all ass don't y'all ass can't crack the last codes and keep our power for us when you took this deal. Tell us the they and then to be honest, maybe they are walking away. That could be it too. But they gonna try to take out our money class. And in some regards, they did sell out on some levels. But at the same time, I'm still conflicted on how I even want to handle that because I do know that they are pissed because they don't have any control over the mass of black Americans consciousness anymore. And Abule was supposed to be in charge of that. The black celebrities was to be in charge of that. And they lost control, you know? Oh, Royal Deluxe, I like your idea. I gotta look into it. It's actually brilliant. Let me take a screenshot of it. Could you work on something like a blockchain verified charitable service called Giving? Well, I would like to do that more so as a barter economy. I wonder if we could, as far as like what's coming with this country, the Americans going to be looking out for each other. And y'all, I mean, we still want shit that's innovative though. We just want it. We want it holistic though, and you want it natural. See, there's nothing wrong with technology. It's just like I like this idea. You said fill the well project paid funds. I think that's dope. But it's like there's nothing wrong with the technology. It's just that they using it to enslave us. They're trying to use it to enslave us instead of using it to enhance our quality of life and make things efficient and automated between human affairs and civic affairs. And that's what it's about. It's not about using this technology to further entrap our consciousness, right? And so what I was saying is that they feel some type of way about the about Black Americans because they realize, okay, that's really the tribe of Judah. Not all of us is about it, it ain't even all it ain't even remotely all of us. Um, okay, these Black Americans, they tired of the system and they don't even want to follow and play ball. They calling out the Jews, they calling out the Khazars. They don't want to follow the play ball anymore. They tired of the fakery, the fake masonry, and so they don't have no control really over some aspects of some of these celebrities. But even the celebrities in the boule, they lost control over the Black Americans. So they come up with this Freedman stuff, and they waited too late at the last minute. They damn sure ain't got no primordial power or no anointing of God with them. They had it when certain of us was over there, and we thought that it was something that was gonna help our people. And then we looked like, nah, man, we ain't about to sell out our people. Like, nah, I ain't about to just roll with that shit. Leave the Democrat. I was never a Democrat, but just act like the RNC is the answer. They ain't the motherfucking answer. They give us they ass to kiss. They ain't the motherfucking answer. So you ain't about to come into my people and tell them that shit. You about to tell them to start their own party, start their own blocks, their own parallel infrastructures, their own system, growing our own food, practicing our own sacred sciences, becoming amongst our own, and we not doing it with motherfuckers that got trademarks on fucking names that making money off of the damn lineage, and working with the motherfucking government and selling us out. We ain't working. We not about to be reclassified to something that a fucking agent came up with. I'm not being reclassified to no CIA psyop name and honeypot and shit. So y'all can get that shit up too. These acronyms and all this bullshit. We go by Black American. I spell Black American BLAQUE. We go by indigenous. BLAQUE has a different gematria and a different definition than what the United States legalese definition of black is. We talk about cosmic black and black and as a condition and status as America. Those are two different things. That's why I changed the spelling. I ain't got time to fool around with this fucking government. Y'all sit up there and go up that hell hole, that hamster wheel. Y'all stay on that hamster wheel with them motherfuckers and take that oath with them motherfuckers. Don't expect me to do it. Because I know it's the Matrix, and I know it's a hell system, and I know that them people they in the secret society that serve Satan. So get the fuck out of here. And it's all gonna come to light. It's all gonna come to light. What I'm saying may sound crazy now, but watch 2025 and 2026 hit, and the average American realize what the hell this government is involved in. You better y'all laughed at me for doing them constitutional studies, and you see how the same week 26 other universities started doing constitutional studies. Yeah, yeah, it's about to be real. It's constitutional studies because y'all motherfucking leave it up to y'all. I mean, there was Black Americans saying we don't need the Bill of Rights. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insanity. Just so they could defend Trump and explain. Y'all explaining for Trump taking a picture with Danielle Penny, who killed the unarmed, homeless, mentally ill black man on a subway train. And that man got acquitted. And he was paraded around like a hero by Donald Trump. None of these black ass niggas that the RNC shields, they ain't say nothing. That's when they came up. They hurried up, and you got to understand how these Masons work. They hurried up and came up with the Fat Joe and FBA debacle to distract Black Americans that same time, because Black Americans was like starting to talk about it. See, they wanted you to direct the energy because that negative energy was going to go to Trump, because a lot of Black Americans was pissed off that he did that. So all of that negative energy was going to go to Trump. So instead of that, because everything is energy. So instead of them Black Americans focusing on Trump and Daniel Penny. They needed everybody, once again, this agent, they needed everybody to go and talk about FBA, Fat Joe, and hip hop, some stupid shit, instead of the fact that these motherfuckers is gunning for our heads. And not just because of Trump and Daniel Penny, but like these motherfuckers is telling us to our face what the hell they gonna do. But even if it is in a code, if you don't understand the code, that's on you. I already told y'all that that woke shit is not about LGBT and transgenderism, or else Dr. Oz wouldn't be appointed in Trump's cabinet, and Dr. Oz is for transgender surgeries on kids, or not surgeries, medicines, or so. I think it is surgery too on for kids, for transgender kids and all this stuff. They wouldn't have cross-dressing JD Vance as the vice president if it was just about LGBT. That's not woke. That's debauchery. So when they say on woke, that was created by a Black American indigenous woman named Erica Badu, about higher consciousness. They letting you know to your face what they about. They telling you to your face they about to have these motherfucking HB1 visa niggas come over here and keep these jobs and lock you out. Getting rid of DEI and then saying they want to slash 75% of the government. Who is disproportionately working in the federal government of all levels, whether it be USPS, whether it be Department of Education, whether it be academic staff, there's a Black Americans. I showed the stats and the research live on the air. It cannot be disputed. I pulled out so much research going back for the last 5 years, proving that Black Americans are more disproportionately represented in the federal government. So when they tell you they'll slash 75% of the government and get rid of DEI, they are gunning for you, and they're trying to, they've said it separately in two different occasions so that you wouldn't put the code together. See, I'm putting all this code together, and that's why I'm telling you, they've been at my head. I mean, I'm telling you, and again, they do little covert psychological, covert harassment shit to me, but like they pissed off at me. They wish I'd go away. And I'm not saying, because again, it's not that other people don't know. It's not like, oh, you're the only person that know. No, other Black Americans know. It's just that they fucking sold out. Or then the other side, say if this DNC, these Black niggas, the Black Democrats, they know too, but they keeping shit quiet because they like, we need they're pissed off at y'all say, as y'all say, these grassroots. They pissed off at you, and they feel like whatever you walked yourself into is, that's why they be snickering. That's why the boule be snickering, ha ha, and kikiing, saying, oh, y'all gonna see, and everybody be like, what you mean? Because they occultists, so they understand all the codes. You'd be surprised how much code Kamala understands, and even the codes that she communicated just throughout her whole campaign. It just flew over. Trump do the same thing. They both do the same thing. They have to communicate in stage theater and code. They both do. They've been doing that for a minute. They're occultists. They're priestess and priests. That's like she told you, said you don't have to be loyal to a Democratic Party. You got to be loyal to the Constitution. She letting you know y'all better be prepared to overthrow this fucking government. She let American people know, and kicked rocks, because the only thing you need to be loyal to is the Constitution and the American people. That's what she said. She said you don't have to be loyal to a political party. Just so y'all know. That was the biggest code that she gave out, because she said y'all. She realized y'all not. And it was kind of sad, but it's like they're not listening. They're not getting the codes. And Trump does the same thing too. Give out a lot of codes. He used to, but I think they got his ass by the balls. I think they got blackmail on him, or they just paid him real handsomely to shut the fuck up. Because remember when he said, "They're not after me, they after you. I'm just in between." He was trying to make moves. He was trying to help out, but something happened. That's all I'm saying, and I'm trying to figure out what that is. I spiritually see blackmail and payment, but it could be something else. Like he just not even the same. You know. So let's go here. I want to see what because we about to do our music. And for those who are just coming in, I gotta say, I apologize to the ladies who I forgot last week, the female rappers who I had forgot about last week, because I was, I was beating myself up after I did the live for our Christmas Eve party, because I'm like, yo, I would have never left out Azalea Banks. I would have never left out EVE and Queen Latifah and No Name. I left out No, like, and Lauren Hill, and Lauren Hill and whatnot, and Salt and Pepper, and Emil, and Charlie Baltimore and Vita and all, and Missy, and well, I think we did include Missy, but I just want to do a little more this week to include more ladies, because last week we did Nicki Minaj and we did Megan Thee Stallion, we did Cardi B and we did Young M.A. and we did Left Eye because we had to get them all in one with the ladies' night, which gives you Missy Elliott, Left Eye, Lil Kim, right? So we try to get them all, and we had little Kim, of course. Oh, let me make sure we get something with Foxy Brown. I don't, I'm not like that. I'm like, damn, they probably think, I'm trying to snub. How could you do a playlist and not include motherfucking Lauren Hill? It's like, no, I'm like, God was like, you got to go back and do it again. You got to go back and do a part two, my dude. And so that's what we doing. Let me get Foxy Brown as a playlist in here for her, something in there for our for let me see. She did quite a bit of cool things. I like this song. I'll add that to it too. Freaky Friday. There's that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, but I want to show a clip of Steve Bannon. I hope they don't be cutting my ass off cutting the sound off of. I'm trying to look through Foxy Brown and talk at the same time. So forgive me. Brooklyn, that's what I'm looking for. Do, do, do. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. The Brooklyn anthem. I was trying to like scan and talk in my head. and talk. I used to really like this video. This needs to be a good song. It's still a good song, but I'm like, I haven't listened to it in years. But at least I just didn't want to leave out all them ladies. I'm like, hold up, we gotta go back and do our big one. And so, what I want to do is I want to play this clip from Steve Bannon, and then I want to see because I actually watching this for the first time, so I want to see what he's actually saying. So we'll be watching it together. Let me play it. Okay, are you able to see it on YouTube? Royal Deluxe, can you hear the audio on YouTube of I told you shouldn't have got rid of Steve Bannon over Elon for Elon because Elon paid you 110 million. I mean, because you fucking up your legacy with this shit, man. You could have just brought back Omarosa crazy ass. Could somebody tell I wanted to know if it was playing on on YouTube. Let me just make sure because they cutting off the audio like on that. Let me see if they cut it off on. That would be really. I'm just replaying it to see if they played the clip on YouTube. Did it play? I'm just talking about the audio at least. I don't think it. I don't. Damn, they cutting the audio. What is that's censorship? I mean, that's like a new form of because then it's like you're cutting off. Yeah, that's weird. Hold up. Let me. Are they really cut off that clip too? As far as like take the audio off of it, and this is just on Twitter Spaces, but maybe they figure like okay, this is War Room. What's War Room? Is that who does War Room? I don't even know who does War Room, but I'm like maybe so like okay, this is all copyright content, so now we have to. Let me see. I don't see. was trying to see if anybody could type in if they could hear if they heard that audio. If not, well, I apologize. I was trying to play it. Um, okay, I'm gonna move on. Um, but yeah, that's pretty damn sad, you know, if you ask me. But look at he's talking about the this mind technology, but the 5G towers, y'all want to get on that, and Elon trying to do this neural link. Y'all better study that. That's here. But then look at what's happening in America, guys. Look at this shit right here. This is the homeless in America, as they tell you that this H1B1 stuff and say, and look, this is all systematically designed. That's why they want them fresh souls to come over from the fresh soul immigrants, and they know that they desperate and desperate and thirsty, so they ready to be a slave in the American system. See, they don't know what they getting themselves into. Spiritual people, they know what the hell this is all about. So the immigrants, they coming over here, they rushing over here, going on boats and all types of crazy ass shit, and they have no idea what this American system is about. They have no idea. And look at what's going on with the American people. This is recent. And then I tell it's on record. I've been begging Trump since July 15th, July 13th, sorry, about coming up with a housing policy. And that's when Kamala comes up with her housing policy of the 25K closing costs. Okay. So the RNC did not fucking listen. And I had been begging them to come up with a housing policy for to prevent homelessness. Now look at this situation right here. See that? Now look at this right here. So that kind of shit, that's systematically designed. Like that's not you know what I mean? Like that's something that's systematically designed. That ain't no shit that get started by no damn accident and all that. You know what I mean? And so that's why if y'all don't stick up for yourselves as Americans and demand a UBI, demand fair housing policies and all this stuff. And you'll be shocked at the people that end up. Stop thinking that everybody is as homeless is mentally ill and on drugs. That's what they say about targeted individuals. These people were systematically brought to joblessness or homelessness. And I'm telling you from someone in my family who walked away from a secret society how they did him, not hiring you, tell everybody not to talk to you, you can't open up a bank account, all types of stuff. So y'all got to stop with all that. Some of the most brilliant people is homeless, and they not ain't nothing wrong with them, and they may or may not be doing drugs. But you can't just say that about everybody, and you better be careful because this could be you if y'all, by judging these people because this all is systematic. They don't give a damn, and so you got to figure like this lady, her name's Andrea Lynn. She's talked about how, you know, the right had already been getting are the ones that gave the resistance as far as like the American people, and so they already knew they weren't gonna insert obvious Trojan horses, obvious like Kamala Harris, and they weren't that would have been that's just the obvious play. It was a psyop, and I didn't pick up into and the Trojan horse would be where the people would fall vulnerable too, and that vulnerability it came from people wanting, to be honest, a savior, things to go back to normalcy after, especially after that pandemic, right? And the lockdowns and the forced mandatory jabs, and like people was freaking tired and everything we've been going through. And so obviously we already had Trump before, so people were like, okay, they remember, draining the swamp and draining the deep state, and so people was really, more so on board with Trump. But then somehow somebody got around him, and Elon came out of nobody was checking for no motherfucking Elon. Let's be real. Not like that. Not for no presidential, not for no politics, not for politics. Maybe not, maybe for tech or something, you know what I mean? Or for Tesla and for the EVs and whatnot. I'm not saying nobody was checking for him. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to politics, people, they kind of, again, that was the biggest red flag for me. I said, nah, something else is going on. Something else, because I can see things spiritually. And so they knew that the public trust was more so on the right. So as far as the elites and the powers that be, mind you, this is shadow government, and they both do the same thing. They needed to work an angle where people would trust, it still watch their ass to that damn slaughterhouse. You know what I mean? They feel like it's still time to watch your motherfucking ass to the slaughterhouse. And so they needed to think of a way to get that done. And to be honest, the Trump shit, that's the most obvious play, bringing him in. And I mean, I ain't trying to act like, oh, I was just so enlightened and I saw through it. I saw through it 3 weeks before the election. That's pretty damn late if you ask me. Because there's people that saw it, and they just done with the system. They done with politics. They get their ass off grid. They chill. They got their own solar panels. They got their own different heating sources. They beyond. They got some cool shit that don't require butane or propane. They got some pretty cool ass shit that don't require kerosene. They got gel motherfucking campfires and all types of shit, man. I just saw a tent villa that look like a damn glass house, but it's a fucking villa. And these people are buying these shits and camping and going off grid, and they got all types of cool ass gadgets and solar panels and shit, and water. They know how to build a motherfucking water filter. Off nature. They know the transpiration methods of water. They using rainwater. They figured it's people that's really like, oh, I am so over the matrix. So me even being 3 weeks before the election, I saw it, but I mean, I was cutting it close. I'm just glad I caught it, especially for my birthright and my bloodline. But yeah, you know, they they needed to go with who has the public trust, which would have been Trump. So it keeps the masses divided and distracted, and you know, the people against each other instead of going against these damn billionaires and elites who thinking they just gonna draw us around like a rag doll or throw a couple of dollars at a couple of sellouts, and it's all good and it's handy dandy. They gonna reverse engineer some shit. No, it don't work that way. And people a lot of them do think MAGAs are idiots, because again, they were saying, like, there's people that understand masonry and understand occult sciences, so they know that this man had been telling us to our face a lot of things, and it just went over our heads, went over a lot of people's heads, especially when it came to like the Operation Warp Speed and Father of the Vaccine and all that. Like, it's like MAGA just completely forget about that. But I'm telling you that magic that they do is very powerful. It's not nothing to fuck with. It's not these are not dumb people, you know? These ain't no dumb motherfuckers. That magic is very powerful. And I'm telling you from experience, I felt the spell when it broke. And I cried, like when I say, you would have thought somebody, the way I was crying, because I realized what they was trying to do to Black Americans and to my bloodline in particular. I'm speaking for me, because I'm not gonna act like everything I do is altruistic. but I do know the pain, like that level of pain. I had never. I'm telling you, you would have thought like, damn, why is she in there crying like that, like boo hooing, like, like I never cried like that in my life. Even when I found out how people was deceiving me to try to blood sacrifice me, I didn't even cry that hard. Like it was the biggest cry ever because I saw spiritually what my ancestors had been trying to tell me. I saw what had happened when I as far as what I kept saying birthrights and Masonic monarch bloodlines and all this shit. When I saw that in the spiritual realm as it related to me and who I was in the spiritual realm. Yeah, that shit had me balling. I ain't even gonna hold you. And it wasn't because of no Trump and Elon. It was just like, yo, like I felt that spell when it broke and how the danger of what could have happened had I not done what I did 3 weeks before the election. Like that shit hurt I was just like, yo, like I can't believe what they've done to this planet. Like and then knowing the souls, how they harvested, like I saw that and felt it. Like just to see it that clear as day, like this is what this system is really about, sweetie. This is it. Like this is not what you think it is. Like these people are scavengers of energy markers and they want souls. And I just as far as like the level of human trafficking that's taking place on this planet, but in different ways. There's different forms of human trafficking. Y'all just think it's sex human trafficking. There's different forms of human trafficking on this planet, and it revolves the selling of souls and via contracts. That's why I'm seeing these Black Americans come around, free Black Americans pushing this government contract shit. These people work for these people. They sold out, and they gotta deliver. And if it means going amongst grassroots Black Americans in the hood or going amongst niggas like us and trying to push us into the government and push us under them government contracts, they don't give a fuck. Or push you to join the whatever new secret society they trying to start. They don't give a fuck. They need souls. And them people get paid to bring motherfuckers in, and then you don't control your own voice, you know? And so I saw that, and I just saw that. And my ancestors was like, now you see why we pushed you so far away and out of, I know you wanted that so bad. You wanted to be in politics. You wanted to work with certain people. I know you wanted that so bad, but now you see why we keep saying no. And I cried like a motherfucking baby. That shit was so painful. And actually see what they were trying to suppress was very hurtful too. Like what the United States government is trying to suppress within my bloodline, but then Black Americans as well, as far as keeping up, they're covering up shit as it relates to Black Americans. And I could tell that for me personally, but they purposely are covering up certain aspects of our history and certain aspects of us. Definitely when it comes to, again, people that are from the tribe of Judah, oh my gosh, you have no idea the target you got on your back. And guess they need you to either sell the fuck out or you're going to be a targeted individual like myself. It's either one or the other. Sell out here, take this money, but what you giving up, oh, you have no idea. It is so not worth it. Because I'm telling, I saw that and that shit scared me. I'm like, how could I be in? Why do the government like what they have done to systematically break me and to see who I really was in the spiritual realm? I'm like, damn, I see why I would be fucking scared shitless too. I ain't even gonna hold you, and extremely jealous. So I understand why the government is acting the way why they carrying on the way they carrying on. I totally get it. But you better behold the day we start busting back on your ass. I'm telling you, you better stand the fuck down because it's 2025. I'm about to be 33 in a year of nine, in the age of Aquarius, in the age of Saturn, with a life path 8, born on January 22nd as an Aquarius, as a female that is indigenous to North America, that got more science like holes, that are that bloodline founded the Knights Templar before the Satanists infiltrated it. A real Hebrew. Now, I'm not a Khazar. I'm not a fake imposter. And so they know that what they have done to Black Americans, and they know they have a debt that they have to pay, and they don't know how to pay that back and make it right. And that's all they had to do was make it right. Ain't nobody thinking what they think somebody going to enslave them or something, or people going to try to do the same thing that they did to us. I don't think like that. I don't think like that. I'm a humanitarian, so I don't understand. There was no reason to carry on the way I carried on. Yeah, I'm radical. I'm an ideologue with the truth and justice and what I believe in. Yes, I'm an ideologue. That means I'm not going to budge on my beliefs. but my beliefs does not involve harming other people. My beliefs they don't involve tricking motherfuckers, stealing from motherfuckers. My beliefs are I am an ideologue when it comes to the spiritual. What I like is I like the esoteric studies. I like focusing on truth. I like reading, focusing on enlightenment. I already told you guys, focus on know thyself. Know thyself, question everything, and break all forms of mind control, program your own state of consciousness. This is what the Nakti philosophy is about. And so they joking around. They somebody made a one of the MAGA of they made a Trump dressed as an Indian, you know. um so I thought that picture was kind of funny. I was like, really? But this picture went viral 2 days ago of Trump dressed like an Indian man. It's kind of funny, but y'all got to study these bloodlines of where they come from and whatnot. And it's not, again, I'm not out here trying to tear no one down or tear Trump down or anything. I just think that maybe they got blackmail on him or whatever. But if you did bait on switch on us, or you do got some nefarious plans and you can prevent them, you know. But my thing is, I think he got handlers and got to answer to the system just like the rest of us, even with all them billions. You'd be shocked. They got to answer to their handlers and to their paymasters, just like So I don't think he got as much power as as one may believe when it comes to the presidential level. You know what I mean? I mean, we may theoretically we want that, we hope that, but I don't think that that's the reality. And those of us that's in the know, we know that they don't make all of uh the decisions, most of the decisions, to be quite frank. So we're about to start our music playlist. Think I covered everything I wanted to say. I done talked a gang of shit of things that's gonna take place for 2025. For those who came in later, we cover quite a bit, so you would have to watch the playback as far as when we're discussing like the predictions, but they are there, and you could check out 2024's predictions. They all came to pass. I did a video a year ago on December 31st, 2023, about what was going to happen in 2024, and it all came to pass, every single last thing. And so I think what I did, today, we was a little extreme because we said, we went hard, but if what I'm seeing in the spiritual realm is correct, then we'll see the remnants of it, even if we got to go into 2026. But we want the exposure of certain programs and certain shadow governments and certain secret societies. We really want the exposure of some of these things, and so we'll see what 2025, how fast things start to play out. Again, I don't know the time frame. I just know it's gonna be 2025. I'm just looking to see, like, is it gonna be in the beginning of 2025 or the middle or the end? But it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild. So buckle your motherfucking seatbelts. And what did I tell you, Americans, when we first started the video? What did I tell you at first? What I say? Your hands better move as fast as your motherfucking mouth, because you're gonna be fighting. And by that, I'm talking like metaphorically. You're gonna be fighting for your rights. You're gonna be fighting. You better be. When I say, like, I'm talking metaphorically. So think of, when you get into a fight and you gotta move and punch, 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 and punch those hands. You better be thinking of that in the spiritual realm, because these motherfuckers is about to come for your ass, and you better be fighting, 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 punching, kicking, beating ass, putting motherfuckers to sleep. We talking in the spiritual realm. You better be putting motherfuckers to sleep, doing that move they do in the wrestling match, and where they, you better be doing some martial arts. You better be thinking all that shit in your head right now. And I'm gonna tell your ass this: you better be able to say no. This is the last thing before we start our party. You better be able to say no when they say, "Oh, hey, you want to put a Neuralink? No. Hey, you want to get a social credit score? No. Hey, you want to they lock down because there's a new virus. No, and you better say no, 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 and you better say spell on backwards, bitch. That's what you say. And when they say, what do you mean no? What do you mean no? And you better say spell on backwards, bitch. And you better say it just like that. Would it spell on backwards? No, no. And then you also say, I will not consent. I do not comply. You better get used to saying that in 2025. And you better get used to saying spell on backwards, bitch. And you better say kiss my whole entire ass and walk away. And like I said, you better be thinking spiritually of all the types of jiu-jitsu moves, kicks, punch, MMA fighting, biting somebody's ass, biting. You know how Mike Tyson bit off you know how I bit off the ear, biting. You better bite the shit out of when these people is coming for us, because they about to. I'm telling you, they about to try to, because they want to break the spirits. Because I'm telling you, they on their last leg. Humans are waking up. People is awakening. Motherfuckers ain't falling for the okie doke. Motherfuckers is questioning things. They look going around studying esoteric sciences on their own. They don't want to get initiated. They don't want to be initiated. Motherfuckers is breaking oaths. Motherfuckers is is walking away from contracts, not honoring. They gonna freak out. And so you better hold strong. You better not motherfucking fold. And don't get into this life if you know you're not about that life. Don't be sitting there acting like you about to stand up for justice and be a revolutionary. And then the moment they take your income or the moment they come for you, you be a pussy and you back down. Because we ain't doing that either. So Laura Luma, don't your ass back down. You stand on it to the end. You know what you said was correct. You know these motherfuckers do throttle accounts. They do shadow ban motherfuckers. There is a free speech problem. You know? And so, I don't got on my I done got on my soapbox. Let me make sure we still on Rumble. But we about to end it on YouTube. You guys gotta go on Rumble or Twitter for the New Year's Eve party, because you already know YouTube is already muting. They ain't not allowing you to play clips no more. Or maybe it's just my channel, but I thought that they would allow people to play clips. Like, that's so freaking strange now. They just mute it like that, even if it's a clip on Twitter or Rumble or something. Y'all just gonna mute it like that? You can't say fair use no more or something? Or is that just my channel? I need to do more research into that shit, because I find that really weird. Because I be seeing other channels, they show different clips of different channels or certain things that they agree with or didn't agree with, and they don't get muted, but that may be because they upload it and they're not, live streaming perhaps. So I'm gonna be looking to see what the fuck that's about, because I do know that they shadow ban the fuck out of me and censor. They scared to death, and they always gotta lie on me because they don't have the intelligence to compete with me head on. They don't or the spiritual gift, so they have to always go and lie, smear campaign, say I'm crazy, all this stuff. They cannot, and that's why I can't stand that type of cowardly ass shit. Like, you put your dukes up, somebody put their dukes up, and you fight it out like that cowardly shit. And they did that to me for years. They were cowards, all smiling in your face and shit, trying to steal your ideas and trying to steal from. I can't stand these stupid ass motherfuckers. I can't. I can't. I don't see how y'all do it. I don't see how y'all do it. And y'all way more humble than me, because I tell they stupid as fuck to me. I'm sorry. I'm not like that's how I feel. And I just don't get it. And then they try to gaslight you and try to tell you to be humble and all this stuff. Bitch, I've been humble. I'm humble now. I don't see, like, what the hell? And try to downplay God's chosen ones. Try to downplay Black Americans. Try to downplay geniuses. Try to downplay real motherfuckers and project some shit onto you that they are. But yep, let's start our party, I am gonna end it on YouTube. You better bring your ass over on Rumble or Twitter Spaces if you wanna rock out with your cock out to the ladies, to ladies, to be doing part two uh of the paying homage to rap artistry and rap music. And I want to say, matter of fact, let me end it on YouTube first. God bless you guys. Happy New Year. Have a great, great, great year. And have a great, great rest of your week. So let me remove this off of here and we'll continue.